Chapter 61. Conversations. Congratulations, Avaryss. You are a dead woman. The Dark Lord sneered at the hologram. Nice to see you too, Voron. How pleased I am that we have decided to forego the niceties. The hologram wavered slightly from the interference, but even still Avaryss could both see and sense the old pureblood's amusement. She hoped to leave him more than amused by the time this conversation was done. She stood before the holo-projector of her fury. They were currently on their way back to Bantoon. Lennox Gull was in the medical bay, being monitored by the ship's droid. They couldn't have him dying just yet. He still had a role to play in keeping the Zakuul distracted. The princess was in the main hold, being watched by 2 security droids. She had been drugged to prevent any use of her powers, though that didn't seem to bother her much. Avaryss was not sure what to make of that. Even unarmed and cut off from the full power of the Force, the young woman radiated a sense of calm and control. The Dark Lord found that disturbing, especially now that the woman was in the hands of those she had to know were her mortal enemies. What did she have to be calm about? Did she not realize what awaited her upon her return to her home? Perhaps she did, the Dark Lord realized. Perhaps there was something going on that she couldn't see. She didn't like to think about that. For now, the girl was being watched closely. Avaryss did her best to ignore her damnable calm and focus on matters at hand. The first being this call to Darth Voron, one of the few of the old guard Sith that could still be useful. The old pureblood had proven to have a talent for survival. She hoped that he had wisdom to match. She had been able to reach out to him through the code she had gotten from Rain, the one he had given her when he wished to speak to her privately. She was a bit caught off guard that Voron showed no concern or surprise when he answered the call, only to see her standing there instead of Rain. Part of her had wondered if he would try to deny that he had been working with her apprentice behind her back. Though they had never been rivals, and in fact, they had voted along the same lines several times during her short stint on the council, she still found his choice to reach out to Rain troubling. Her apprentice was useful. She couldn't deny that. Her battle meditation would serve the Empire well in the coming years. In the moments where Avaryss decided not to deploy Death Knell, the only question was Voron helping Rain, offering her teachings beyond what her master offered out of a desire to serve the Empire, or was he hoping to drive a wedge between Avaryss and her student? She also had to wonder if Voron had been ordered to approach the girl. She had to wonder if he was doing Asana's dirty work. If so, he would need to be dealt with. Of course, if he had simply been working alone, then she needed to know his true motivations and how to turn them to her advantage. Such was the dance that was Sith politics. Though over 2 centuries old, Voron remained a major voice within the Sith Empire. He had value. Plus, to her knowledge, he was one of the last surviving members of the Old Dark Council. While the rest of their fellows had been left broken and dead, the 2 of them still plodded on, and in that survival, she saw value. She gave him a confident smile. You don't seem surprised to see me, Voron. I'm guessing you have been expecting this call. You could say that. Yes, he agreed. Considering the blade that is currently at your throat, I expected that you might reach out. If only to figure out which hand is currently holding that blade. I don't even need to speculate on that, she answered dismissively. I know that Asana has blamed me for her recent assassination attempt. The one that almost claimed her life, and that of the Alliance commander. I take it you are denying that involvement. Avaryss smiled. She had had her people look into that attempt. She might not have had the same power she once wielded, but she still had a few loyalists in high places. They had found evidence of Republic involvement in the attempt to kill Asana. One of her people had even suggested the former Supreme Chancellor. Her final term had expired, but most in their government believed she still led the Republic through the current Chancellor, one who most believed was her puppet. Did she seek to return to power? It was possible. By taking over the Alliance, she would be able to regain much prestige and not have to worry about Republic stopgaps like term limits. Avaryss admired such ambition, though the woman would still need to be dealt with. The inconvenience she caused by drawing attention to Avaryss' actions would have to be answered most harshly, but that was for another day. Today, she had to deal with Voron. Voron, please. If I had wished Asuna assassinated, I would have chosen a far better means of carrying it out, one that didn't depend upon the combat skills of assassins. There are so many safer ways to ensure a rival's end. The old pureblood's scarlet eyes twinkled with dark glee. Whatever your involvement in recent events, it is clear that Asuna is no longer willing to tolerate your existence. The fleet that had been dispatched to deal with you has some very famous names among it, both on the side of the Empire and the Republic. Avaryss nodded. Yes, her own spies had confirmed the names of several ships that Asuna was dispatching for the coming attack. She even recognized the names of certain commanders, men and women known for getting the job done. In truth, she was most pleased. Those ships, those crews would soon be hers. She would convert them as easily as she had done the Raycha. Then she would turn them loose on what was left of the Zakul after she had infected every man, woman, and child with Death Knell Stage 1. By the time they had reached the Eternal Throne, Arcann, his sister, and everyone else on the world would be puddles of organic goo on the floors of her new palace. From there, the Eternal Throne would be hers, and with it, the power to control the Zakul's massive fleet. Let Asuna try, and stop her then. She would walk into the very halls of the Citadel and claim the throne that should have been hers after Darth Fear had died. Of course, she said none of this to Voron. She was still unsure of his desires. She needed to be sure before they went any further. Let me worry about the upcoming attack, Lord Voron. We have other things to discuss. I see, he replied, such as the future. I'm sure you felt my victory over the Raycha, now that species lives and dies by my command. I'm now preparing to turn that power against all my enemies, and in success, the future of the Empire will fall to me, and to those with both the survival instincts and vision to lead our people into the next chapter in galactic history. Voron crossed his arms. I've heard this refrain before, young one. You are not the first Sith to believe you have a foolproof plan to make the galaxy yours. Perhaps, but unlike my predecessors, my plan does not require destruction. It brings obedience through seduction, much like the dark side itself. She grinned eagerly. You know something about seduction, don't you, Voron? Considering the fact that you have been talking to my apprentice behind my back, offering her gifts, it is clear that you have your own ambitions that I may be willing to help you indulge. The old one shrugged. I saw an opportunity, and I took it. Again, I don't fault you for using manipulation. I admire you for it. We are Sith, the chosen of the dark side. Manipulation is but one of many weapons the dark side offers us. Voron smirked. What? No threat? No, you will stay away from my apprentice or face the consequences. Avaryss shrugged. She had already dealt with this matter. She wasn't angry at Rain for seeking out powers and lessons that would allow her to surpass her master one day. That was part of the game. Avaryss didn't want a simple lackey as her student. She wanted Rain to reach her full potential and carry out the Sith imperative one day. She wanted to know the Empire was in cunning and powerful hands when her rule finally ended. She also needed to know that her son would have an enlightened and cunning teacher, one that understood that one day he would surpass her and continue the dynasty that she dreamed of. That is what mattered, not Rain speaking with Voron on her own. No, she didn't fault her apprentice for looking out for herself. Avaryss had done the same when she had been Darth Fear's student. Once she had the credits and prestige, she had actively sought out powers beyond what her master offered. It was the only way to excel. She had punished Rain for her foolish performance on Death, and not taken appropriate steps to hide her relationship with Voron. The Heart Drinker had been that punishment. As far as the Dark Lord was concerned, the matter was closed, or would be, when Rain figured out how to free herself from her new alchemically made companion. She returned her attention to conversation with Voron. Rain has been disciplined, and considering our history, I'm willing to let the matter go, especially considering how much we have to gain in the future. The old pureblood gave her a curious look. And what future would that be? You may have plans, dear girl, but considering the forces gathering against you, it would seem speaking of your future within the Empire is a bit premature. Things can change quickly, Voron. Once the Raid Child were hostile to all other alien races, now they would all die for me. After that accomplishment, would you truly think me unprepared for the coming storm? Do you not believe that I had foreseen it? The old one didn't respond right away. Avaryss didn't sense him dismissing her, but she could still sense his skepticism. That was fine. She was not looking for another lapdog at her service. What are you proposing? He asked her. I'm asking you to think about the future. Say that I don't die in the attack that is coming. Say that I can deliver on what I think is possible. What if I not only survive the upcoming attack, but win a major victory? What then? It would certainly make certain people sit up and take notice. The old one agreed. Oh, I think it would do far more than that. Especially when I end the Zakwal crisis and restore the Sith to our proper place as the ultimate predators in this galaxy. Avaryss smiled brightly. In that future, the Empire will be changed, but that change will not come from my hand alone. I will need allies in shaping a new era for the Sith. I will need people not only of vision, but with the prestige to legitimize the changes that I intend to make. The old pureblood smiled. I think that I can see where this is going. Of course you can. You are a man of vision, Voron. She stood up straighter and looked up proudly. I will speak plainly now. I intend to claim the throne for myself. The Sith are about to enter a new era. I will stand as our first true empress, not a puppet of foreign invaders, but a master who wields power enough to claim the throne. My rule will be dynamic and put us back on the proper course, but in doing so, I will not forget the past. Our traditions should be honored. I intend to rebuild the Dark Council. They will advise me and handle affairs when galactic interests prove distracting for me as a sovereign. The council will need a new leader, and as empress, I will need a new voice. Voron nodded. So, that is what you are offering. Do you deserve any less? She asked. The old pureblood's brow furrowed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I would have Mayor's place, and the role of voice of the Empress. Lord Rain will remain my shadow hand, and heir, and upon my death, she will take my son Ender as her apprentice. The line of Avaryss will be secure. It takes more than blood to form a dynasty, my dear, Voron reminded her. But it is a start, and with the power that I bring to the table, few would doubt my right to rule, and those doubts will not last long. I can't guarantee that. The old pureblood nodded. You certainly paint an interesting picture, young one. It will be very interesting to see if you can bring this all to pass. I can, and I will. Voron nodded again. I find your offer most intriguing, young Avaryss. We will need to speak of it again, if you survive the next few days, of course. Avaryss almost laughed. Yes, we will speak again, Voron. I suggest you watch what is coming in the Bantoon system with great interest. You will find the results most intriguing. I'm sure I will, my friend. Until then, Lord Avaryss. Until then, Lord Voron. The call ended as the hypercom powered down. Avaryss smiled, pleased with how that had gone. She had sensed no deception in Voron. He was at least considering her offer, and soon, she would have more for him to think about. Reasons why he should stand with her. She looked forward to that. She left the Fury's communication room. She took a deep breath, enjoying the smells and familiar feelings of being aboard a Fury in motion. It took her back to freer times, when she was just a wild card apprentice traveling the stars. She sighed. She could not deny a slight sense of melancholy. She felt this would be the last time she would feel this way. The force swirled around her like a hurricane, but some things were clear. This would be the last time she would travel aboard this ship. The galaxy had become a road, and she could not turn back. Win or lose, stand or fall, everything was about to change. The past was gone. She needed to embrace the future. She found herself walking down the corridor, leading to the hold. The princess was there, under guard. She had been injected with drugs to keep her from gathering the force. Avaryss wished to converse with her, to gloat, perhaps. She was so close now. She wanted her enemy to realize that. The princess was meditating when she arrived. The two security droids focused entirely on her. The blonde girl sitting, her legs crossed, and her eyes closed, breathing in and out. Avaryss almost laughed. She could not believe the arrogance. The girl was cut off from the Force. Did she actually believe it would offer her aid? Not here, the Dark Lord thought. Not now that she was in my hands. Preparing yourself for the end? She asked her prisoner. Yes, the girl replied, opening her eyes and meeting the Dark Lord's gaze. Avaryss almost stepped back. She had come to hate the Istillo family. The old queen especially. The woman had cooperated, but her veiled threats had long since grown tiresome. The older girl, Miri, she had tried to resist, and had paid the price. Now, she was just another wall decoration in the palace, thanks to the wonders of carbonite. This one has been a problem for too long, she thought as she regarded Bela. She had escaped HK, and thus vexed Avaryss. She should have been gone. Her soul burned away in a Sith ritual. Avaryss should have been Bela long ago. The body she wore should have been the Dark Lord's. Instead, Avaryss had needed to make do with true Halcyon. It was something the Dark Lord had learned to deal with, but that didn't mean she had forgotten what had happened. Which is why she had made no attempt to restore her failed HK. She hadn't even viewed the memory files he had sent her. What would have been the point? He had failed her for the last time. I should have been you, Avaryss thought, her anger simmering. It would have made the conquest of Bantoon so much simpler. Instead, the girl had become a symbol of resistance, and in the years since, she had inspired the continuing rebellion on Bantoon. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed, her anger burning brighter. It was the eyes, she realized. She had come to hate those gray eyes. The girl had her father's eyes. When she looked at Avaryss, it was as if Jazz Dr. Ben was looking at her, and in that moment, she remembered their final conversation. Avaryss stood up straighter. She would not be intimidated by a prisoner in her power. Has the light offered you any insight into what is to come? She asked the girl mockingly. Bela Istillo smiled. Before I was cut off from it, yes, it has asked me to be merciful. Really? Avaryss chuckled. To whom? To you, the princess responded. Now the Dark Lord did smirk. Do tell. Bela didn't laugh. She didn't appear angry or afraid. This was not just noble posturing. She met the Dark Lord's gaze evenly. Avaryss sensed many things in that gaze. The girl had questions, but refused to show weakness by asking. She was both composed and patient. Avaryss found her behavior troubling. My people are not always merciful to their enemies, the princess began. We have the death penalty on our world, but sometimes punishment should take other forms. Yours, for example. Really, Avaryss said. Tell me more. As an Istillo, and as a voice of my people, I'm willing to offer you mercy. You will abandon your plans, and take your forces, and leave my world. Do so, and the bond will consider the matter of your takeover closed. You may keep whatever spoils you have stolen. Let that be proof to your people of what you did, and your strength. You think that I can simply pack up and leave your world, just like that? It would be in your best interest to do so. Avaryss almost rolled her eyes. Not a chance. She didn't believe this girl's threats, and even if she did, she couldn't comply. Her other lords would kill her before they even left orbit. They would call any retreat at this point the height of weakness, and even if they didn't, Asuna would destroy her as soon as she re-entered the borders of the Empire. I must respectfully refuse to do as you ask, she said sarcastically. That is unfortunate, Bela replied. You can only accept this offer, or be destroyed. It is your choice, of course, but I would advise you not to underestimate the forces gathered against you. Avaryss' eyes narrowed dangerously. You are one of them, aren't you? One of them. The Dark Lord hissed. Noble fools that think their old names make them better than others. You are just like the old ones on Drummond Kaas, who don't understand what it is like to seize power for oneself. You think your blood makes you better than me? I do not doubt you, or the power you wield. I've come to understand the power of the dark side. Really? And how have you done that, pray tell? The princess sighed. I spent 3 years on the run, lost and alone, watching as my people died around me, some to protect me, others because they chose to betray me. I tasted desperate. I was lost and alone, and felt hatred and rage for what you did to my people, and what I had to endure in my exile. Yet, you never gave in, Avaryss said. You were not strong enough to use that rage and hate. I felt it, heard his promises, and like my father before me, I rejected it. Bela shook her head. My father did fall to the dark side once. He was our age when that happened. He tortured an enemy to death, and was ready to take the next step, but he was not alone. He had friends, and my mother. They brought him back, and in that moment, he discovered something. The Jedi choice to try and remain ignorant of the dark side is wrong. Only by facing it and denying it can one find balance. I didn't realize how right he was until I was on my own, until I found those that helped me see and understand. Love saved me from anger and despair, and I will not falter again. Avaryss sneered. Kira Lillis had once thought that love was strength as well. She had thought she could use it to power her rise. Time had proved her wrong, the death of Fel, her punishment on Korriban. Yes, she had learned the truth. Hate and anger was the true path to the dark side. Love was a weakness. Power was what was needed. Found a lover, huh? Who is this lucky one? You will know everything soon enough, Bela promised, returning to her meditations, her eyes closing. You should really consider my offer. It may be your last chance. Avaryss sneered and turned away, but as she left, she heard the girl say one last thing. This is the last mistake you will ever make. The Dark Lord didn't even consider answering her. Arrogant little fool. She shook her head. She had heard that refrain from the girl's father. Jaz Darben had offered her a way out too. She didn't believe it then, and she didn't believe it now. Yet, she couldn't deny the power that Jaz Darben had wielded. She had been there when he died. She had not killed him, but had felt as he entered the living force. What had happened? It had left an impression. She paused and reached out with the force and touched the girl, truly touched her. The drug dulled what she was feeling, but inside that cocoon, when she went deeper, she gasped. What she felt shocked her. She felt it, as clear as day, the same blinding lightness that Jaz Darben had once wielded so effortlessly. Impossible. Avaryss' brow furrowed. Was the girl right? Had her father been right? Could the philosophy of facing the opposing side of the force, and resisting it, offer up greater power? She found herself thinking of her own history. On Korriban, when she had been cut off from the dark side for a time, the light had come to her, offered her its strength and healing. She had rejected that, and when the darkness returned, she had been stronger than before. Had the dark side rewarded her commitment, and if so? She frowned. Was the reverse true? Could a Jedi face the dark side, turn away from it, and grow stronger for having resisted? She thought of Jaz Darben, what he had preached to Paladina. She thought of the traitor Revan. He had walked both paths, and had been extremely powerful in both. Shireville born to the dark side, but the mongrel had embraced the light, and had been stronger than Avaryss during her days as an apprentice. Was it possible? She had fought many Jedi in her time. They had chosen to avoid the dark side, avoid attachment, hide from true emotion. If what Jaz Darben had believed was correct. If so, Jedi who were too weak to resist would fall, but the ones who did resist would become far more powerful. They may even become powerful enough to finally defeat the Empire. Avaryss' eyes turned cold. No, she would not let that happen. The Jedi could never be allowed to accept the Paladina teachings. She would not allow them to grow strong enough to defeat her empire. If anything, it made what needed to happen all the more necessary. She would protect the Sith from this Paladina heresy. She would destroy Bantoon to fuel her final ritual, and protect the future from the band's dangerous ideas. She would protect the future, her future. Soon enough, she promised herself. Soon it will be over, soon the bond and the Paladina would be no more. She welcomed that day. She made for the bridge. She wished to speak with Rink. She didn't see Barrick or Zen. Perhaps they had retired to their quarters. If so, fine. She had no desire to see them slobbering all over each other. She arrived to find Rink on the communicator. "On your way back?" "Sure," he said. "I will tell the boss. See you soon." He grinned as he put down the headset. "What is it?" Avaryss demanded. "It is both good news and bad news, boss." She frowned. If there was bad news, why was her old ally smiling? "Bad news first," she said. "I will need time to decide what sort of punishment someone will be needing. We just heard from Lady Rain on Bantoon. Taran Remick is dead." Avaryss' frown deepened. "Dead? What happened? Was it the Paladina? Someone wanted to get your attention. They killed him and some of his former survivor allies." Avaryss digested that. Taran was dead. Unfortunate, she thought. He had been a useful tool, and she had enjoyed flirting with him. He had desired her, though she had never let him into her bed. A mistake that, maybe I should have let him in, just once. Now I will always have to wonder what if. "What is the good news?" she asked. "Rain has caught the killer. She is bringing him in now. It is your old Jedi boyfriend." Avaryss' brow furrowed. "Jedi boyfriend? Finn. Finn is dead, Mr. Rink. Not according to Rain. She is bringing him to the temple now." Avaryss pursed her lips and reached out with the Force, touching the old connection she had once shared with Finn. She had ignored it since his death aboard Calo Nord's ship. She blinked. What? She focused her full attention. What she felt surprised her. She smiled. She was no longer alone in the connection. It was no longer being blocked or denied. It didn't feel like Finn, not like she remembered, but it was familiar. "Finn," she thought. "If it is you, you are greatly changed, my love, but perhaps that is for the best." A shiver ran down her spine. How appropriate that Finn had returned now, as her final victory neared. He should be at my side, she thought. Where else did he need to be? And he killed Taran. Had the murder been as a matter of jealousy? Had Finn killed the man for revenge, and to stake his claim to her, to show his dominance? If so, he might finally be ready to be her true consort, and father to Ander. That thought pleased her. "Take us straight to the Grand Temple when we reach home, Mr. Rink. It appears that I have a reunion to attend." "Copy, boss," he said. "I shall now retire to my quarters to prepare." "Sure thing, boss. I'll let you know when we reach home." She nodded and turned away. All thought of Voron and the Istillo princess vanished from her mind. Finn was back. She grinned hungrily. She was most eager to see him again, feel his touch. It had been years, but it had finally happened. He has returned. She shivered in excitement. At last. "Finally, you are now mine." Chapter 62. The Gathering. Not much of a fleet. Timon Tag nodded as he looked out the viewport. He was currently flying in a Sith scout ship, one launched from Bantoon, but under the command of Avaryss rivals. The young half-blood shook his head. In this, their new ally was not wrong. This was not what he expected. A single enormous Valor-class Republic heavy cruiser was idling just off their bow. Beside the saucer-shaped warship, 3 Hammerhead-class Republic cruisers provided support. Despite the firepower of the 4 ships, they would not be enough to breach the Bantoon minefield, and even if they did so, would arrive in very little shape to face the fleet orbiting the planet itself. This isn't everything, he thought, trying to reassure himself more will come. The fleet is still gathering, Timon informed the man sitting next to him. I doubt they can gather in numbers, or stay in one place for too long. If they did, the Eternal Fleet would destroy them. The man who had introduced himself as Roan Wilkes nodded, but still didn't look happy. I've heard this new alliance has some strength. If this is all they can field, Avaryss will crush them beneath her heel. Timon looked over at his companion. After the betrayal on Survivor Base, he had been unsure of working with anyone with Sith affiliations again. Still, the man next to him had gotten Timon safely off-world and back to friendly forces. Hopefully they could use this man's connections and free Bantoon from Avaryss. He had seen the Raid Cha, the ones that Avaryss had brought back, felt them in the Force, They had no wills of their own, not anymore. They needed to make sure that no other people suffered this fate. Avaryss needed to be stopped. He wondered if the man next to him felt the same, or if this was only about revenge, personal revenge. Roan Wilkes was about his master's age. He claimed to have come from the planet Ordana within the Sith Empire. He also claimed that he had been a lover of Darth Avaryss. They had grown up together apparently, but then, during the height of their relationship, she had tried to kill him, to sacrifice him as part of some Sith ritual. Why would she do that? Tim had asked him, if you two were so close, why? I wish I knew, Roan had told him. I went to her chambers one night, and woke up being pulled from some metal frame in some Sith temple. The people that saved me were rebels from my home world. They sought to stop the ritual by saving as many people as they could, but it didn't work. Ro shuddered. People back home tried to warn me, my family, my friends at work. They told me that Sith were not the people they had once been, that the powers they will change them. I didn't want to believe it. It wasn't Darth Avaryss' heart I wanted. It was Kira Lilas. We had grown up together. I always thought we would be together. Part of me hoped that we were destined to be together. The young man sighed. I would have died for that belief. I trusted her completely, and I would have ended up a burned-out husk to do something for her. But the truly horrible thing is that I wasn't alone. Nearly 1,000 people died, people who were from my world. Kira promised that she would save us and make a paradise of our world, and yet she killed us to power some Sith. I can't even imagine what she was trying to do. Timon nodded. He could feel the pain in the other man, the sense of betrayal. He could also sense that there had been genuine affection that had been between him and Avaryss. Not so different from my master, Tim thought. Avaryss betrayed him too. I guess betrayal is all she knows, he thought. Is that why you are fighting her now? To avenge those that were lost? And to serve my master and empress? I believe in the Empire, and what it stands for. Asuna rules the Sith now, and if we are to defeat the invaders, we can't afford to stand apart from the galaxy. What Avaryss offers, it is madness. It is the only thing that it can be. No way can she deliver on her promises to defeat the Zakuul on her own. Timon said nothing. Was it possible? He could not say for sure. He had felt when Avaryss took the Rey Cha if she could do that to the Zakuul. Of course, the thought of such power in the hands of someone like Avaryss, that was frightening too. If she could just take an entire world with the Sith spell. That thought was all it took. It hardened Timon's heart. It didn't matter if her weapon could end the war. Avaryss needed to be stopped. He knew what kind of woman she was, what she would do to the galaxy if left unchecked. The weapon she had made was of the dark side, foul and corrupted. It took away the wills of people, and such a thing shouldn't exist. Didn't people deserve to be who they were? They certainly didn't deserve to have that choice ripped from them. Darth Avaryss might have believed that what she was doing was for the best, but it was pure evil. Evil could not save, it could only destroy. Avaryss could only corrupt and destroy. All he had to do was think about Zay. What she had done to Zay. Even thinking of his first love made his blood boil now. Though sweet and naive, memories were corrupted now. What Zay had done on death, the people who he had called friends who had died. When this was over, Zay would have to answer for her crimes too. Of course, even if they stopped Avaryss, where would that leave Bantoon? In the hands of the Sith who had organized this rebellion. What plans did this Dark Lord have? He decided to probe farther, try to find out. So, who exactly is this master, Ro? You wouldn't tell us on Bantoon, for fear of one of Avaryss' agents hearing, but we are off-world now. Surely you can. He gave the half-blood a sad smile. I don't know the master's name. It is safer that way. All I know is that the resistance to Avaryss began on my home world, and that after what Avaryss did, we are all committed to seeing her fall. Despite her best efforts, she was not able to destroy all her enemies. So they have gathered up the survivors of her schemes. Survivors like me. We will stop her from usurping the Sith throne, and in doing so, avenge all those that have been lost to her madness. Timon listened, and remembered his own teachings at the feet of Master Merritt, and the lessons he had learned from his grandfather and mother. The Sith betray their own. It is who they are. Their teachings are based around betrayal. They view it as a test of strength. Thinking about that, and knowing what had become of his own father, Timon still could not believe that the Sith Empire had survived as long as it had. Surely such a system could not last under such conditions. Surely it would one day implode. The only question was, how many innocents would it take with it when it did? It was for that reason alone that the Sith had to be opposed. He could not say if this alliance between the commander of this new alliance and the Sith Empress would last, but one day, they would all need to be prepared. One day, the Sith would try to stick a blade in their backs. It was inevitable. The shuttle's comm system buzzed. They were receiving a signal from the Republic ships. Unidentified ship. This is Admiral Gavin Odyssey. State your intentions. Ro tapped his headset and answered. Admiral, this is Shuttle DX-3 out of Bantoon. We are expected and have brought news from Ms. Lana Beniko and the commander. There was a brief pause. Transmit clearance code now. DX-3. Timon broadcast the code they had gotten from Master Shira. It had been agreed upon with Miss Beniko and should get them access to the growing Alliance fleet. If this doesn't work, Tim thought, it won't really matter. They were in range of the guns of that Valor right now. If it chose to fire, there would be little left of the shuttle or them. DX-3, this is Admiral Odyssey again. You are cleared for landing on Docking Bay 1. Welcome. Timon let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Ro Wilkes brought the shuttle in closer, the Valor growing even larger in their viewport. They had made it this far, at least. Hopefully it would be enough. I. Once we enter the Avon corridor, there will be no turning back. The fleet will be committed. Admiral Gavin Odyssey looked at the flickering hologram of Lana Beniko. We will not get another shot at this, Miss Beniko. The former Minister of Sith Intelligence nodded. Timon could see from her expression that she had understood everything that the Admiral had said. They would have only one shot at this. One last chance to liberate Bantoon. According to the information that these two young men have provided me, the Admiral continued, the minefield protecting the Bantoon jump point will be down for 30 minutes. It is a short window for an attack, but provided that this Avaryss woman does not have ships in position to defend the entrance, we should have clear passage to the Bantoon system. From there, all we will need to worry about is the fleet elements defending the planet, and any orbital defenses that might be fielded. The minefield will not be a problem, even if your ships are a little late, Ro Wilkes promised. Our master has people on both the stations. They will ensure that no resistance comes from there. And what if the shield generators on the planet? Beniko asked. Having heard Wilkes' words, this attack will be for nothing if the planet remains secure while Avaryss deploys her weapon. We have people dealing with the shield generator situation, Wilkes added. Between them, the Paladina, and their survivor allies, it should be possible to shut down enough of the shields for the attack on the planet to truly begin. If the shields are down, or at least open, we have a chance. We have the location of the warlord's so-called Grand Temple. A flight of bombers will disable it before any devilry can be brought to bear, the Admiral answered. Again, Lana Beniko nodded. And what of you, young Master Tag? She said, not being able to see him, but knowing he was there. Do you believe what Mr. Wilkes has brought us? Do you believe that Darth Avaryss is truly vulnerable? Timon frowned. He wanted to say yes. He wanted to believe that they had Avaryss at the disadvantage. Master Merritt was distracting her, and he seemed certain that he could keep her from responding with full force to the coming attack. Still, the half-blood felt a shiver run down his spine. His memory of Survivor Base remained. Avaryss had executed the betrayal of Survivor Squad with the skill of a Sith mastermind. He wanted to believe the intelligence reports about the minefield, but felt it was a bit too convenient. Avaryss defenses being down just when they needed to stage this attack. It felt too good to be true. At the same time, they could no longer afford to wait. If what Roan Wilkes said was true, Avaryss was almost ready to bring the weapon she used on the Raicha to bear against the rest of the galaxy. Even if this was a trap, they had few options. They either hit Avaryss now, or risk falling to whatever it was she had planned. He sighed. He had no choice. They had no choice. There is a risk, he said, but I think we have to take it. As the Admiral said, we will only have one shot at this. Agreed, Lana said. If we had more time, I would say wait, and strike at Avaryss at a time of our choosing, but time is not on our side. The Alliance's movements against the Eternal Empire are entering a critical stage. If we don't move now, we will not have the ships to deploy against Avaryss. They will be needed in the next stage of the campaign against Arcann. So we do, or die, the Admiral said. That isn't great news, Miss Beniko, but we will do what we must. Though there is another consideration. We are not the only ones who know about Avaryss' weapon. What if we start the attack only to have the Eternal Fleet show up and block the Tython corridor? We could be trapped between Avaryss loyalists and Arcann ships. We would be slaughtered. The commander has arranged a distraction. She promised. There is a Republic shipyard not 3,000 light-years from your final staging ground. The Alliance had been conducting recon flights near it. I have also had my agents leak information to suggest that we will be trying to liberate that shipyard to Arcann's intelligence people. When we jump to Tython, Arcann's commanders will likely believe we are striking there. Even if the Zakuul realize the strike is a feint, they will not be able to deploy quick enough to trap us over Bantoon. A well-conceived plan, Tython said. Arcann and his Zakuul had two choices. Let the Alliance wipe out a warlord that could be a threat to his rule, or risk having the Alliance secure a ship facility that would allow them to expand their operations against his eternal throne. Yes, Bantoon did have ship facilities, but they were not designed for mass production like the ones maintained by the Republic proper. Yes, letting the Alliance take out Avaryss would be in Arcann's best interest too. Hopefully, that would be enough to convince him not to get involved in the coming attack. We will need to cut this call short, Miss Beniko, the Admiral said. We have already remained at this location too long. The Zakuul won't pursue our ships, but if we stay in one place too long. Understood, Admiral. I will contact you again once you reach the final staging area. From there we will be able to see if Avaryss forces are as vulnerable as we have been led to believe. If everything looks good, you will be clear to jump to the Tython system. The hologram winked out. The Admiral turned to the two young men. Will you men be returning to Bantoon? The scout ship you came in will likely be missed. We have made plans for that, Wilkes assured him. The pilots of the scout flight we commandeered were eliminated 2 days before we left. I will broadcast a final distress call before destroying the ship. If Avaryss forces come to check, all they will find is debris. And where will you be? Tython asked. Wilkes grinned. I've already arranged transport on a ship on its way back to Bantoon. People loyal to my master. That will allow me to be in position on planet to ensure our attack's success. He put a hand on Tython's shoulder. You want to come? We could use you for the next stage of the plan. That lightsaber of yours would come in handy. Tython considered it. On one hand, he wanted to be on the surface of Bantoon, helping an Avaryss overthrow, but on the other, he felt a strange tingling in the back of his neck. It felt like a tugging at his subconscious that he needed to be here. Plus, if he returned, he would likely need to face Zay again, face to face. Despite what she had done, he could not say if he could do it. If he could look upon her, blade versus blade, and strike her down. All these things passed through his mind, but still he felt the pull of the force of duty. He needed to stay here. Before he could respond, an alarm rang throughout the ship. The Admiral pulled his communicator and demanded a report. Tython heard what was being said. A fleet of small vessels had entered the system. The Admiral hurried to the bridge with the 2 men at his side. The Valor's bridge was alive with activity by the time they arrived. What have we got? He demanded. Small assault craft, Admiral, at least 30 vessels, plus fighters. They're being led by a Corvette-class gunship and mid-level freighter. The freighter is identifying itself as the Co-op's Folly. Tython grinned. Captain Cooper was here. He reached out with the force. He could sense the others. Both his grandsire and Switch were aboard the Folly. He was glad that they were here. Not that they would soon be in harm's way again, but that they had made it through the Zakuul attack. His thoughts turned to his lover. He wished she could send her someplace safe, but where was that? As long as Avaryss lived, they were all at risk. There was only one way to ensure Switch's safety, and that was ending Avaryss' rule. The Admiral snorted as he looked out the viewport, his eyes focused on the folly. Timon got the sense that there was some history there. "What about the Corvette?" the officer asked. "Receiving information now. She is hailing us. Says her name is the Judgment of Key." "Don't fire, Admiral," Timon said. "The Key is a friendly." The Admiral gave him an arch look. "I do recognize that name, Mr. Tag. The Judgment of Key is a pirate ship." Timon knew that. Until recently, he had served on the Key. It was Captain Booz's flagship for large raids. It seemed that his old commander was interested in paying Avaryss back for her people's raid on Death, and all the people that had suffered there. Timon didn't blame him. He had his own scores to settle as well. The Admiral made for the holotank. The communications were already coming in from the new arrivals. Both Captain Booz and Gabe Cooper's holograms awaited them. Cooper smiled as Admiral Onesi stepped into the field. "That you, Gavin. It has been some time, kid." The Admiral snorted. "I'm hardly a kid anymore, Captain. What brings you here to this sector of space?" "Me and my people are here to offer our services. You will need ships if you're to pull off Ms. Beniko's plan." The Admiral frowned. He looked like he was ready to deny even knowing Ms. Beniko. "What? You didn't think she would reach out to anyone who wants Avaryss gone?" Cooper asked. "Besides, if you remember, I'm quite familiar with the Bantoon system, done a lot of business over the years there. You could use my help when the blaster bolts start flying." Finally, the Admiral sighed. "I guess you're right. I welcome your help, Captain." Captain Booz turned to Timon. "Ah, there you are, lad. I trust you are ready to help us get a little payback for Avaryss people's visit to our home." Timon nodded grimly. He still tried to follow the Jedi code. Revenge was not justified, but the people that died on Death deserved to see justice done. Stopping Avaryss and Zay was part of that. "We welcome your help, Gentles," Onesi said. "Stand by to receive new jump coordinates. We need to leave this system before we attract any Zackle attention." "Roger that," Cooper said. "We're standing by." "As are we," Booz added. "Until next time, sir." The holos vanished as the two captains returned to their duties. Timon looked at Admiral Onesi. "Didn't realize you knew Captain Cooper," he said. The officer shrugged. "I was recruited into the survivors during the last year of the First War," he admitted. "Served under Master Jazz and Chris Capistan. Both were good men." He winced. "Both died fighting the Sith we're about to engage. They deserve a little justice for that. Even if it wasn't my duty, I would do what I could do to see that justice done." Timon nodded. It seemed he and Ro weren't the only ones who had scores to settle. The Admiral turned to Timon's companion. "If you are leaving, sir, you had best be on your way. This fleet is getting ready to jump." "Understood, Admiral," Ro said with a salute. He turned to Timon. "Bye, Tim. See you on Bantoon." The half-blood nodded. Hopefully, that reunion would be to celebrate the liberation of an innocent world. Otherwise, he frowned. Well, he tried not to think about that. Ro left, and when they had confirmation that he was away, the Admiral saw to his command. He returned to the main section of the bridge. He ordered communication to open a channel to the rest of their fleet. "This is Admiral Onesi. All ships, prepare to make the jump." "All ships acknowledge, Admiral," a Bithcom officer said from the crew pit. "Then by all means, go when ready." The Valor's captain, a Twi'lek male, stood at their side. "Is my flagship ready, Captain?" Onesi asked. "Yes, sir. The Chris Capistan is fully under your command." Timon smiled. He hadn't realized. Traditionally, sailors referred to their ships as female, but in the Republic's case, some were named for victories or Republic heroes. They named a heavy cruiser for Chris. Timon nodded. He thought the colonel would approve. He watched as the stars stretched. He felt a jolt under his feet as they entered hyperspace. The half-blood thought of his friends on Bantoon. They still had much to do, but at least they were moving. Stay safe, everyone, he thought, thinking of not just those on the planet, but those here. Stay safe. We're coming. Chapter 63, The Plan. Avaryss hurried down the corridors of the Grand Temple, her 2 guards in lockstep beside her. It is time, she thought to herself with an eager grin. Finally, it is time. The fury had needed to come down through the eye of the storm. The swirling clouds and lightning that surrounded the temple were too large and too wild to simply fly through. The sight pleased her. The dark side continued to grow stronger, its energies altering the weather around this place. Soon those energies would be unleashed, then channeled and absorbed into the very stones of the structure and from there directed. The Ascension Protocol, and it would be used to power the final ritual. The ritual that would make the galaxy hers. She tried to remain focused on that, but she couldn't, not entirely. Rain and Agony were back, and they had brought Fan with them, or so the report said. A shiver ran down her spine, one of pure anticipation and excitement. Welcome back, my love. You are just in time. Though she wanted to go and see Finn, to speak with him, and see if the changes he had gone through were everything she hoped for, she knew she needed to exercise patience. There were still many things she needed to take care of before she could enjoy their reunion. Taking care of the Aistillo family, making any last minute tweaks to the Ascension Protocol, and making sure her forces were ready to receive the soon-to-be-arriving Alliance fleet. The Aistillo family first, she thought. That would be most enjoyable. The princess had been taken to a holding room. She was being watched by a collection of guards and battle droids, and had been drugged again, to prevent any force tricks. The Paladina had proved to be nuisance, and she would not risk the girl ruining what she had built, what she had been planning these last few years. Avaryss thought of the girl's threats, and her warning about choosing not to flee Bantoon being the last mistake she would ever make. She tried to ignore that. What did the pampered little princess know? Avaryss was the champion of the dark side. She would not be denied. I will deal with her when her mother arrives. I already had an idea about that, and it was most delicious, but first, matters would be moving very swiftly now. She had also just received a report from Admiral Kennedy. They had lost a scout ship outside the system, but not before it sent back an alert of a gathering fleet of Republic ships. The enemy force taking shape, she knew, when Ass and his lapdogs joined them, they would be ready, and so would Avaryss. The enemy was coming, and soon. She needed to be ready. They all needed to be ready, which meant that it was finally time. Time to let her loyal flock in on the entire plan. They all had parts to play if things were to go off as she hoped, and after 3 years of doing their jobs and preparing, at last, it was time to reward their patience. She arrived in the meeting room to find them all there, the 7 remaining members of the council, her inner circle, Rain, and her allies, and even Dr. Fran. Agony stood by Abominus, her 2 oldest allies, reshaped as they were, still radiated a familiar sense in the Force. Avaryss could feel their power, part of her envy that, the changes that had been wrought. When this was over, and when Ander was a little older, she might join them in becoming more than human. Their trio would be formally reunited then, all 3 having left normalcy behind. Let us all become flying monsters, and then, let all our enemies despair. Bliss and Jeer were here too, attending to their respected teachers. She could sense her children's eagerness. They likely sensed what she did, that the final victory was nearly upon them. The Dark Lord's eyes found Rain's. Her apprentice was smirking, her eyes alight with the sense of dark triumph. Avaryss wondered why, and as she reached out with the Force, she sensed exactly why her student was so pleased with herself. Avaryss gave her an arch look that only widened the girl's smile. The 2 gave each other knowing looks. It is the heart drinker, the Dark Lord realized. It was gone. Rain had purged it from her body. She had to admit she was impressed. She had hoped the girl was powerful and wise enough to discover the answer. The heart drinker could only be removed by overfeeding it. Only by gorging it on the dark side could it be expelled from the body. Rain had clearly done that, not only proving her great power and anger, but also the foresight and strength to destroy it before it could become reattached to her body. Avaryss had to admit she was pleased. She could not resist a sense of pride in her student. I chose well when I took her as my apprentice. She is indeed my rightful heir. All eyes found hers as the doors opened, and they, her gathered followers, all rose as she entered, a touch that she liked. Why not? I am their leader, their superior. Why shouldn't they rise at my entrance? Please be seated, she exclaimed. We have much to discuss, and little time to do it in. The others found their seats around a large table, though Rink preferred to lean against the wall behind Necris, who pushed her chair back so that he could place a hand on shoulder, his fingers lightly touching her neck, teasing her. For about the 1000th time, Avaryss wondered about that relationship. There had been flirty glances back in the day, but Necris' path on the dark side had changed her considerably. She still wondered how the two could still be an item. It might be interesting to figure that out one day. Everyone is assembled, my lord, General Glask said from his position near the back of the room. Technically, he was not on the council, but given his command of their military forces, he needed to be here. He would need to hear what was expected of their soldiers in the coming battle. I can see that, General. I bid you all welcome to the Grand Temple, and to this most auspicious moment. The Dark Lord smiled grandly. My friends, our day has come. That is excellent news, Master, Zen Lure said, her golden Sith eyes sparkling with anticipation. But I must ask a question. Go ahead, Avaryss said. How does the imminent attack by an Alliance fleet figure into your strategy? We have all seen the reports from the recon flights. If those numbers are accurate, we will not have the forces necessary to repel the enemy, not if the minefield does not stop them. Avaryss cackled. That fleet is not coming to attack us, dear Zen. It is coming to join us, though the sailors and troopers on board don't realize it yet. They will soon all be willing fighters in our cause, and then they shall be turned loose on the Zakuul home world, and with this fall, we will have both the ships and troops to do what I've always promised. My friends, we will end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy. And how are we to get past the Eternal Fleet? Darth Gul hissed, his misshapen face twisted into an even more ugly visage. By the power of the dark side, Avaryss replied, and the effects of Death Knell, the same effects that brought the Raycha under my control. Avaryss laughed, and did a little twirl, her arms outstretched. Look around you, and my friends, this temple is no mere structure. It is a blade pointed at the throat of the very galaxy, and now, we have the strength and skill to wield that blade. Make no mistake, once the final ritual is completed, I shall personally destroy every man, woman, and child in the Zakuul system. The reign of the Eternal Throne will end, Arcann will end, and I shall take his massive fleet for my own. But why kill them? Necris asked, if the weapon you now wield is so potent, why not simply make the Zakuul like the Raycha? Why not make the Knights of Zakuul yours? Why would I require Vitia's leftovers? She sneered. Why sully our grand cause by inviting such mongrels into our ranks? No, destruction is what is needed here, to prove to the rest of the Sith Order what happens to those that think themselves superior to the true Dark Lord of the Sith. Many around the table nodded. Avaryss had told the truth, but she had another reason for her choice as well. She didn't truly believe that Darth Vitiate was gone. Her grandfather's spirit was terribly clever, and she would not risk it surviving the purge of the Zakuul system. As it was, she suspected that Vitiate was hiding either inside Arcann or his sister. By destroying them, she destroyed his link with the world, and with no other bodies to inhabit, the Eternal Throne would be hers. She would not allow the former emperor to survive, take the body of some random knight she had spared, and resume his control of the Eternal Fleet. No, Zakuul had to be destroyed, and it seemed the others agreed with her. From his place behind Abominus, Jir giggled. Bliss smirked, clearly liking what her mother was saying. Such a ritual will require great power, my master, Rain said, her lips pursed in thought. The two of us were able to subdue the Raycha, but it left us drained to the point of exhaustion, and that was only a single planet. To seize control of the enemy fleet, and then destroy an entire system, the entire Zakuul race, it seems impossible. She shifted uncomfortably under her master's look. The dark side has no limits, we are not so lucky. Well said, my dear, Avaryss answered, her smile returning. Fortunately, we will not be drawing on our own powers alone for this ritual. In fact, if everything goes as I have foreseen, you will be free to use your battle meditation against the approaching fleet, and not have to concern yourself with the final ritual. Rain chewed her lower lip, still not entirely confident, but Avaryss didn't blame her. After being a part of the test ritual, Rain knew better than anyone how taxing using the keys were. Avaryss knew she needed to reassure her and the others. I ask you all to trust in both me and the dark side, she said. I can do this, and I will bring us victory. The first stage of the plan is simple. Mr. Rink's forces, backed up by our raid shot thrust ships, will engage the arriving Alliance forces in the Tython system. The enemy will arrive believing that the minefield has been disabled, which it will be. Before the others could panic, Avaryss raised her hand. Rink's forces will engage the Sith ships among the Alliance fleet. If all works out as I believe, that will divide the Alliance force. When our allies fall back to Bantoon, the eager Sith commanders, hungry for blood and glory, will pursue, leaving the rest of the Alliance fleet behind. The Republic and Jedi ships will remain in Tython to secure the minefield control station over Tython. How can they not? Republic military doctrine will allow for nothing else. That will buy us even more time. They will take the station and find that the systems have all been shifted to the station over Bantoon. All minefield control will remain ours, and that they are locked out and unable to take control of our field from their useless beachhead. They will have wasted valuable time securing an irrelevant objective. Meanwhile, the Sith ships that arrive in Bantoon space will be met by our superior Sith forces. Lord Rain's battle meditation will ensure that the damage they do is minimal, and give our fleet and troops both the strength and time to hold, while the final ritual is completed. By the time the rest of the Alliance fleet arrives, it will be too late. The Ascension Protocol will be completed, and the final ritual will begin. The enemy will arrive only to feel the power of the dark side, that in-death knell filling their blood. They will be converted one and all. A few may resist, but after my work analyzing the bodies of those raid Cha that were not affected, I have all but eliminated that chance. The Alliance fleet and all its soldiers will be mine. We will expand our army and navy with minimal loss. Dr. Vran nodded from her place at the table. The Chiss and Avaryss had studied the fallen raid Cha, and they believed the chance of any organic resisting the latest death knell strain was down to 12%. That 89% success rate was more than enough for Avaryss to decide to begin the final stage. Beric frowned and turned to face her. A risky plan, my lord. Sister, are you certain you can do this? There is no reward without risk, Rick. As for certainty, that was why we tested the weapon on the raid Cha. Things will work as I expect. In fact, this time, it will be easier than that. I will have far much more power to bring into play. You gonna draw power from storms around this place, boss? Rink asked. Avaryss smirked. Is that what you think? A good guess, Mr. Rink. He beamed. But it is not entirely correct. How then? Holly asked. The storms were part of it, Avaryss continued, or rather, they made what is coming possible. I doubt any of you were able to fly through the intense storms to reach this place, instead having to drop down from high orbit into the eye. Her allies nodded and responded in the affirmative. Our shuttle nearly clipped one of the damn Bond weather satellites on the way down. Abominus complained. There were so many of the damn things. Indeed, Avaryss purred, one for every major Bond settlement, as I intended when I realized that the temple would cause disruptions to Bantoon's weather patterns. 2.5 years ago, in my role as Prime Minister, I allowed the expansion of the Weather Service's number of satellites, just for this occasion. Avaryss entered a command on the table before them. A hologram of the schematics of the Bond weather satellites appeared, that, and the improvements she had made to them. Recently, those satellites were upgraded. She informed everyone, and thanks to Abominus, Rink, and my old friend Vaga the Hutt, we now have the means to carry out the Ascension Protocol. The holo image before them shifted, showing those improvements. Some of the more scientifically minded members of the gathering gasped in realization. What are those? Holly asked. her eyes widening. The core of the satellites, Avaryss answered, upgraded droid brains provided by Tython cyber systems, slave to hyperwave transmitters we have deployed all over Bantoon, and a bit of HUD engineering, a magnetic drop system, controlling a Vladium rod payload. Vladium, Barrick said, his eyes narrowing. I had some left over from the raid Mr. Rink's people carried out. Seemed like a shame not to use it. Holly visibly paled. I have seen these designs before. The HUD version anyway. They are from the days of the HUD Empire. Avaryss nodded. I believe we should forget the past at our own peril, don't you, Holly? She nodded, but her expression remained troubled. These weather satellites, they aren't satellites at all. They are modified HUD railguns. The Dark Lord beamed proudly, happy with her corps of engineers at Tython and Sanctuary Base. She had left Holly off the project because she, like many of those serving her here on Bantoon, had become a bit too attached to this world. That, and she didn't think her friend would be able to focus on her work if she fully understood the endgame. Railguns, Avaryss said with a slight frown. I prefer the term, mass drivers. Weapons capable of performing the same function as an atomic weapon, but without the ugly fallout. Best of all, they don't set off the Bond radiological alarms, the perfect weapon to deal with Bond cities, to deal with all the Bond cities. The Dark Lord paused, letting the others digest what she had told them. She looked out over the eyes of her fellows. Most seemed okay, but a few seemed uncomfortable. Holly chief among them. All cities, Darth Agony said, her large purple eyes narrowing, all of them. A necessary sacrifice, Avaryss said with a shrug. Sacrifice, Agony purred. Bliss looked at both her master and her mother. The girl's eyes were uncertain. Everyone, she said in a small voice, all of them. Avaryss nodded. Mother, Bliss said, what about the Bond that helped us? The ones that helped us take this world, that served us. Avaryss shrugged. What about them? Shouldn't they be warned? Why, Avaryss asked, once the final ritual is done, this world will not be theirs anymore. The hunters that emerge from the Grand Temple will claim what is left. That is their reward. A few of the nobles that helped us will join their ranks, but they will be the new Bond. They will have the power that I promised them. Agony made a small cough, but fell silent when Avaryss looked at her. Behind Abominus, Jeer cackled. Wizard, Mom, he exclaimed, totally wizard. It is not wizard, Jeer, Avaryss said. It is necessary. He nodded, but still couldn't kill the wide grin from his face. So much like his father, may he rot, she thought. Too much like him. Zin laughed. She seemed more behind the plan than Avaryss herself. Betrayal is the coin of our realm, she purred. It's about time the Bond found that out. Holly looked at her. You don't have to sound so excited about this, the changeling said. As her lordship said, this is necessary. Of course it is, Zin added. The executioner looked upon Avaryss with a look that was almost worshipful. Greatness requires sacrifice, Zin said with an evil grin. We trade one world to bring order and security to thousands of others. It is a fair trade, I believe. If the Jedi had been strong enough, they would have realized this years ago, but they lacked the strength or the conviction. Rain shot her a cruel look. Your late Jedi Master would have agreed, I'm sure. Zin turned to her with fury in her eyes. Watch yourself, serving girl. Rain continued to smile, not backing down. Avaryss smiled. She had enjoyed telling Rain about Saidar Ben, and how Zin had betrayed him. Rain was now old enough to realize that she could use such knowledge, though now was probably not the best of times. Avaryss stepped in before any trouble could come to pass. Enough, the Dark Lord said, and this Zin is not wrong. The death of one world will bring thousands under my control, and with it, an end to the destructive wars that have plagued the last century. A shiver ran down her spine. She no longer believed in the philosophy of the greater good, but if that helped sell what was about to happen to the others, so be it. All that mattered to Avaryss was that the galaxy was about to be hers, and hers alone. Vitiate, no matter who he was hiding in now, would be crushed, and the Sith Empire would be hers. she would tear Asuna from the throne and take her rightful place. It was a long time coming. The next 20 minutes saw her going over the smaller details with each of the others in turn. They all had their part to play in this victory after all. Rain and Zen both seemed especially eager to carry out their individual parts, but who could blame them? As apprentice and executioner, they would reap as many benefits as Avaryss did. Avaryss would have the throne, but her hands would have more power than they could have ever dreamed of. Why else had they stayed loyal these last few years, and now she would be able to make good on her promises? They were both more than pleased. As the meeting ended, the group began to break up to see to their parts in the plan. The only ones who would not be playing a direct part were Bliss and Jeer. She had informed them that they would be handling the removal of her library of Sith knowledge and artifacts to more secure locations. An important job, one she could only trust her children with. Avaryss was confident in her abilities, but she was not foolish enough to leave anything to chance. If something did go wrong, she preferred to have a few things on hand that she could use to rebuild. Plus, by removing Bliss and Jeer, she would not have to worry about her children once the battle began. Ander and Zen's daughter Maya will also be removed. Maya would be transported out by Barrick, who would see to the securing of Sanctuary Base, and Ander would be taken out of the system once she had used him to secure his father's loyalty. By securing the next generation of House Avaryss, she ensured its continuance, which left only one heir left to deal with. Ange, Agony's daughter, would be the last child to leave. She would be aboard Baron Tresco's private shuttle. He and his wife were being sent back to the Empire proper. Tasia was to go to the Citadel on Dramenkos to deliver Avaryss' offer of surrender to Asuna. Avaryss had no desire to destroy the Imperial throne world, but she would if Asuna refused to see sense and let Avaryss have her throne. Speaking of Ange, her mother had not moved from the room. Agony remained behind, her eyes focused on her old friend and master. "Yes, Lord Agony," Avaryss asked, "is there something more?" Agony didn't nod, her eyes narrowed slightly. "May I speak to you alone?" Of course, Avaryss excused herself from General Glass. She still needed to speak with Admiral Kennedy on the holo, but for now she had a few moments. The two Sith entered a small alcove off the meeting room. When they were sure they were alone, Arcann spoke. Her voice was troubled. "All of them," she hissed. "All of who?" Avaryss asked. The creature that had been her friend and lover hissed. "I knew the plan. I knew you would need to perform some sacrifices for the ritual, but killing them all." Avaryss' brow furrowed. Where had this come from? "I'm surprised to find you squeamish, especially after what these Bond did to you." Agony looked down at her taloned hands, her fangs sticking out over her lower lip. The feathers of her wings were sticking out at slightly off angles, showing her displeasure. "What?" Avaryss demanded. "What is it?" Agony gave her a pained look. Avi, I had hoped, that when you were done on this world, you would let me have it. I like it here." Avaryss gave her oldest friend a compassionate look. "Lord Agony, please, why would you even want this place? What use will you have for it as one of my most trusted generals?" It seemed that Agony was about to answer, her mouth open, and then closed just as quickly. She bowed her head. I don't know." Avaryss gave her a sad look. "What you're feeling, it is just leftover flickers from before your injury. Remember, Lord Agony, the Bond showed us what they were when they poisoned you. If I had not acted when I did, you would be dead." "I know, Avi," she said, nodding. "Then you should feel nothing when we burn this wretched ball. The mass drivers will deal with the cities. The Vladium rods are infused with the dark side. When they hit that energy, will be released. All that death and despair, it will magnify the dark side unleashed from the rods 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold, and with the deaths of millions, the temple will drink in that dark side energy. It will soak it up like a sponge. It will be charged with enough power to enslave the galaxy, and then we will be able to do everything I promised." The Dark Lord cackled. "An end to war, agony, order, and security for our whole empire. My empire will be perfect. I shall rule over it all, and you will be at my right hand." "As you say, Avi? She nodded and reached out for her friend. When Agony leaned forward, awaiting her touch, a memory suddenly flashed through Avaryss. The moment she watched Agony begin to change, the change she had wrought. She pulled her hand away. She saw Agony's eyes widen in disappointment and fear. Avaryss almost laughed. Let her feel that disappointment. Let her think that she has disappointed me. It is better this way. She would not let her feelings distract her from what needed to be done. Victory was almost at hand, that and revenge long denied. In that moment, she thought of the days of suffering she had endured at Darth Avaryss' hands after returning from one of her earliest missions, when she had met Shira Veal and Master Jazz for the first time. After that punishment, she had sworn to herself to see Jazdar been punished for making her master do that to her, and at last, the time for that revenge was here. She would destroy Jazz's home world, and his family in one swift stroke. She would erase his family, and the Paladina order he had created. She would leave nothing left of his memory. He would be cast down and forgotten. Delicious, she thought. The perfect revenge. I will leave you to your plans, Avi, Agony said, bowing. There are matters that I must see to prepare for our victory. Avaryss grinned triumphantly. She watched her love, her friend, her slave leave her. You do that, she murmured, pleased that she had cowed the creature who was still useful, but now broken to her will. Wonderful, she thought with a smirk. All too easy. I. Agony hid her feelings until she was out of Avi's sight, and even then, she did what she could to shield her emotions. She snarled, her eyes narrowing in fury, as her memory came back, fully returned, thanks to Finn, Mara's touch. It was her, Agony realized. The bond had never poisoned her. She remembered the dinner with Avi, how her mother had been hiding, watching, how they had spoke as she had been left frozen, her body twisting from the inside out by one of Avi's Sith potions. In that moment, Darth Agony died a swift and permanent death, and in that moment Teodresco returned. Her fingers flexed, her talons emerging. They did this, she knew, Avi and her mother. They took everything from me. They took my humanity, my life, She growled. They took my daughter from me, my Ange. Her eyes flared bright purple. They betrayed me. She had never been anything but loyal to Avi. She had loved her, protected her. Even after I had died, she had not faltered. She remembered her mother's voice, saying she would do better with Ange, make her a proper Sith. Betrayed, Taya thought. They betrayed me. She stopped. Part of her wanted to go back and confront Avi. Tell her that she remembered everything. Tell her that she was enraged. She paused. No. She took a deep breath and drank in that anger, that rage. She let it simmer in her breast. She let the heat turn cold. No. Confronting Avi right now was foolish. Avi would break her, or order the hunters that were skulking in almost every shadow of this terrible place to turn on her, tear her apart. She would claim that she felt bad about it, but secretly Avi would laugh at her, call her a fool for such a thoughtless move. Taya nodded. She could not afford to be thoughtless, and she would not be. No. She needed to be smart if she wanted her revenge. And smart she would be. She looked around the grand temple, Avi's symbol of dominance. She hated it. It sickened her, after all her years of friendship, loyalty, and love. She shivered and began to harden her heart. Her eyes had been blinded by love, but now, they were finally open. Avi loved this place, her glorious plan far more than anything, even her son, even Taya and Finn. So be it, Taya thought. She knew what had to be done. She turned to see to her part in the plan, and made her own. She thought of her mother, and the words of disappointment. Well, mother, she thought, I finally learned my lesson. It took losing my humanity, and my daughter, but I finally understand what it is to be Sith. She smiled wickedly. She thought about what Zen had said during the meeting. Betrayal is the coin of our realm. So be it, Taya thought. It is time, Mother Avi. It is time to pay you back in the coin of our realm. To pay you both back, with interest. Chapter 64. The Question. We shouldn't be doing this. Shireville whimpered as she tried to keep her stomach from turning over. The wave cutter that they were riding and was living up to its name cutting through the choppy sea. She took a deep breath and swallowed, fighting the sense of dizziness and nausea that tried to overwhelm her. I can't do this, she thought. I will do this. The ship, provided by Go's people, had been released to Choir for this journey. He had spoken privately with Master Kit and Master Jazz's son. She was not sure what had passed between them, but whatever it was, it had convinced both the Underlord and the Paladin Grandmaster to let them make this trip. She had been asked by Choir to join him. She looked at him. Cooper's son seemed unaffected by the shifting waves. His eyes cool and focused, seemed to be looking at something far away. She tried to be like that right now. She tried to be strong. She again closed her eyes, fighting off the dizziness and queasy feeling in her stomach. She took a deep breath and called on the Force. If she didn't feel so horrible, she would have thought it funny that she, a fully trained Jedi Knight, who had fought battles against Sith Lords and flew starfighters, could still get seasick. Yet, that is what had happened. The waves, the rocking motion had all but undone her. Choir said nothing, though he likely saw what she was going through. The man who had chosen to become Kylo Nord seemed distracted. He had insisted that they come, that he needed to go, and wanted her with him. He insisted that there was something she needed to see. He still had not explained why, saying only that she would see when they reached their destination. I could have said no, she thought morosely. She had every reason to. They were literally on the eve of battle. They had heard from Miss Beniko. The fleet would be here in another day, maybe two. Yet, something in the Force had compelled Shira to agree, a whisper that seemed to say that she needed to see what Choir had to show her. If Master Vey had taught her anything, it was to listen to the whispers of the living Force. In the end, she hoped, a bit of seasickness would be worth it. You, okay? Choir finally asked her. He had changed out of his armor and Kylo Nord garb for a simple shirt and breeches in the Bantoon style. He still carried his weapons, but seeing him dressed so simply, it was like seeing a different person. It made him somewhat less intimidating, though he still wielded both his blasters and lightsabers. I'll be fine, she assured him, hoping that she wouldn't throw up on him before they reached their destination. It is not usually like this, Choir said with a frown. The seas around the capital were always calm. Of course, those swirling storm clouds that never move were not there either. Shira nodded. She understood what he was saying. Whatever monstrosity Avaryss had built on that rocky island off the coast from the capital was a beacon for the dark side. It was disrupting the very fabric of this world. The weather was only part of it. The dark side was growing stronger. What the witch had built was drawing it in and concentrating it. She could almost smell it in the air. The galaxy will be a better and safer place when whatever that structure is gone. She took another deep breath and tried to center herself, while at the same time trying to keep her presence in the Force small. Who knew how powerful the witch was on this world? Her actions had twisted it, turning it closer to the dark side. If true balance was to be restored, the so-called Grand Temple, as the people in the capital called it, had to be destroyed, and hopefully, its creator along with it. The former could be handled by the approaching fleet. Bombers and capital ships in orbit could shatter the place and glass the island on which it sat. The latter, well. Shira suppressed a growl. Dealing with Avaryss, that would likely be her role in this fight. Her hand drifted to the lightsaber on her belt. Her thoughts turned to her dreams of the past decade. A sandy shore, the waves lapping at her feet. The witch standing before her, her lightsaber lit. The rising sun behind her. It was on that shore that she and the witch would dance their final dance, and only one would walk away. Was that beach somewhere here on Bantoon? It seemed more than likely. Her eyes narrowed. No matter what happened, it seemed that time, and destiny, was finally catching up with her. She and the witch were so close now. Soon they would meet again. She showed her teeth at the thought. We will meet again, for the last time. Despite having accepted that this was her destiny, that she had first started walking this road long ago, Shira could not help feeling a sense of fear. She told herself she was willing to give her life to stop the witch, but things had changed. Her life had changed. There was court now, and she had an apprentice. Sahar needed her. She had promised Vay to complete his training and keep him safe. Despite the nausea, she felt a sense of shame. Was this why the Jedi resisted attachment? Is this why they chose to distance themselves from emotion? If you have nothing to lose, how can you be brave? The question was asked in her master's voice, from a conversation they had had years ago, shortly after she and Court had become lovers for the first time. Shira had been feeling unsure about herself, wondering if she had betrayed the order by choosing to take him to her bed. They had sat her down, and they had talked for the first time as fellow Jedi. Before the fall of Ossus, Jedi had families. We lived as the rest of the galaxy had lived. We loved our mates and took care of our children. When the War of Exar Kun came, that changed. Ossus was destroyed, and knights fell. They slew their own master. Some of them were husbands and wives of knights and children of masters. Shira had blinked. Is that why the Order declared an end to attachments? Partially, those that survived, that lost loved ones to the dark side, thought it better to spare future generations of the knights that pain. That in the actions of Jedi Covenant, the Dre family's failings nearly brought ruin to the Order and the Republic. Though in the Dre's case, it was not mere attachment, it was the failure not to deal with grief, to let it fester into obsession. Regardless, these two incidents led the Jedi to turn against the concept of attachment. They feared those attachments made them weak. Do you believe that, Master? Vay's eyes had narrowed. No, Shira, I don't. Any decision made through fear should not be entirely trusted. Caution, tempered by wisdom, is better. Fear can make a being irrational. I have tried many times over the decades to explain this, and been rejected, told that the old ways will no longer work. Eventually, I stopped trying. I have always preferred to let the younger races lead. I have merely offered my opinion, but in the decision about rejecting attachment, I didn't agree. I had hoped the Order would correct itself in time, but that has yet to happen. Vay sighed. Passion can lead to rage and fear, but if you feel nothing, how can you feel compassion? How can you show it to others? The Council teaches that we must love unconditionally, that we must trust in the Order, and in the Force alone. I know that, and it works, mostly. Though I do worry about our Order. If we trust only in the Force, and in the Order, will that not lead us to arrogance? Will we not start to think ourselves better than the rest of the galaxy? To hide from all emotion is not commitment. It is going dangerously close to cowardice, to fear. Should we fear those that we have sworn to guide and protect? Yes, emotion offers passion, which can be corrupted, but without it, we become hard and distant. Jedi are sworn to serve the people, to guide them. But if we isolate ourselves to the point that we no longer understand people, and they no longer understand us, we take the risk of becoming no better than the Sith. We will think ourselves superior, and that cannot be, it must not be. But Master, if we grow too attached to those we care about, what happens if we are called on to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good? Doesn't that make that choice harder? Vay had given her a sad smile. The choice to give one's life should never be easy. Life is a gift of the Force. If you choose to give up that gift in the service of others, that is strength and bravery. Now tell me, Padawan, how can you truly be brave if you have nothing to lose? If you care for nothing, if you are just an extension of the Order, how can you truly grasp that sacrifice? Does having no attachments outside of the Order and the Force make such a choice easier? Yes. But are you serving the Force by never having lived? Being a Jedi, it is not about being ignorant. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge, but knowledge has its price. How can you know your true strength if you have never looked at passion and felt that first whispers of the dark side? Heard them, and still said no, still said, I am a Jedi, and I will not be tempted. Shira reflected on those words now. She thought of Court and Zahar, and realized something. To protect them, to protect those that trust me and care for me, I will give up my life, but I will not do so foolishly. I will return to them, if I can, and the Force wills it. Thinking about that, it made her feel better. If dying is what it took to stop Avaryss once and for all, she would pay that price, but she would do so honestly and with the full understanding of the consequences. If I must give my life to protect those I love, so be it. I am a Jedi, and that is my purpose. The boat bounced over a high wave again, fueling her nausea. She swallowed hard and willed her stomach not to turn over. Suddenly the wave cutter stopped. She felt it slide onto solid ground. Choir Cooper nodded. "We're here," he said, unbuckling his safety harness. Shira nodded eagerly, trying hard not to tear the restraints as she freed herself from them, wanting nothing more to get on dry land and hopefully let her stomach settle. She was just grateful she had not thrown up. The hatch popped open, and she almost leaped from the wave cutter, dropping on all fours, and breathed deeply of the salty air. She let the beast out, changing into a more lupin form, and sucked in several great deep breaths, trying to push away the last remnant of the troubling journey. It was at this moment that she got her first real look at their destination. She was not sure what to make of it. It was a small island, rocky and isolated. She saw a small manor house, with an old rocky tower rising behind it. Both were built in the traditional Bond style. Choir emerged and dropped down beside her. He ran his hand through his short hair. He sighed. "I guess this is the place." "Where are we?" Shira asked him. "A small island retreat, owned by a cousin of the Istillo family. The Sith would not know about this place. Any mention of it was purged from the records years ago, before the invasion." "How do you know that?" Shira asked him. "Bela told me, among other things." He took a deep breath, as if to center himself. "Come," he said, "there is someone I need to meet." They made their way over the beach, and up a small rocky path built into a hill. The house rose up before them. As they drew closer, Shira could see that only part of it was still in use. The rest appeared a ruin from a much older time. People emerged from the structure, an older-looking man in Bond finery, and two younger people, a young red-haired woman and a dark-haired man. Paladina, Shira realized she could feel them in the Force. Like her, they were keeping their connection small, but at such a short distance, she could sense them, and likely they could sense her. The old man smiled as he saw them approach, or rather, when he saw Choir. "Young Master Cooper, welcome," he said, opening his arms. "It has been too long, sir." "Hello, Tainer," Choir said with a slight bow. Shira paused as the two men embraced. "It has been far too long," Choir said into his shoulder. Shira waited patiently, sitting on her haunches, curious of what she was seeing. She knew that Choir had a history with the Istillo family, and now that she got a closer look, she could see that family sigil on the old man's coat. As they broke their embrace, Choir introduced her to the man. Tainer Billiba was a footman from House Istillo, and had served the family loyally for many a year. The two Paladinas said nothing. They watched the exchange carefully, and Shira as well. They had the look and feel of bodyguards, Shira thought, but what could be so valuable that a Paladina knight was needed to protect it, much less two? The old man smiled at Choir. "I think I can guess why you are here." Choir nodded. His expression was one of shyness. "I want to see her," he said. "I need to see her." The old man's smile widened. "As I knew you would one day." He gestured them forward. The two knights fell in step behind them. Choir and Tainer talked quietly. Shira could have listened in, but chose not to. They seemed to be old friends, she thought, which was surprising, considering how distant Choir remained around, well, everybody. As she reached out with the Force, she could sense the mindset of both Choir and those that had met them. This journey now seemed more important than she had originally thought. She felt this was personal. There was also a sense of tension in the air. She could sense that well enough from the Paladina guards. They were watching the two new arrivals very closely. She didn't sense a threat from them, but a sense of extreme caution. If anything, she and Choir were more of a danger to this place than anything else. Through the Force, this place felt like it was hiding from the rest of the world. She was not sure what to make of that. They walked into the old house through a large entry hall, and out the back, to a small courtyard. The sound of a child's laughter echoed in the air. Shira shifted back to her more human form, not wishing to startle the child. They saw the little girl playing by a small palm tree, under the watchful eye of an older woman in a noble finery. The child was making sand castles with a small red bucket. Her dress was not that of nobility, but that was because she was at play. Had this visit been more official, her guardians would likely have had her dressed up. Shira's eyes widened. She could feel the force in this one, a gentle humming power that was as yet untrained. The girl had bright gray eyes and strawberry blonde hair. Her features were similar to Shira. She recognized them right away. She is an Aistillo, Shira realized, but that thought didn't make sense. As far as she knew, none of the Aistillo children had yet to have any offspring of their own. Tainer and Choir approached the girl. The younger man seemed hesitant, but didn't falter. The two Paladina knights pressed closer to Shira. She looked upon them. The little girl looked up as the older man approached. "Randy," he called out, "there is someone here to see you." The little girl rose from the ground and curtsied sweetly. Choir paused, unsure of whether he should approach or not. "Who was she?" Shira asked the dark-haired man. The Paladina knight watched the girl and Choir closely. "The future of our world," he replied, "and of the royal line." The red-haired knight nodded. "She is Rhonda Obara Aistillo, daughter of Princess Merix. One day, she will ascend the throne as Obara, third of her name, voice of the people, shield of the matriarchy, and queen of all Bantoon." Shira blinked. Merix Aistillo's daughter, but that meant. Choir leaned down before the girl. She looked up, and him, and smiled. She smiled and wrapped her arms around him. He tensed, but accepted the hug. Slowly, he put his arms around her. In that smile, Shira saw the truth. The girl had Choir's smile. The young man who had become Calo Nord, he was this girl's father. Now Shira understood. Now she could see. The Alliance had thought it secured Bantoon's monarchy when they found Princess Bela. If the rest of the royal family was gone, she should have been the heir, but she insisted that she wasn't. Now Shira understood. Now she saw. The future was never with Jazz Darbin's youngest daughter. It had been hidden here the whole time, here. Within the blood of his first grandchild. Shira watched the interaction. She said nothing. She didn't seek to interrupt the reunion between father and daughter. "Now I see," she thought. "Now, I understand. I. For 3 hours, father and daughter interacted. Slowly the walls between them came down. The child spoke of her studies and what she liked, of dance and playtime. Her father listened, a soft smile on his face. When she spoke of her mother and the fact that she missed her, Choir held her, comforted her. He said he was sorry for being gone so long and promised to be here for her. Once this world had been secured, and it was safe for her to return to the palace. He was surprised to hear that she had never been there. She had always lived on this island cared for by her governess and tutors. She knew about the palace, of course, and accepted that one day she would need to go there. Shira spoke with her briefly, and even then, it was only as a simple greeting, a promise that the child would be reunited with her mother soon. Father and daughter dined simply with the staff and their guests. Shira watched the interaction, surprised to see how different Choir was here. How gentle he was with his daughter. As the sun began to set over the horizon, the little girl was taken away by her governess. It was almost her bedtime. Choir now spoke with both Tainer and the two Paladina. The princess would need to be moved. The battle that was coming to the capital could reach this place, and it was for the best that the girl was moved to a more secure location, at least, until victory was assured. If it could be assured, Shira thought. The old man agreed. He knew about the Sith conquest, and had done what he could to shield his young charge these last few years. They had an underwater boat, and would take the princess to a safe house, and there they would remain, until Bantoon was free once more. Choir and Tainer left Shira briefly, as the father went to say goodbye to his child. The Jedi remained with the two Paladina knights, who remained close to her, until Choir returned. Once he had, the four left the estate, and returned to the wave cutter. It was time for Choir and Shira to go. The young man said farewell to Tython, who promised him that he would see to the little girl's protection. Having heard this, Quire returned to the wave cutter, with Shira at his heels. The ship slid back from the shore on its repulsor lifts, before spinning around and beginning the long journey back to the capital. Shira said nothing until the small island was out of sight. Though she had not been eager to make this return trip, this time she had something to occupy her mind. She looked at Quire Cooper. She could sense his confusion, and anger. As a Jedi, it fell to her to make sure he remained focused. "Are you okay?" she asked him. He gave her a cold look. "Should I be okay?" he hissed, shaking his head. "When Bela told me about Randy, I was not sure what to believe." "And now?" Shira asked. Quire pounded the armrest of his seat. "They should have told me. I deserve to be told." "I do not doubt that," she replied, "though, even if you had known about the girl, would that have mattered?" He glared at her. Knowing would have changed everything. It would have changed everything, changed me. He shook his head. "Merrick's," he whispered. Why didn't you tell me?" Shira frowned. In this, she had no answers. She only knew what the man Tython had said. The girl, her coming had not been planned. She had been born out of an encounter between Quire and Lady Merrick's 8 years ago. The princess had been at a trade meeting and had encountered her old love. He had only begun his bounty hunting path then, and had only just become Calo Nord. The role had not consumed him yet. The two had spent the night together, and the little girl they had just seen had been the result. Queen Viseria had understood that the child needed to be protected. The future needed to be protected. Her nobles had grown uneasy as her children had reached adulthood, and started no families of their own. The queen understood the importance of the child and hid her away for 2 reasons. The first reason was to ensure the Istillo bloodline. Some royal traditions would not have recognized the girl for not having a noble father, but that was not the case on Bantoon. Nobility was in the female's blood, not the male's. By being born a girl, little Randy had ensured she was the next in line. Some of the nobles might complain, but precedence was on the little girl's side. The second reason her existence was hidden was that Merrick's Istillo was not married, and a potential alliance between one of the other great houses was still possible. If Quire never returned, or died, Merrick's would be free to wed into one of the great houses, to ensure an alliance. The Queen Mother had done what she had to, and Shira didn't blame her. Whether Quire did or not was another matter. Shira looked at the young man. She could feel the dark side boiling inside him. She frowned. This was not how they could begin, not on the eve of battle. "Are you angry at Merrick's?" she asked him. "Or at yourself?" Quire's hands curled into fists. "I left Bantoon to become worthy of her. I wanted to blaze a path away from my father. I wanted to be stronger than him, to be worthy." Shira cut him off. "This is not about your father, or your worthiness. It is about the child. Your child. I would have been there for her if I had known. If my father hadn't betrayed my mother. If..." Shira sighed. "Again, this is not about your father, or your issues with him. As for your mother, she is gone, Quire. She is one with the Force. Rhonda Cooper wants for nothing. Do not use her death as an excuse to continue your reveling in the dark side." He glared at her. She glared right back. "It is time to be honest with yourself. You may have left your family and became a hunter to build a legacy of your own, but instead you gave into the power of the dark side. You took a name steeped in cruelty and evil, and continued that legacy. You didn't build one of your own." "I took the name," he declared. "I was strong enough, and..." "Then you are no better than the people that have enslaved this world." "I was strong enough, so I took it. That is how Avaryss thinks. She is a slave of the dark side and her own ambitions. Are you the same?" He said nothing. She could feel him wrestling with this. Her words had touched something within. "What do you know of the dark side?" he grumbled. "I know more than you think," she replied. "I was born of the dark side, Quire Cooper. I created to be a hound of it, and every day I wrestle with that darkness. It is still a part of me." She growled. She let the beast come to the surface, her face becoming more animal-like. She glared at the young man. I know what you did, Choir Cooper. I know that you came to Jomark for Bela Istillo, the woman that is the aunt of your daughter. I know that you injured Master Vey in that attack. I know you left her weak and vulnerable to Avaryss ritual. She died because of you, and part of me wants to tear your throat out for that. You killed the woman that was like a mother to me. For the first time, she saw fear in his eyes. In that moment, he was not Calo Nord. That name and reputation had nothing to do with this. It was Choir Cooper that was here, and guilty of all the crimes he committed calling himself Calo Nord. He swallowed. He tried to appear indifferent, but now that he knew about his daughter, that he had someone who cared for him, that was harder. What is stopping you? He asked. Why don't you just kill me? She let the beast go, let it slip away. She took a deep cleansing breath. I do not kill you for 2 reasons. 1, we need you for the coming fight, and 2, because it is not what Master Vey would have wanted. I will not give in to vengeance. I will remain true to the teachings of the Order. She gave him an arch look. Tell me now, why did you want me to come with you on this journey? Because you are a Jedi Master. I thought you would understand my daughter's claim. As a senior Jedi, you will be able to vouch for my little girl's claim to the throne. You can't stand before the Senate, the matriarchy, or whoever else is in charge when this is over, and they will listen to you. If Randy is the only survivor of her family, my kid deserves her place on the throne. Shira nodded. She could understand his reasoning, but at the same time, she almost smiled. I'm a senior Jedi. I am a master. When did that happen? She nodded sagely. If that is what you want, Choir Cooper, but there is something you need to do as well. And what is that? You need to make a choice. You need to let go of the anger of the boy that turned away from his father after his mother died. Let go of the quest to avenge a mother who would never have wanted it. That quest opened you up the dark side, and as a result, you were nearly consumed by the legacy of Calo Nord. He said nothing. She could see how he wrestled with this. He had chased revenge for so long, been lost in his anger for so long. It had driven him to try to kill his father in the Lehan system, and to try to kill Bela Istillo, another member of his family, on Jomark. That anger had him in his grip for a long time. It would not be easy to let it go. Think of your daughter, Shira said, and think of your sister. True Halcyon left the Jedi and her father because of her anger, and it left her vulnerable, and now she is dead. Darth Avaryss used that anger to consume her and steal her body. Is True really gone? He asked. Is there no way to bring her back? I doubt it. The witch would not risk that chance if she could help it. If there is a way to banish Avaryss to the void and free her, we will find it. But if not... Choir nodded after a moment. I understand. That remains to be seen, Shira said. War comes for us, Choir Cooper, son of Gabe Cooper and Rhonda Halcyon Cooper, and when it does, you will be forced to make a choice and finally answer a question. Who are you? Are you Choir Cooper, father and son, defender of your child, or are you part of a murderous legacy that has existed for centuries? Are you Choir, or are you Calo Nord? He didn't answer. He simply stared into her eyes, and in those eyes, she could see the conflict. He doesn't want to leave that anger behind. It has made him strong for a long time, given him the strength to kill both Jedi and Sith, but in the end it will consume him too. Yet, she could also see his daughter in his eyes, and the feelings that he still had for her mother. A woman that was even now a prisoner of Darth Avaryss. Would he leave her to suffering and death? Would he risk their child just to hold on to a grudge? Shira looked grimly at the young man before her. So I ask you now, she said. Who are you? When he finally answered, she nodded. The words were easy to say, but not so easy to put into action. We will see, she thought, but for now, she accepted what he said. Outside the wave cutter, she felt the dark side shift. Something was happening in the middle of the distant storm. They needed to get back to the capital, to see to their part in the coming fight. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. It is time, she thought. Now it begins. Chapter 65. The Answer. I would like to propose a toast, my dear. Rain smiled as she took a flute glass from her master. The two Sith lords were alone in the Grand Temple's central tower. The room, finally completed, smelled of paint and floor polish. Darth Avaryss sat in the throne in the center of the chamber, her student, an heir, at her side. She held up the flute glass with an amused look. What shall we drink to, my lord? To the end of war, apprentice, the Dark Lord exclaimed with a pleased smirk, to the end of all resistance to our rule. Rain shuddered with excitement. Our rule. Has she ever heard two more beautiful words? An end to war. It seemed an odd thing for a pair of Sith to drink to. Was not conflict a part of their beliefs? Of course, war was not the only kind of conflict. There would always be those foolish to try and resist Sith rule, and so, they would never be without those to destroy. War, however, could be made obsolete, and would be if her master's dream came to fruition. She sipped the wine, letting it sit on her tongue, as her master had taught her, savoring the flavor. It was Avaryss' favorite, a spring wine from Arcann. She had had it before, but personally she preferred a more robust libation, like something from Sullust, or even the brew that the Wookiees concocted. Her time on the Shea Moon had widened her experiences and tastes. The thought amused her. Ironic, is it not, master? What is that, apprentice? That too such as us should rule the empire. You a farm girl from Arcann, and me, a slave from the Bogdan Moons. Rain giggled. Oh, how those high-born fools will complain under our rule. Avaryss nodded, but her expression was hard. Those girls we were, the women we would have become, are gone, apprentice. We cast them aside when we agreed to both serve and master the dark side. Remember that? Always, my lord. Avaryss nodded, but then her smile returned. The highborn will complain, though, in this you are right, but that is all they will do, complain once we have broken them. If they try to do more, well, we have ways of dealing with that now. A shiver ran down Rain's spine. Part of her looked forward to that, to subjecting all those beings with old proud names to true Sith power. We have the strength, she thought, why not use it? She found herself staring out into the storm that swirled relentlessly around the Grand Temple. She could almost see the faces of her many victims among those clouds, even the face of her mother. Her smile widened into a cruel smirk. Look at your little girl, now, mother, she thought, no longer a slave, sipping fine wine, and wearing fine robes and armor, and about to have it all. About to take the entire galaxy into my hands. She could also imagine the fear in her mother's eyes, the sadness and disappointment that her little girl had turned out this way. Rain sneered. Well, if you don't like it, she thought, well, to hell with you, mother. I have real strength now. I have the power. And I'm going to crush this wretched galaxy beneath my heel. She looked down at her teacher. Avaryss was equally robed and armored, her lightsaber on her belt. She was fiddling with a large metal wrist guard, one ornately engraved. The engraving was a picture of a robed and masked Sith, similar to the way Avaryss looked, surrounded by kneeling followers. Above the Lord, a small red crystal sparkled like a sun. What is that, my lord? Avaryss smiled. Just a little something that Arb and I put together. I think it will serve as a gift for one of our more loyal mundane followers. The Dark Lord looked up at her. I can't wait to see how well it works. Rain nodded, but watched the wrist guard suspiciously. Memories of her master cradling the heart drinker in her lap before unleashing it on her apprentice remained strong in the young Sith's mind. Her eyes narrowed. I will never let you collar my powers again, my master, she thought. Never. Avaryss pressed a button on her throne. A serving girl appeared and scurried to the Dark Lord's side. Avaryss whispered in her ear as she took the wrist guard away. The Dark Lord smiled as she rubbed her left arm, which was all but hidden by an elbow-length glove. Rain watched her master closely, wondering what scheme Avaryss had come up with that would require that alchemical trinket. Something to look into later. She had more than her share of contacts among Avaryss' staff, far more than her master realized, she hoped. She returned her gaze to the swirling clouds, and the horizon. You could almost see the capital from here. I will be able to watch it, Avaryss purred. I will be able to see when the mass driver destroys the capital, and then it will be time, the final ritual will begin. Rain nodded. All that you have worked for these last few years will finally be yours, my lord. Yes, it has been a long time coming. Her master cackled. And now that Finn is at my side, everything is as it should be. Rain's brow furrowed. Are you so certain about this, my lord? Avaryss looked up at her. What do you mean? Rain shrugged. I merely think that you should not be so confident about Master Finn being with us. When I faced him out in the city, he didn't feel like he used to. I didn't even realize it was him until I saw him. He is not what he once was. Of course not, Avaryss agreed. He has accepted the dark side. Even if he has, that doesn't mean that he is with us. He is different. When he told me his name was Merit Fallen Star now, he meant it. It was not just a name he was using. It was who he was. Who he really is. Finn. Fallen Star. What is in a name, Lord Rain? We have left the weakness of our old names behind. Why should we be surprised that he has done the same? That may be, Master. But what if he has left more than his old weaknesses behind? What if he has embraced something new? What if he had abandoned everything of who he was, including you? Avaryss looked up at her, her eyes cold and furious. How lucky I am that I have an apprentice who feels it wise to lecture me. I'm not lecturing you, Master. I am advising you. I am warning you. This reunion may not go as you desire. I know my reunion with Timon certainly didn't. Avaryss' expression softened. You still miss Tim, don't you? He still has a hold on your heart. Rain snorted. He made his choice. True, but if he is with the enemy fleet, we may be able to take that choice away from him. We may be able to give you a second chance to bring him into the fold. Rain considered that, and had considered that, still. She frowned. Did she want to win that way? Is that how she wanted Tim in her life? Not as a willing partner, but as a puppet program to serve her through her master's ritual. She could not deny that her first love still had a place in heart, even after he had rejected her for that low-born mechanic. Her eyes narrowed at the memory. He is mine, she thought. He was meant to be mine, but taking away his will, making him hers that way, was it what she wanted? Rain shook her head. She wasn't sure. She wasn't sure it was worth it. She wondered how her master dealt with such emotions. She didn't seem conflicted or worried in the least. In fact, she seemed more confident than ever. Avaryss frowned slightly, again rubbing her left arm. Is something wrong? Rain asked. It is nothing, merely a little sore from my saber training this morning. The apprentice nodded, but watched her master closely. Avaryss glared at her, forcing her to look away. Rain decided to change the subject. How will you win Finn to your side, Master? Do you have a plan? Oh yes, the Dark Lord purred. I'm going to give him something that no one with Jedi training can resist, a life to be saved, the one that is almost as important as his own, mine. Rain arched her brow curiously. How so? During the final ritual, Finn will be before me, as will the Queen and Princess Bayla. I have arranged for Bayla Istillo to have some access to her powers, not enough to surprise me, but enough that she will think she will have a chance. When the capital is destroyed, I shall slay Queen Viseria before her, and the girl will try to attack me, and in that moment, on instinct, Finn will react. He will come to my defense, the mother of his child. How could he not? The Dark Lord cackled. The fight will be over quick enough. The girl will not be able to stand against Finn's power for long, and then he shall finally see it. He will understand that he is mine. Rain's brow furrowed, running what her master told her through her mind. How can you be so certain that events will play out like this? She asked. I have foreseen it, my girl. But the future is always in motion. True, but the connect that we share is a strong chain on Finn's heart, and besides, I am the mother of his child. Would he seek to see his child lose his mother? I don't think so. Rain remained unconvinced. What if you are wrong? You still have much to teach me, my lord. I would not wish to lose your wisdom, not until I have mastered all your secrets. Rain had been careful how she phrased the question, not wishing to be accused of lecturing her teacher once again. Avaryss nodded, accepting Rain's explanation. You need not worry on that point. I will not be confronting Finn alone. Agony and Abominus will be here with me, as well as 6 of the Nell elites. If Finn doesn't play the role the way I expect, he will be seized and the princess will die, along with her mother and the rest of her people. Avaryss smirked. In time, Finn will see the value in being at my side. Again, Rain nodded. It seemed that her master had all her bases covered, but still the risk. No risk, no reward. The old adage came back to her, but that didn't mean that it brought her any comfort. Her master had been right about everything up to this point, but even she was mortal. Even she made mistakes. Are you sure you don't need me at your side, my lord? You have a role to play in the plan, Lord Rain. You will be aboard your meditation ship during the battle. I trust you find it satisfactory. Rain smirked. It is a thing of beauty, my lord. Avaryss scoffed. It should be, considering how many millions of credits I spent on it. The apprentice laughed. Aren't you always the one telling me that credits are only as good as what they can buy? The Dark Lord nodded. True, and with this ship, you will be able to use your battle meditation to aid our fleet and remain unbothered by enemy weapons. You will not need to hold them off long, just until I complete the final ritual, and then all will be well. Rain nodded. As her master said, the plan was simple, but effective. As for the ship itself, it was a thing of beauty. Built from designs her master had discovered, it was an update version of the meditation spheres of old. Resembling a giant eye, with solar wings on each side, the ship combined Bond stealth technology with Sith alchemy, and with the cloaking shield built into it, she would be able to stay hidden during the battle and direct their forces like a maestro tending to an orchestra. The ship did have some weapons, laser cannons, and a missile launcher, but those were defensive only, and the cloak made the ship double blind. No one would be able to see her, but she would not be able to see out. Even the sensors wouldn't work, but since she would be using the dark side, sensors and viewports were most unnecessary. How long do you think we have, Master? Until the battle begins, I mean. Tomorrow, I think. Which is good. The stars have aligned in a most interesting configuration. We could not ask for a more perfect time. Even the stars favor us. Apprentice. The dark side will be in ascendance, which means we have yet another advantage. Do not worry, Lord Rain. We will be ready. Avaryss leaned back in her throne. Now, leave me, girl. There are things that I must attend to. My lord, Rain said with a bow, turning and heading out of the chamber. Avaryss kept her back to her, staring out into the swirling clouds. She turned back, one last time, looking upon her master. She had faith in Avaryss and in the plan, but she could not entirely kill the whispers in her mind. Everything had to work perfectly for this plan to be successful if something came unstuck. Rain frowned. She had made her own plans, of course, just in case things went bad. She had spent the last 3 years making contacts among Avaryss staff, her servants and sycophants. They all had vices that they needed to fill, and they found them on the Shea Moon, which meant that Rain knew much about those vices, the perfect blackmail material. She had prepared if her master's plan failed, if Avaryss fell. Her primary interest had been her master's holocron. She knew which crate it would be loaded into before being taken off-world, and she knew who would load it. If things went bad, she would need to ensure that Avaryss' holocron ended up in her possession. It was her inheritance after all, and she wished for the Dark Lord to complete her training. If Avaryss could not be there physically, at least she would have her wisdom to study as she took her place among the Empire. Voron would shield her, she believed. They had spoken often of the what-if scenario. What if Darth Avaryss should fall? As she turned to leave, she saw Zen approaching. The Sith executor sneered at her. Hello, slave, she purred. Goodbye, whore, Rain hissed back. Zen giggled as she slipped past. Rain's scowl remained as she entered the turbolift. She would never be friends with Zen, their history was too long, and she found the Dark Jedi distasteful. Zen had never forgiven her for taking what she felt was her spot. She had desired to be the Dark Lord's true apprentice and heir. The executor did everything in her power to undercut Rain's position at court. Of course, that wasn't the main reason that Rain was disgusted by her. Zen Lure, the queen of harlots. It's amazing that she can walk around, Rain thought. She must be exhausted, considering all the beds she has jumped into and out of. During the time that her husband had been a creature in Avaryss service, Zen had enjoyed many different lovers, and not all of them survived her attention. Some had been useful to Rain, they had provided her with useful information, and now they were gone because of the executor's appetites. Wasteful? Rain thought, too wasteful. She would have loved to have removed Zen before the final battle, but Avaryss wouldn't allow it, and besides, Zen was still useful. Rain tried to focus on that. Now is not the time to waste on a trivial rivalry. She began her descent into the temple, and then to the docking bay where her crew and the meditation ship waited. She still had some matters to attend to before launching. Tomorrow the battle would begin. She took a deep and settling breath. She needed to be ready, no matter what came, victory or defeat. She would be ready. I. Avaryss rubbed her left arm as she stared out into the storm. She could feel the cybernetic leads that had been installed in. As for the arm itself, she felt little. Most of the feeling was gone from it. She could not even feel the armrest of her throne with her fingertip. She sighed. The left arm was rotting. It would be removed tonight. Arb was even now putting finishing touches on her new metal arm, a far superior version of the one she had worn on her old body. She looked down at the betraying flesh, cursing it. The medical droids were at a loss to explain it. Only the Force offered some insight. The Dark Lord shook her head. The dark side extracts a heavy toll. She had come to believe that her arm was the result of Raid Cha ritual, the light side seeking to punish her for delving so deep into the world beyond worlds. Or maybe it was the Mortis gods themselves, striking out at her for using the world between world to deliver death knell. Whatever the reason, whether someone was to blame or not, it didn't change the fact that the arm was a loss, and that her eyes and ears were similarly degrading, returning her new body the weaknesses of the old. Injuries that had defined Darth Avaryss. She growled in annoyance. No matter, she would endure this pain. Pain was to be endured. She was the Dark Lord of the Sith. She could handle anything the Force threw at her. Anything. She sensed Zen's approach even before the door to the chamber opened. She didn't bother turning around. She had not summoned her executor, and wished to show her displeasure. She didn't want to be interrupted right now. She said nothing as Zen stopped before the throne, stopped and bowed. Don't you have places to be right now, executor? Everything is under control, master. Our forces will be ready when the Alliance fleet arrives. I had thought to update you on how Ander was doing. He and Maya will be leaving the system soon. Avaryss pursed her lips. Only then did she swivel the throne around to look at the other Sith. Her expression softened. There was one thing she shared with Zen, something that could not be said about her and her first apprentice. Like Avaryss, Zen was a mother. Such a bond was not easily dismissed. "How is my little man doing?" she asked. "Is he excited about the journey?" "He is," Zen replied, "though he does miss his mother. He asked after you, wondering if you would be there to see him off." Avaryss nodded, her brow furrowing. She hated to admit it, but she had been distracted of late. The plan had taken up so much of her time, preparing for the coming battle. "I should not treasure my time with my son," she thought. "He will never be a child again, and I do not wish to miss seeing him grow up. I don't wish for him to resent me, not until he is ready to begin his training." She smiled. "I will see him off before we begin. He should know that he is loved, and that what is about to happen is all to make his future more secure." "I could tell him that, my lord." "No, he should hear it from me. I will go to him before you take him and Maya off-world." "As you wish, though I must ask, my lord, would the children not be safer here in the temple?" "I would prefer them far away from here. That way, we will not be distracted, Zen. We can focus on the one thing that matters, destroying the enemy." "As you say, my lord," Zen said, bowing once again. Avaryss nodded. "Is there anything else?" One last thing, my lord. I had a question, and I no longer think that it can wait. I was hoping that you might indulge me. Avaryss watched her closely. Speak. I've been thinking about our history, master, and, well, I must ask. Why me? Why you? Zen nodded. Why did you spare me all those years ago? Why didn't you destroy me along with Saidar Ben and the rest of my old allies? Why did you choose to keep me, teach me? What made me so special? Avaryss' brow furrowed. Why Zen? It was a curious question, one that she realized she had never really asked herself. Why Zen lure? Part of it had been that she enjoyed breaking the former Jedi. She had savored her killing of her former Jedi master, and of revealing the names of the rest of her conspirators, revealing, and then helping Avaryss hunt them down. Taking an enemy's weapon and making it your own was one of the purest examples of strength. Of course, this was not the answer she gave her executor. Avaryss grinned. Even back then, Zen, I saw you as a kindred spirit. We had both been used by arrogant masters, men who saw us simply as tools. How could I not seek to free you from those shackles? Zen's smile widened. It pleased me to hear you say such a thing, master. Avaryss waved her hand dismissively. You have proven my choice wise, Zen. You have found your place at my side, and as a part of my family. I may not have agreed with your relationship with Beric, but I can see that he makes you happy, and that you make him happy. I try, master. Beric is special to me, even more so since you have given him back to me as he was before you. Zen's eyes narrowed, and she fell to her knees. Forgive me, I do not wish to bring up anything. You mean when I tortured the two of you, Avaryss said flatly. Yes, master, Zen said, wincing. Avaryss sighed. She should have expected this to come up sooner or later. She frowned. I do not apologize for my actions lightly, Zen, but in this, you do have it, my apology. When I ordered you in Beric, chastised, I was very sick, and angry at the galaxy. I was unsure if my essence transfer ritual would work, and I took my fear and anger out on you and Beric. It had not been his fault that he was not strong enough to resist Darth Sadi's influence. I could have been more merciful, but I was not in the right frame of mind. Zen nodded. Yet, you took him back, you took me back. You were still useful to me, and still are. Avaryss steepled her fingers before her face. She rubbed the fingertips of her left hand with her right, feeling nothing. Again, she tried to show no weakness. Doing so before Zen was dangerous. Know this, executor, you do have value in my house, the same value I saw in you years ago. Stay true to me, and you will profit greatly in the new order that is about to be born. Your daughter will want for nothing, and be far more than even you could ever dream. Zen beamed with pride. It is her future that matters most to me, my lord. I had never realized how much having a child would change things, would change me. Children are like that, Avaryss said, thinking of Ander and all that she wanted for him. The future of her family and the Empire. A dynasty that could last 1,000 years. I trust that I have answered your questions, executor. More than answered, my lord. Thank you. Avaryss nodded. Send word when the children are ready to leave. I want to see Ander off. Yes, master, and what of Anj, Agony's daughter? She will be leaving with her grandparents. As the girl's new guardians, they have a safe place ready to receive her. Avaryss tried not to think about Agony, how her mother had betrayed her to get her hands on little Anj, or how Avaryss had accepted. It was a risk, she thought, but a necessary one. She could not let her feeling for Agony be the weakness that brought her low. She would not have it. Zen smirked as she looked out at the swirling storm clouds. Avaryss rotated her throne around again as the two stared out in the maelstrom. Our day has come, hasn't it, my lord? Zen asked. Avaryss nodded. Yes. The day of power, the day of the vengeance, the day of the Sith. The Dark Lord smiled wickedly. Yes, Zen, she agreed with a slow nod. Our day has come. Chapter 66. The idiot. He was still dealing with the pain. It had been about 6 hours, but he still felt a slight pain between his legs. He didn't think there was any permanent damage, at least. He didn't sense any. He would have called on the light side to ease that pain, but he didn't dare, not here, not in this place. Not a good idea to call out to the Force here, Merritt thought to himself. The dark side was too strong here, and part of him still desired to touch it, to embrace it. He took another deep breath and centered himself, trying to slip deeper into his meditation. Under his breath, he repeated the word over and over again. He frowned. He still had no idea if it had done anything. After his surrender to Taya and Zay, he had been brought to Avaryss Grand Temple. In truth, he had been both fascinated and horrified by the structure built on the rocky island not far from the capital city. The former because of the fact that Avi had submerged him in the dark for so long, the latter because to him, seeing this place, it was not just a building, it was a profanity and obscenity. "Hey, I get you, kid," his mother's voice echoed in his head. "After all, I grew up in the Jedi Temple too." Yes, that was it. This foul place, it was an almost exact copy of the Jedi Temple, but a place of darkness, twisted and profane. The ultimate insult, crafted by Avi's cold hands. Taya and the guards had shown him to this room, where he remained under guard. So far, none of the Sith had come for him. He had expected a visit from Avi, to gloat over his position if nothing else, and to play the concerned former lover and dream friend. The fact that she had not come said volumes. She was busy. Whatever she was up to, it was coming to a head soon. He needed to be ready. When things happened, they would happen fast. 6 hours ago, he had set his own plans in motion. He hoped that they would bear fruit, and quickly. Avaryss, Royal Guard had been watching him around the clock. They had not taken his lightsaber, per Taya's order, but that didn't mean that he had the run of Avaryss base. No less than 6 of her Royal Guard were outside at any one time, all Nell Trooper elites, all Control sworn protectors. Every few hours, Char Valentine was sent to check on him, likely to report back to Avi if he was up to something. From what he could tell, the old woman was the captain of the Royal Guard now, as she had been head of security for Queen Viseria during her reign. A sad story that, he thought. He had known Char Valentine for years. She and his master had been very close. He got the family that their relationship went beyond simply guard and noble and was deeper than mere friends. Master Jazz had never talked about it, but he didn't need to. He could see it in both their eyes. Their lives, they had mattered to each other. They were lovers once. His mother had informed him years before Vess came of age, but duty caused them to part. But they remained close as two people could be. He nodded when he heard that, but that just made what Avi had done even more despicable. What Avaryss had done to the poor woman was yet another example of her desire to taint everything that Jazz Darbin had touched, to destroy everything he had built. Why she desired such a thing, he could not say. Jazz had never been nothing but fair with Avaryss. Yes, she attacked his world, enslaved his family, and even here, he could sense the pleasure she drew from it. It echoed off the walls of this temple like dark laughter in a concert hall. Of course, Avaryss' plans had given rise to his own, and his mother had provided him with useful information that only she and Master Jazz had known. 6 hours ago, it had been time to use that information. If it worked, it might be the edge he and the survivors needed. He found himself thinking of his former lover, Dr. Fable Asher. She had had a saying he had come to believe. Life is like sabak, writ. Sometimes you have to keep an idiot up your sleeve. Just be careful that you don't become an idiot in trying to use it. The memory made him smile. It also brought back Doc's lovely face, her smile, those lovely freckled shoulders, freckled all over, she had been. "I liked Fable," his mother said. "Don't get me wrong. I think Bela is good for you, but Fable had potential. She would have made you a good wife, Merritt." "I don't deny that, Mom," he replied, "but at the same time, if we had stayed together, we would have gotten each other killed. Thrill-seeking might be fun, but we were doing more and more dangerous work. It was only a matter of time until one, or both of us, ended up dead." He shook his head. No, ending it was the smart move. He had loved her. He didn't deny that. What they had was no mere fling, not like with Zixa or Tython. Those relationships, all three had helped in healing his heart. After Avaryss had left him in darkness, he had needed those experiences. They had brought him back to Bela, where he needed to be, the force at work, he supposed. The three had guided his heart to where it needed to be faced what was coming in the next few hours. To face the darkness and finally defeat it. He had no choice. He needed to do it, both for himself and for Bela. Avi needed to be faced and stopped. And stopping her began here. 6 hours ago, he had made his move. Night had fallen on the Grand Temple. If the galaxy was lucky, it would be the last night that the place ever saw and would be the final night of Avaryss rule. Merritt readied himself. The plan had begun simply enough. He had needed to wait till one of the times that Char Valentine had come to check up on him. When he felt her presence, he made his move. He had heard her talking to the guards and opened the door. Unlike the other red-robed guards, she had not been wearing a helmet, making her easy to identify. The guards outside his door had tensed and started to raise their weapons. They had orders to keep him locked up. He smiled and made his move. He didn't draw his saber. He reached out with the force and pulled Valentine into the room. The protector crashed into him, and he fell back, rolling her into the room. Too close for her to draw her weapon, and too close for her fellow guards to burn him down for his attack. Not too close to take punishment, however. Val struck him viciously with elbows and knee strikes. She might have been in her 70s now, but her genetic enhancements kept her young. She wasn't as good a shape as she had been in her 40s. And those kicks and punches proved it. One knee caught him in the groin. He nearly cried out as stars exploded before his eyes. Damn, he thought, the woman kicks like a Madden dewback. Before she could get free, he pulled her close, and whispered in her ear. He said the word his mother had told him. He felt her stop struggling, her back went rigid. She looked up, surprise in her yellow Sith eyes. Con, confirm passcode, she said in a low voice. Password confirmed, he said, and repeated the word. Char Valentine blinked. Confirmed, she whispered as the guards entered the room, their bladed pikes drawn. He let her go, and she rolled off of him, and sprung to her feet. I'm fine, she ordered. Stay your weapons. The guards paused, but still kept their blades at the ready. Merritt lay on the floor, his hands raised, and away from his body. He didn't want to provoke the guards any further after all. He had gotten what he wanted. He looked up at Char Valentine. She was glowering at him. Try that again, sir, she said, and I will disembowel you. The Dark Lord's orders be damned. Understood, he said with a nod. She paused for a few more moments. Looking at him, he could not tell if what he had done had worked. Val certainly gave no signs that it had. Back on station, all of you, she ordered her fellows. The guards barely responded, merely raised their pikes, and slowly drifted out of his quarters. As they left, Val shot him one last look. He could not tell what it meant. The dark side was too strong here to pick up on any subtleties. She left in the same slow way as her fellows, but she did look back once. Did that mean that what he had done had worked? Had the code phrase done what it was supposed to? Time will tell, his mother whispered in his mind. Jazz only learned of that code phrase by going through the Sworn Protector's creation protocol, and even those had been all but destroyed by Baron Hudlow when he fled Bantoon. I'm guessing he never tested it. Then, he offered to test it on Val, but she refused. She was content in her place as Viseria's Sworn Protector. She did acknowledge the code word. So, maybe it did what it was supposed to do, or maybe it takes time to take effect. That isn't the only thing that took effect, Merritt thought, tenderly getting to his feet, the pain in his groin not a pleasant thing. He sighed. Hopefully he had just found the idiot he was looking for. The password was of Sith origin. It was a word in the old Sith language, or so his mother had said, found among the things left behind by Baron Hudlow, the Sith infiltrator who had helped fund and hijack the Sworn Protector program. According to what few notes remained, the passcode was a means of resetting the Protector's program. should they ever discover what Hudlow was up to, and be used to try and stop him. The code would allow him to circumvent their program to protect their master. The password didn't make them loyal to Hudlow, but it caused their programming to collapse, restoring most, if not all, the person was before, or so the record said. Since most protectors had only joined the program to save their own necks, and likely resented being turned into what were basically meat droids, Hudlow had reasoned his freeing them would be enough to buy him the time he needed to either escape or deal with the protector. That bit of knowledge should have been lost when Hudlow fell, but his failsafe had been interrupted by Jazz when he came for the traitor, so some things had survived. Val had known of the code word Jazz had told her about, offered to use it years ago, to free her from the system that had made her what she was. She had refused. She was content in her role as Vest Protector. She had come to love her queen like a daughter and didn't wish to make waves in that relationship. Jazz had honored her wishes, not knowing about the deeper level of programming that the protectors had received. If he had, he would not have hesitated to use it. She acknowledged the code, but didn't seem to respond to it. He mused. Maybe it takes time to take effect, his mother offered. Or Avaryss might have removed it. Who knows what she learned about the protectors in setting up her invasion of Bantoon? That is possible, his mother agreed. At the very least, you may have just gained an idiot up your sleeve in this game, or so Fable would have said. He nodded. Yeah, he thought. Let's just hope that I don't become the idiot for trying it. I. He had spent the rest of the night meditating, trying to see through the Force a way out of this mess, a path to victory. Sunrise came, and the guards had brought him a meal. He had eaten it, but not before using the Force to cleanse himself of any drugs it might contain. During that time, he had felt Bayla's presence through the Force. She was here, most definitely. He had frowned at that. It would have been easier to do what was needed without backup being here. This is her fight too, remember, his mother had said, and besides you will need help. He didn't acknowledge or deny that. The Force seemed to be humming, almost vibrating. He could feel it in the very floor of the temple. Whatever was going to happen, it would be today. He was sure of it. The time for talking was all but over. Soon the fight would begin. He felt Val's presence again, approaching. Taya was with her, he could sense that too. He could not tell if the code word had worked. The Protector's presence remained a blank slate in the Force. Taya's presence seemed his normal stormy self, but that storm seemed darker somehow. The door to his chamber opened. Taya stepped in. Hello, Merritt, she said. He rose to his feet. Hello, Tay, he said. She gestured over her shoulder. Come with me, please. Avi wishes to see you. He nodded and followed, making sure his lightsaber was on his belt. A shiver of anticipation ran down his spine. Almost 4 years of waiting, and now the moment was here. He was going to speak with Avi again. The guards formed up around him. He could sense their tension. They were taking no chances with him, not after what happened with Val yesterday. Again, Protector Valentine didn't even acknowledge him. Perhaps the code didn't work, or whatever alterations that Avaryss had done to the sworn protectors disabled Hudlow's failsafe. If so, he had another enemy to worry about, an enemy that may not have wished to be, but was regardless. He hated that. He hated that Avi had made one of his master's closest allies her puppet. Another crime that Avaryss could, and should be charged with. The group made their way through the Grand Temple. The main hall was massive, giant stone pillars, and statues of great Sith of the past. The Dark Lords of old seemed to watch his passing, evaluating the one who had been submerged in the dark side, and still struggled to find the light. Let them look, Merritt thought coldly. I have no regrets. Another group approached from their right, more royal guards, being led by Abominus, Avaryss' other pet monster. Bayla stood in the middle, her wrists in binders. He caught her gaze, and could not entirely kill the sense of relief at seeing her unharmed. The two groups joined together, the guards forming a protective circle, with Abominus in the lead, Taya falling back to walk behind Merritt. The feathers of her wings seemed to fluff out at the presence of the other Sith creature. Through the Force, Merritt could sense her nervousness. Nervous, he thought, but why? He found himself walking beside Bela. She gave him a weak smile. "Fancy meeting you here," she said dryly. "You shouldn't be here, back up," he said. "Not my choice, Rit." The Zachal's invitation was so enticing, how could I say no? His brow furrowed. This was not the time for sarcasm. They were both in grave danger. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm fine, for the moment." Silence, Abominus snapped. Both Bela and Merritt gave the creature sly looks. "I doubt your master would want either of us damaged before we reach our destination, Nessie." "Yes," Bela added. "Besides, what are we going to do? Talk our way out of this." The monster looked back with an angry glare but grumbling turned back to leading the group. Merritt watched her, remembering her resentment of being Avaryss' pet beast. He was not above using that to his advantage. He felt Bela's hand brush against his. He had to resist the urge to take it. He wanted to touch her, to hold her hand, and give it a reassuring squeeze. She looked at him, her gray eyes full of both love and courage. "Whatever happens," that look seemed to say, "we will face it together." He nodded. "Stay close to me," he thought. "We stand a better chance getting out of this alive if we stick together." He could not say if she picked up on his thoughts, but she nodded. He took that for a good sign. They continued down the darkened hall. What was that? The words, spoken over his shoulder, surprised him. He looked over to see Taya, almost walking at his side, her large purple eyes curious. "Is there something going on between you and the princess?" she whispered. "Are you two together?" "Would it surprise you if I said yes?" he asked his former lover turned monster. She pursed her lips, two sharp white fangs showed over her lower lip. "Avi won't like this," she murmured to him. He sneered at that. He was about 4 years past caring what Avi did or didn't like. "What did she do to you?" he asked her, "and why?" Taya shivered. "I'm not sure why or how, but it is done." Taya's eyes narrowed as she said that. A growl emerged from the back of her throat. "A price we'll need to pay," she said, "when the time is right." He didn't acknowledge that, what it meant. Curious. Had Avi overstepped? Taya had been one of her most loyal supporters. She had loved her. Had her schemes finally soured that relationship? And if so, what did that mean for the rest of the galaxy? Had Avi tried to keep an idiot up her sleeve, only to become an idiot herself? He could not say for sure. The force was in flux. The light and the dark sides roiled against each other. This place, the coming battle, everything seemed to be balanced on the edge of a blade. He could not be sure what side would come out on top. The large group approached the central turbolift. Merritt licked his lips. If this place was built to be a dark mirror of the Jedi Temple, this turbolift would lead up the main council chamber, or, in the Sith case, what he suspected would be the throne room. He knew who was up there, at that moment. The only person it could be. A shiver ran down his spine. It was finally time. The guards formed up before the entrance. Only Abominus, Taya, and Char Valentine would be accompanying the two guests up to Avaryss' throne room. Taya looked at him. He had so many questions. He wanted to know about their daughter, if she was safe. He wanted to ask about his son with Avi. Was the boy okay? He looked at Bela. She felt different in the Force, more calm, more centered. Even unarmed, she seemed ready to face the darkness that awaited them. He frowned. He wished that he could say the same. "Be strong," his mother whispered in his ear. "Trust in the Force." "I will, Mom," he thought. "I love you." He felt a ripple through the Force, surprise perhaps. He didn't say the word enough. Never had. Not in the 3, almost 4 years. "I love you too, baby." He nodded. Now he would see what was what. Did he have an idiot up his sleeve, or was he simply an idiot? He would know soon. As the doors to the turbolift closed, as they began to rise into the heart of darkness and evil. He could feel Avi's presence, dark and excited. He tried to ignore it. He focused on his mother's memory, Bela, and the light side, or tried to. The darkness beckoned. He sighed. Now he would face it. One last time. Chapter 67. The deep breath before. "How does it feel, my lord?" Avaryss raised her left arm, hearing the familiar click and whir of servos, she opened and closed her new metal hand, regarding the slots where crystals would be placed after the events of today concluded. She sighed. "It is a familiar sensation, Lou Jane," she replied, "familiar and strangely comforting." She lowered her arm with the hint of a scowl on her face. Her eyes burned. If she looked into a mirror, she would see that they were far more rusty red than yellow, and she could feel the sonic dampeners back in her ears, a necessary thing now that so many of her old injuries returned to this body. She pursed her lips in frustration. The Force, she thought, extracts a toll. She had completed an examination by Dr. Vrand, and the results were comforting. Yes, many of her old weakness had returned, but at least her brain showed no sign of degradation. The Terric retrovirus was not one of the several weaknesses that had come back, praised the Force. Still, she didn't like it. This new body was now marked as her old one had been. She could perform another switching ritual, she supposed. After today, she would have no shortage of willing sacrifices, but that was something to think about later. For now, she had a galaxy to bring low. She looked up at Holly, prim and proper as always. The commander had just returned from an errand, a necessary one. Avaryss was most eager to hear her report and to touch base with her old friend. Things would be happening very quickly in the next few hours. She wanted to make sure that everyone under her command was on the same page. They were in the throne room of the great temple, staring out at the stormy skies. Avaryss had just sent Abominus and Agony to bring her guests up, to bear witness to the coming battle, and to prepare for the conclusion of the endgame she had set in motion. The enemy fleet was on its way, according to her sources. Soon it will be over, she thought. Soon, everything will be mine. She looked up at Holly. The changeling would need to leave before the events truly kicked off, but Avaryss had wanted to make sure that everything was ready, just in case. Things would be moving swiftly now. She had no time for errors. Did everything check out as I hoped? Holly nodded. Everything is ready. Your escape sub and your emergency shuttle have all been prepped and are ready to go at a moment's notice. The Dark Lord nodded. Good. Then, everything was as it should be. My lord. Yes, Holly. If I may, why prepare your escape route if everything is going to plan? You seem so confident of victory. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Because everything seems to be going according to my design, my friend, and that is the time that you need to be extra careful. She shook her head. Expect the best, but be prepared for the worst, Holly. It is a lesson that I learned before my exile. Everything looked perfect on Phallus too. I was ready to destroy Arcann and his brother. Their armies would have been drowned like rats, and then, in that last minute, the betrayal by Asuna nearly ended me, right then and there. The Dark Lord sighed. I will not risk being caught unaware again. Holly nodded, but Avaryss doubted she understood. The Dark Lord looked at her, her friend, and ally. Holly had been one of the first, perhaps the second after Lord Agony. They had been assigned together on Avaryss' first off-world mission for the Empire. It had been Holly who had been the engineer aboard her Fury. She had been the first one to welcome Avaryss back after the successful destruction of a Republic safe house on Tatooine. It felt like that mission had taken place in another life. So much had happened since then, even though it was not yet 2 decades old. Later, she had saved Avaryss' life on Hoth and revealed her true nature to the Dark Lord. Other Sith might have chosen to use that information and those abilities. They would have made Holly a slave, useful for only her shape-shifting. Avaryss had not done that. She had respected her friend's wishes, and that had further bonded the two together, which worked out perfectly when the Dark Lord sought the manipulation and destruction of Survivor Squad. Holly had been the lure that drew them in, and then, her friend and master had destroyed them. It had all started on Tatooine, and that was good. What followed had been a working relationship that had, despite Avaryss' best efforts to keep her distance, had become a friendship that she treasured. One of the few true friendships she kept, with no strings attached. Which is why she had told Holly about her escape plan, not simply because she needed her skills, but because she would need the changeling to help rebuild if things came unstuck here. Holly's had been the first name on the list of those that she would need if she found failure on Bantoon. Others had been approached and were already in place. She had still needed Holly here, but her friend knew what to do if things went off the rails. Her escape route was already planned, as well, just in case. She would not leave herself open as she had on Follis. Win or lose here, she was ready. If she had to flee Bantoon, she already had people and resources in place. She would need to vanish for a time and come up with a new plan. It might take months or a decade or two, but who cares if it did? She would return, and the galaxy would still be hers. She had foreseen it. Her house was destined to rule the galaxy. It would be done. She looked at the distant city. Even now the mass drivers were orbiting just above the planetary shield. Soon they would rain down death upon the people of Bantoon, the final cataclysm that would bring about her victory. She was ready, yes, but why take chances? Why not be prepared if the worst should come to pass? Avaryss stared out the windows of the throne room. She could not see the stars through the cloud cover, nor the ships of her fleet forming up to defend the planet, but knew they were there. Rain was up there as well, in her meditation ship. It would engage its cloak as soon as they had confirmation that the battle had moved beyond the Tython system. All those Alliance ships, she thought with a hint of a smile, all that firepower. And all for me. I find it strange, Holly. What, my lord? The resistance that I face. Why do so few understand that what I'm trying to do is for the best? Why do they not accept that I am the way forward? Why do they fight the inevitable? Holly didn't respond. What could she say? Avaryss continued. It is all for them, you know. The people of this galaxy, yes. I will rule over them, but they will be free of choice, and all the troubles that come with it. I am offering them a galaxy without war, and time of rebuilding. All they have to do is accept it, and they will find me the most benevolent of rulers. Maybe they know what is about to happen to Bantoon, my lord, Holly offered. What is about to happen, most, well, they wouldn't understand. Avaryss nodded. One world dies to save millions more. Is that really so terrible, Lujane? Would not a truly enlightened people accept that? Should the galaxy not accept that, when it means the end to Arcann and his mongrels, to finally save the galaxy from Vitia's diseased touch? The engineer shrugged. I can see their point, my lord, and understand why the bond would fight. Not everyone is willing to give up everything to make things better for others. Avaryss considered that. Well spoken, Lujane, and the reason why I needed to keep my endgame secret from the rest of the bond. They really would not understand. The Dark Lord shook her head. Regardless, I have shown mercy. The bond that have become my hunters will survive. This will be their world after the final ritual. They will swarm and multiply, and this place will be a monument to my greatness. It will be the beginning of a new age, an age of the dark side. One day, when war is just a memory, and my ancestors have spent centuries ruling wisely, and well, people will understand, history will prove me right. Avaryss nodded. It is for those future generations, Lujane. I will enjoy the fruits of my labor, as is my right, but it is for the benefit of others. The future generations, especially the royal line that I will forge, will owe me a great debt. This victory is for them as well. Ander and his children, and his children's children's children. The Dark Lord smiled with deep satisfaction. All for the children, Lujane, all for them. Avaryss felt a spike in the force. She looked up and saw the pain on her old friend's face. She winced. That, she realized, had not been smart. She gave the changeling a sympathetic look, and was shocked that it was one she found truthfully. She knew what the engineer wanted. She desired to have a family, a future, as well. I am sorry, Lujane. I do not mean to make light of your sacrifice. I am loyal to my duty, my lord. That is no excuse, Avaryss admitted. I would never have reached this plateau if not for you, and with all my concerns of late, I have ignored you, and the rewards you so richly deserve. She touched her friend's arm, making her look down upon her, into her eyes. The Dark Lord smiled warmly. Your story, Lujane, it doesn't end with you. I've foreseen that, as well. You will have heirs, and some will find greatness. They will stand among my heirs as they help shape the future of the Empire and the galaxy as a whole. We are not the end of mutual lines, merely the end of the beginning." Holly smiled. Hearing that, it pleases me, my lord." Avaryss nodded. "When this is over, when the final ritual is cast, I will see to your rewards, Lou Jane. You deserve them, as much as I do." The Dark Lord's smile turned cruel. "Of course, the future may belong to our heirs, but the present is ours. It falls to us to make what we want a reality, and that reality begins today. The pawns move into position. Soon, I shall make the final move, and all will be well." "Yes, my lord," Holly said eagerly. "We await your victory." "As do I," Avaryss agreed, looking down at the arm of her throne. She had just received the signal. Finn was on his way, he, the princess, and the queen were on their way up. It is time, she realized, time to start the show. "You must leave me now, Commander. I have business to attend to, but we will speak after, during the victory celebration." Holly saluted. "As you say, my lord, for the Empire and victory." "For the Empire," she replied. Holly made a smart military turn and marched to the turbolift, leaving the Dark Lord to her thoughts and her preparations. Avaryss looked out across the sea. She could almost see the city through the slashing rain. The city that was about to be destroyed, one of many. Avaryss frowned slightly. So much death, but necessary death, necessary to free the galaxy from weakness and make it hers. Necessary. She gestured with her right hand, and a Sith illusion formed before her, that of a 15-year-old girl, kneeling in a stained and dirty nightgown. Kira Lillis, as she had been the night her family died. The moment that Darth Avaryss had taken her first breath. The Sith regarded the dead girl, her tear-stained face, the look of horror and rage taking shape there. She nodded grimly. "No one else will know your pain," she promised the Shade. "In my empire, no little girls will have to watch their worlds be shattered. They will not know the cruelty of arrogance and the destructive nature of Sith boredom." She thought of the enforcer then, Darth Fear's pawn, the father of Jeer and Bliss. She snarled with rage. Fear had been cruel to create children from Kira and that man, but in the end, even that choice had come to serve her. Bliss and Jeer had roles to play in her future too. Ander was to be the next ruler of the Avaryss line, but they would expand the royal family and help her erase Vitiate's taint. She found herself thinking of Kira's father, of Ander Lillis. Avaryss had seen him in the forgotten tomb on Korriban. He had cursed her choices, and she had destroyed that shade for his lack of vision. "I will show him, Kira," Avaryss promised. "I will show them all." Behind her, the turbo lift buzzed, informing her that someone was on the way up to the throne room. She dismissed Kira's shade and returned to her musings on the distant city. She kept her back to the turbolift. "Let them see how little they mean to me. Let Finn see my superiority and why he must return to me." She smirked. She could sense him now, the dark power that burned with him. She could sense the light as well, but was not concerned. He will put out that light for me when he slays Princess Bela. It would happen. She had seen it happen 100 different ways in her mind. Only a few of those visions had featured her defeat, but she dismissed them. They were so few, and if they did come to pass, she was ready. She had prepared for a possible defeat. Behind her, the turbo lift hissed open, and she heard the sound of footsteps. Royal guards emerged, moving her guests forward. Agony and Abominus were there as well, taking their place for the play that was about to begin. Avaryss shuddered in excitement. Watch the battle, destroy the city, execute the queen, let the girl attack me, and then sit back and watch as Finn defended her. She would enjoy the fight, the comedy of lightsabers that was about to begin. She almost cackled. Finally, she thought, "Showtime. I. Another mockery." That was the thought that occurred to Merritt as he entered the throne room. A replica of the Jedi Council chambers on Coruscant, but twisted, like the rest of this place. Taya and Abominus went to the only chair in the room, a high-backed Sith throne, turned away from him and Bela. The two reshaped Sith took their places as guards or servants. The Heart of Darkness. He looked over at Bela. Backup seemed calm, not showing any fear of anger in the face of the enemy. Merritt wished he shared such control, such strength. Slowly, almost languidly, the throne turned, revealing Darth Avaryss. Avi was dressed all in white today, white and gold. Her wide Sith shoulder plates, identifying her as a Darth of the Empire, were polished to a silver shine. Her face? Merritt blinked. Oh, Avi, he thought. What have you done to yourself? The Sith appeared 10, almost 20 years older than she had when they last met. Her eyes were sunken and red-rimmed. They blazed the color of dried blood on old gold. Her dark hair was down, but streaked with white. Her cheeks were sunken in and bruised. Her fingernails were long like talons. He looked in surprise. Her left arm was gone at the elbow, replaced with the cybernetic replacement. What had happened, he wondered. Had that been done by someone, or had she done it to herself? The Force offered no answers. The Dark Lord of the Sith smiled and raised her hands in greetings. Welcome back, Finn, she purred. I have missed you. I'm sure, he said with an icy frown. The brand she had given him burned, as did the electrical burn scars on his chest and back. She laughed lightly, as her eyes found Bela. And you, dear princess, I do hope my people's hospitality has been to your liking. A homecoming fit for a royal. The Dark Lord cackled. Bela didn't say anything. Her hands were still bound before her, the binders cutting off circulation to wrists. Avaryss gestured, and they fell away, as Abominus set Bela's lightsaber on the arm of Avaryss' throne. The Dark Lord smiled down at it. Ah, the Bond lightsaber, she said. So uniform in design, the weapons of you Paladina, no sense of personal style at all. Our weapons show our unity, Bela replied. Speak only when spoken to, worm, Abominus hissed. Avaryss stopped the monster with a raised metal hand. Nessie, please be civil. This is a celebration after all. An end to the wars and the rise of a new power. The Dark Lord sighed in ecstasy. My power. Bela smiled at that. I'm afraid you are mistaken, Dark One. Soon this place will be destroyed, and you will be dead, as well as the rest of us. Avaryss laughed at that. Oh no, she said sarcastically, her eyes wide with mock fear. Do you hear that, my friends? The Paladina is going to destroy us all. We should surrender. Maybe that will spare our lives. Abominus smirked and raised her hands, before lowering them with a sardonic giggle. Avaryss' mocking look faded, and was replaced with one of cold, angry iron. You overestimate the chances of my enemies, girl. I have spent years planning my ascension, and you, and your allies, have all played your part brilliantly, but like with all good things, everything ends. She looked at Merritt. Her eyes were cold and hungry. All things that are mine have now returned, and now, the final dance can begin. He gave his former lover a cold stare. I'm not yours, Avi. I never was. The mark I gave you says otherwise, Finn. She is trying to bait you. Don't let her. His mother's voice echoed through his mind. Merritt shrugged. He felt anger, but it didn't control him. He controlled it. Finn might have been yours, Avaryss, what Merritt Fallen Star, the man that I've become. He knows who he is, and he is owned by no one. Avaryss shrugged. Believe that if you wish, my love, but the fact that you are here proves my point. Avaryss pressed a button on the arm of her throne. A hologram appeared before them, showing an image of the Athon system, the minefield, and the gathering of ships, loyal to Avaryss, that defended that world, and the entrance to the Bond system. The Dark Lord smirked. You have come at a most interesting time, my guests. The Alliance fools who you trust to see to my downfall are even now approaching the entrance to my domain. I am more than ready for them, trust me on that. The turbolift behind them hissed open, and 2 more royal guards entered. They led Queen Visaria, her hands bound, but as defiant as ever. Bela turned, her eyes wide with love and concern. Mother. Be strong, my girl, Visaria said warmly, and glared at Avaryss, the usurper who had enslaved her world. The queen didn't flinch under the Sith's gaze. Soon, all will be set right. I could not have said it better myself, Your Majesty, Avaryss replied, her eyes once again falling merit. Whatever you call yourself, my love, is of little consequence. As I said, the dark side has brought us together once more, and again, you have a choice. You can take your rightful place at my side, or be cast down with the rest of the rabble that think themselves my betters. Avaryss sneered at that. I had hoped you would have learned that during our time apart. I thought you would have come to appreciate what I'm about to do, to bring the galaxy to order. Merritt shrugged. I did learn, Avi. Learn how much greater the galaxy is, far too great for you to hold it in your grasp. Her eyes narrowed. We will see about that, Finn. He smiled coldly. Finn isn't here anymore, Avi, but it is nice to see that you are still here, Kira. The Dark Lord's face turned hateful. Watch it, Finn. You presume too much of our history. He didn't answer, he merely smirked. She hissed, annoyed by his words. He pushed on, trying to unbalance her. You can't change the past, Kira. Becoming a monster even worse than those that took your family will not erase that pain. All it will do is bring greater suffering to others. That is all you offer now, suffering. Kira died a long time ago, Avaryss spat. She was weak, and therefore destroyed, crushed beneath the power of the Sith, and I rose from her ashes. She turned to the queen and her daughter. You cannot create without destroying first. You Queen Viseria destroyed the rule of Ant, and built the system that now stands on Bantoon. The Dark Lord sneered. A system that was poisoned from its inception. Darth Avaryss, the man you knew as Baron Hudlow, poisoned your world, and now, so many years later, that poison will be cleansed, burned away, and a new future will rise from the ashes, just as Avaryss rose from the ashes of Kira Lilith. You are overconfident, Bela said. No, girl, I'm prepared. I have spent the last few years getting ready for this day, and now, it is here. A warning light flashed on the hologram, just below the picture. A signal from the probe droid on station, sending the signal. Avaryss grinned. It seems that we have more guests, she said. Everyone in the room watched the image of the distant Aphon system. As they watched, the Alliance fleet appeared, a collection of Republic, Sith, and Independent ships. They began to form up before the minefield and its defense force. The station that served as one of the control centers for the minefield looked small compared to the fleet opposing it. Avaryss leaned forward on her throne, her expression eager. Ah, so many ships, such a beautiful fleet. She pressed another button on the throne. Admiral Kennedy, Lord Rain, prepare yourselves. Our future allies have arrived. You will receive word when they approach Bantoon. Merritt said nothing. Future allies. Avaryss turned to her guests again, but not before hitting another switch on her throne. A yellow light started flashing. The Dark Lord regarded the two royals and Merritt. Now we will see, she said. Now you will be my guests as I usher the galaxy into a new era. She leaned back into her throne, her features disappearing into the shadows. Now, it begins, the Dark Lord hissed. Merritt watched the hologram. He thought of Timon, and of Shira. They had their own parts to play in what was about to happen. The two distant fleets were forming up, shields were raised, and weapons were coming online, and taking aim. It seemed that the whole galaxy was holding its breath, a breath that would soon be released. He let out a breath of his own, trying to focus on the light, and those that served it. Good luck to you both, he thought. May the Force be with us all. Chapter 68. The Plunge. Bela watched the holo tank as the battle began. The two fleets faced off, with flashes of light in between. The princess frowned. Those were no mere flashes of light. They were the destruction of fighter craft. Brave men, women, and other sentient creatures were dying as the craft they piloted were destroyed. She looked at the Sith Lord, sitting on her throne, a hint of a smile on her lips and a dreamy expression on her face. How could she be so smug in the face of death? How could she enjoy the destruction? Avaryss glanced at her. Beings die all the time, princess, she purred. Some deserve it, others may not. But in the end, all death is necessary. It serves the greatness of others and their causes. Bela didn't answer that, not sure how the Sith had known what she was thinking. She didn't think the woman could read minds. Of course she didn't need to. Why wouldn't Bela feel pain by the death, the loss of life that helped grow the Force? She scowled at the Sith. Merritt had told her the story of Kira Lilas, who she had been, what had become of her. How she had ceased to be Kira Lilas and became Darth Avaryss. Bela thought about that story now. How would I have reacted? She wondered, if someone had murdered my family before my eyes, if they had laughed while they destroyed everything I loved, would I have been strong enough to stay in the light? Or would the desire for vengeance consume me, make me into the monster like the one sitting in the throne before us? She couldn't answer that question. All she could say for certain is that she didn't hate Avaryss. She pitied her. What had happened, what she had become, was not her choice. She had been made a monster by forces beyond her control. The princess pursed her lips. What she had done after becoming a monster, though, that was her fault. The kidnapping of true Halcyon, her murder, and the theft of her body. The conquest of Bantoon, and the murder of the Paladina, that was all Avaryss doing, and she would need to answer for those crimes. Bela might have pitied the girl the Sith had been, but she would not try to save the monster she had become. Some people could not be saved, only stopped. Avaryss needed to be stopped. She looked over at her mother. Queen Viseria looked weary. Her pain had aged much since her daughter had last seen her. She didn't look well, and that worried her daughter. The old woman turned to her and smiled. "It is good to see you again, my little backup." Bela smiled. "Stay close to me," she whispered. "I'm not defenseless." The drugs that she had been given were not as effective as her captors had thought. She could still feel the Force and call upon it. It was only a matter of waiting for the right time. "Be careful," her mother whispered. "I don't wish to see you end up like your sister." "Where is Mary?" "Frozen in carbonite, treated as a trophy, a decoration on the monster's wall." Bela looked at the Sith, her temper flaring slightly. The Dark One smiled at her. Surely Avaryss was not blind to her power, and if so, what game was she playing? And yes, Bela was certain that there was a game going on. The Sith turned to Merritt, who remained quiet watching the battle. "I'm a bit surprised and hurt, Finn," she said. "You have not even thought to ask me about our child. Do you not care for his welfare? Do you not wish to see your son?" Merritt's eyes widened with surprise, but any real emotion was quickly buried. He gave the Dark Lord a cruel smile. "Trying to play on my emotions, Avi. Please?" Finn was not so green to fall for such a false appeal, and neither am I. He chuckled. "The biggest threat to our son is his mother. You place him in a dangerous place, surrounded by enemies. How is that love, Avi? To be honest, I don't think you even know what love is." The Sith's expression hardened. "My son will inherit my empire. It is you that has denied him. You weren't there for him when he was born. You were off discovering what you should have accepted from the very beginning, that the galaxy is mine, and everything in it as well, including you." Bela watched the exchange. She knew what Merritt and Avaryss had been. He had confessed that to her during the first night they had become lovers. He wanted her to understand what had happened, and why he needed to save his children. Seeing Darth Avaryss, feeling what she was feeling, and how Merritt was reacting, she had to agree with her love's assessment. Avaryss didn't love Merritt. She wanted to possess him. She wanted him at her side because she believed that he was hers. A toy to play with and give her what she wanted. No different from the guards and the two monsters at her side. Bela looked around the room. 5 royal guards had taken up positions around them, sworn protectors all clad in the red armor of the Sith Empire, with all the genetic modifications that made them so dangerous, even to Force wielders. 2 by the turbolift, 2 more to her left and right, with Char Valentine standing behind the throne, her guard's helmet under her left arm, with her force pike in her right. She stood protecting the ruler of Bantoon, as she had done so many times for Bela's mother. Only this time she defended a tyrant, a usurper, but it was not her choice. The princess understood that. That sight alone nearly broke Bela's heart. Char Valentine, the woman she thought of as Aunt Val. first companion to her father, and the most trusted ally of the royal family for over 50 years. The corruption of the sworn protectors had led to the Sith victory here on Bantoon, and the death of so many Paladina, deaths that Bela had experienced, one after the other. She endured those deaths, hoping to survive long enough to free her world, her people. She glanced at her mother again. How had she endured? How had she handled seeing her protector and advisor, a woman who had become a surrogate mother to her all those years ago, twisted by the Sith? Was it any wonder that the queen looked so frail? Bela's hands clenched into fists. She looked at the lightsaber on the Sith's throne, her saber. Even if she could reach it, the Sith's guards would be upon her in seconds. Even if she and Merritt fought, her mother would not survive. The Sith would use her as a hostage, or kill her to make a point. That was why the queen was here, to keep her daughter on her best behavior. Avaryss caught Bela's eyes again, and smiled cruelly, no doubt enjoying her suffering. At the Dark One's side stood her two monsters. The creature with the bat wings seemed almost as cruel as the Sith on the throne. The other, the one with horns and bird wings, seemed troubled, her expression almost tortured. Bela could feel her pain through the Force, recent pain. What was going on there? She wondered. As they watched, the ships on the Holo began to shift position. The Alliance fleet was reorganizing, while the Avaryss fleet, smaller in number and not possessing a single major military craft, held its position, defending the minefield, which should have held off any attackers on its own. Again, another question. So many questions, but no answers. The battle continued, flashes in the dark marking the death of brave beings. Bela watched. The battle continued. I. Hard right now. Tim complied. The night fire shifted beneath him as blaster fire raked the vacuum. To his left, an enemy fighter shot out in front of him, his hull alight with the glow that had been his wing made a few moments earlier. The half-blood smiled. Thanks, Sham. Timon could feel the presence of Sham Dixon, wolf leader, on his tail, now their wingman. The fighter pilot had done his part, now TM had to do his. He brought the ship over just enough to come up on the enemy's tail, and then the Nightfire's blasters flashed as Tim lined the ship up on its vector. The enemy vanished in a flash of light. Nice shot, Gold Leader. Timon looked over at the weapons console. Sahar Darklighter, Shira's Padawan, was doing a good job keeping them alive. The boy said nothing, focused on his work. Next to him, the droid CC was working the shields, plugged directly into the ship's systems. The droid was silent at his station. Rufo, Tim's Wookiee ally, flew as his co-pilot. Switch was in the back of the Nightfire working damage control, while Timon's grandsire had command of the small attack craft. Given his history with both the Sith and Republic, Nar's war record was well respected by both sides. He may have defected from the Empire years ago, but his performance was still honored by fighters on both sides. It was for this reason that he had been given command of the United Fighter Corps for this battle. Plus, given his history, he had chosen the Nightfire as his flagship. He had studied the vessel and knew what it could do, and it had been easy to convert it back to the combat specifications that it had once had. So, for the first time in almost 5 decades, the Nightfire was fully crewed, and his Gold Leader, handling command of the Alliance's fighter forces. A command that was currently under attack. Timon banked away from the edge of fight and back into the thick of it. His eyes narrowed. This was not working, he thought. He looked at the counter on his console, a counter showing how long they had until the mines came back online. A counter that was quickly counting down. Timon almost cursed. We are wasting time. The Alliance fleet had emerged from hyperspace in the Aphon system. As Ro Wilkes and his mysterious master had promised them, the Aphon minefield was offline, but the system was not without defenders. A fleet of mercenary ships and raid Cha thrust vessels had been waiting, holding up position before the disabled defense screen. Fighters poured from the waiting defenders. Uglies and raid Cha fighters, Hadaki-class defenders. These attackers moved in on the Alliance ships, drawing out Timon and his allies, the fighter screens shielding the advancing force. The battle began quickly after that. and for the moment the space between the two fleets had become one big dogfight, with enemies occasionally breaking off to strike at the Alliance capital ships. The Alliance fleet was keeping its distance for the moment, the Republic and Sith admirals evaluating how best to proceed. Captain Boo's and Cooper's smaller ships serving as additional screen, keeping the bombers, loyal to Avaryss, from devastating the Alliance's troop transports. As for Avaryss forces, they stayed where they were. They had no reason to be aggressive. As long as the enemy didn't advance, they were doing their job. No Alliance ships were on the way to Bantoon. Timon again looked at the minefield. The counter was running. They didn't have much time until it came back online. If it did, before the Alliance ships made the final jump to Bantoon, they would be in trouble. Those mines would cut the Alliance fleet to pieces. The comm crackled to life. Admiral Honesty to Gold Leader. Behind Timon in the commander's seat, his grandsire responded. "This is Gold Leader. Admiral," General Nar said. "What have you got for us?" "This is not looking good, General," the Republic officer said glumly. "We are not getting any signal from the mines. They do appear to be down. But if we advance into the guns of those enemy ships..." "All battle is risk," Admiral Nar reminded him. "I accept that. We could defeat this rabble, but we will take damage. A lot of it. In fact, maybe too much. It will do us no good if we arrive in the Bantoon system to beat up to resist the proper Sith fleet that Avaryss has with her." Timon's eyes narrowed. The Admiral had a point. None of Avaryss' Sith capital ships had been waiting for them in the Tython system, which meant those forces were likely now in orbit around Bantoon, awaiting the Alliance's arrival. Even if Avaryss ordered her ships to retreat from Tython, they would just regroup and be waiting with the rest of the Dark Lord's fleet over Bantoon, or they could break out, flee the system, and hit the battered Alliance force from behind if they were not dealt with. Timon growled. "In short, not a good place for the Alliance to be. Watch it. Gold Leader, you got a squadron coming in on point 35. Timon corrected his course. He and Sham formed up with the other wolves and moved in on the enemy. Lasers flashed against their shields as the night fire and wolves moved in. "We have to do something, grandsire," Timon said over his shoulder. "Agreed, son of my son," the old pure blood said, his eyes staring at the holo of the battle on his chair, looking for weaknesses that they could exploit. Timon almost cursed again. The counter was now under 10 minutes. They had to move now. They had to, or all would be lost before it began. I. They are not dancing to the tune you are calling, boss." Avaryss nodded as she regarded the holo before her. In her earpiece she could hear Mr. Rink aboard his flagship in the Tython system. Her old pilot and Darth Avaryss were directing their part of the battle from there. Avaryss nodded. Yes, she could see what Rink was saying. She had desired to split the Alliance fleet, draw the Sith into chasing after Rink's forces, and leave the Republic alone in Tython to secure the minefield. Alone, neither the Republic or the Sith forces could do much to Bantoon's defenses, but if they stayed together. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. "Damn them. We will need to force the issue, Rink," she said. "Have two of the raid chop break off and attempt to ram the Sith flagship. That should provoke Asana's pawns into doing what we need." "I thought we were trying to gain ships, not lose them, boss." "Some losses were expected, Mr. Rink. Do as I command." "Sure, boss." She went back to considering the battle. The ruse with the minefield would not be in effect much longer. If it stayed down longer than the enemy believed it would, they might start getting suspicious. She could not allow that. She needed that fleet here, where they could all be converted at once. Such a victory would make her life so much easier. She looked at the holo and considered the force she had sent against her enemies. The Raid Cha were loyal. Death Knell had made them that way. They would die for her if asked. Rink's mercenaries were doing their part, and as long as the credits flowed, they would continue to do so. Necker's forces. She smiled. She could sense them even from here. After Rain's removal as Lord of the Moons, Necker's had took a more hardline approach with the gangs. She had attacked them openly, exterminated most of them. It had caused some disruption, But the moons would recover, their economies would be restored in time without the corruption that Queen Visseria had tolerated. More to the point, under Necra's care, the criminals of the moons had not stayed dead. Their bodies were even now being directed by her old apprentice's command of the dark side. They flew and fought as they had in life. They were more useful cannon fodder to delay the alliance. She looked over at Finn, at Merritt. Merritt, she thought, she would not get used to that new name, not easily. She saw the princess look at him, and him at her. She frowned. What was that? She had felt something through the bond she shared with the man. A flicker of warmth and desire for the little blonde daughter of Jad Darbin. She glared at the father of her child. What was that? He didn't answer her through the force. If anything, he was still withdrawn from their connection. That annoyed her. He was here, in her power. He should have accepted it. He was hers like everyone else. General glanced to Darth Avaryss. She winced at the man's shrill voice in her ear. What is it, General? She asked in a low voice, not wishing to disturb her guests. I'm busy, entertaining. I didn't wish to be disturbed. I know, my lord, and I'm sorry, but Lord Lirhan has arrived, and he wants to speak with you. Avaryss hissed. She didn't have time for the arrogant bun now. I thought I told you to have him move to Sanctuary Base. I preferred we have our conversation after the battle was done. He was on his way to Sanctuary, but was in his own shuttle with his own crew. They listened to him, not us. She cursed. She didn't have time for this now. She was busy. Have him put someplace safe. Assure him that I will be down to speak with him shortly. Yes, my lord. The line went dead, the general returning to his duties. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Fool. Problems, Avi? Merritt asked with a cruel smirk. Nothing I can't handle, she replied. On the holo before them, 2 of the Rage-Ha ships broke off from the defenders and approached the Sith fleet. Weapons opened up, the thrust ship taking damage, despite the upgrades they had received before this battle. She watched as the ships were destroyed, ripped apart by the Harrowers' guns, but even in death they served her. One got close enough. The ship exploded, but its forward momentum sending burning debris into the Sith vessel shields, damaging both them and the ship inside them. The Sith fleet began to advance. Avaryss smiled. There we go, she thought. Everything is back on track. I. Empire's fist, do not break ranks. Timon heard his grandsire snarl as his words filled the cabin. The little witch is trying to bait us into splitting our forces. Do not give her what she wants. Through the static of the comm system, Timon heard the response. We cannot afford to stand off here any longer. General, if the Republic forces are too weak to react, we will carry the flag to victory, and beyond. Timon almost cursed. Did the fool Imperial not understand? It would take all of them to liberate Bantoon. He waited to hear his grandsire put the Imperial in his place, but again he was surprised. His grandsire's response was not what he thought it would be. I fear you are right, Admiral. Timon blinked. What? His grandsire contacted Admiral Odyssey. Admiral, shift your fleet along the vector I'm sending you, and have your ships form up for an entrapment configuration. Entrapment. General, we are trying to punch through. The minefield is about to go back online in under 5 minutes. Exactly, Admiral. I intend to push Avaryss' rabble back into that minefield. If they want to defend it so badly, let them be in the middle of it when it goes live. I intend to shove those defenses straight down the little witch's throat. Timon waited to see if Odyssey would disagree, but according to his board, the Sith were already reconfiguring for the entrapment. Finally, Odyssey responded. Copy, General. We are redeploying now. Excellent, Nar said, opening a general channel. This is Gold Leader to all fighter squadrons. Advance on the enemy position and engage those Avaryss ships at point-blank range. Polearm and other bomber squadrons stand by. We are pushing them back, and we are breaking through. Timon obeyed, but couldn't help but wonder if his grandsire was making a mistake. Even if the enemy retreated into the minefield, even if they fled, they would be waiting for the Alliance on the other side, and the Alliance ships would be left to maneuver through an active minefield, They would take damage on the way out, they would lose ships, and take damage. What kind of shape would they be when they reached Bantoon? Arrived and found a full and ready Avaryss battle fleet waiting for them. He brought the night fire around and made for the center of the Avaryss lines. His brow furrowed. "Grandsire," he thought, "I hope you know what you are doing." I. Interesting, Avaryss thought, watching the image in the holo. Entrapment formation. Surprising strategy. She smiled. So the enemy commanders will only let me lead them so far. Very well. She contacted Rink again. "Begin the withdrawal, Mr. Rink," she ordered. "Let's let the enemy think they have their win." "Copy, boss." Avaryss nodded and leaned back into her throne. The battle had not gone exactly as she had thought it would, but despite the slight change, she was still confident that she could make this work. She saw the hopeful expression on Bela Astillo's face. She decided to twist the knife, move matters here where they needed to be. "Oh my," she said sarcastically, "it looks like the liberation of your home world isn't going according to plan." The princess didn't take the bait. She simply watched the battle, watched as Rink's forces made their orderly withdrawal. The timetable beneath the image, showing the time until minefield reactivation, said 2 minutes. Plenty of time, the Dark Lord knew. Soon the Alliance forces would move to secure the minefield station on their side of the battle. Avaryss forces had already transferred control to the Bantoon side. They would be delayed for at least another hour or more, with 2 hours flight time between the field and Bantoon proper at a warship's top speed. 3 hours. Plenty of time. Plenty of time to evacuate every Sith she needed to before initiating the Ascension Protocol, convert Finn, and carrying out the final ritual. Everything was good, she thought with a smirk. Victory. Delicious. I. They are pulling out, General. Timon watched as the enemy fleet fell back into the minefield. The counter was just under 2 minutes. They would be able to reach the station before activation and begin the assault. Even if the Sith transferred command to the station over Bantoon, the Alliance could still delay the activation of the bulk of the mines and make sure that their entrance would go untroubled. Except for the fact the retreating Avaryss fleet would be linked up with the rest of her ships over Bantoon. Ships including the band's own heavy escorts, and who knew how many more fighters. It would be an ugly fight. It would be. Detonation. The voice came over the comms one of the wolves. Timon looked down at his console. The color drained from his face. The mines were online. The entire field was operational, a minute and a half early, and they were flying straight into it. "Pull back," Admiral Onasi shouted over the comm. All craft pulled back. Too late, Timon thought. The mines have us. Outside the viewports, explosions flashed as fighters veered away. Ships were to their left and right. Collision warning screamed, even as alarms blared signaling that the mines were all live. Barely controlled panic. Behind him, his grandsire didn't even flinch, even as their fighters and capital ships banked crazily trying to get out of the way of the lethal field. "Take evasive action," Nar said calmly into the comms. "All groups form up in Sector 22. Timon heard a shriek behind him. "Switch," he called out. "Hey, warn a girl when you're about to turn the ship on his head." "Sorry," he called back sheepishly. They had moved too quickly for the inertial dampers to compensate, and unlike the bridge crew who were strapped down, Switch was just an engine compartment, likely untethered. Probably getting thrown around. "Hang on back there, Miss Juno," Nar called out. "Thanks, General," she shouted back sarcastically. The old pure blood didn't reply. He was too busy planning the next stage of the mission. A mission Tim feared was over. Even if they made it through the mines, they would be easy prey for Avaryss on the other side. Was it over, he wondered. Had they lost? Rufo barked, turning off the alarms, and already working the scanners, moving them closer to the Aphon gas giant in its rings. It would offer some protection from the mines. Admiral Onasi and his Sith counterpart were already thinking the same thing, moving the capital ships back. How badly damaged they would be by the mines would determine their next move. Another explosion flashed across the stars. Timon looked down at his sensor board, surprised by what he saw. Timon blinked. What? In that moment, the whole battle changed, and with it, perhaps the fate of the galaxy. Timon smiled. Perhaps this battle was not over after all. Grandsire, he shouted, do you see that? He heard his grandsire do something then that he never heard before. The old man chuckled, his smile that of a well-fed predator, the satisfied smirk of a seasoned conqueror of worlds and star systems, trained by the Sith Empire. I see it, son of my son. He laughed again. I see it. Chapter 69. Blooded. My sweet little deadlings are being left behind, my lord. Rink and I will be making our return now. That is excellent, Necros. I will be seeing you soon. Avaryss smiled at the holo of the distant Deveronian. Rink stood at her side, looking as unkempt as ever. But as always, he had done well. They both had done well. She was pleased. The battle had not gone entirely as she had hoped, but it was not a loss. The Alliance fleet was advancing too slowly, and that meant her defenders still had a chance to escape into hyperspace and rendezvous over Bantoon for the grand finale. She looked up at her guests, watching as the controlled fallback was taking place. She could not say if they felt a sense of victory, but if they did, that feeling would be very short-lived. She looked down at the blinking button on her throne, the signal that would bring the mass drivers down into the planetary shield and allow her to ascend to the place she desired to be, the place she needed to be. So much hard work was about to pay off. She looked again at Finn, or Merritt she supposed. He still resisted her, and that was both frustrating and exciting at the same time. She would enjoy breaking him at long last, bringing him fully into her circle. She would just have to get used to the new name, she supposed, until he chose an appropriate Darth title, of course. The thought made her shiver. Our child will draw him closer, and in time, he will accept his position. She knew him well enough to know that for sure. He will be mine, as will the galaxy, but he will see me as his, and that will be enough to keep him content. Sometimes the illusion of power was better than actual power, she found. He would accept his new position, and a place in the Sith Order, given time. It was what needed to happen. She was the Empress of the galaxy. No one but another Darth deserved to be her consort. Anything else, well, it was simply not done. She glanced at the princess, and the look she was giving her future consort, and Avaryss could not deny the spark of jealousy that flared as he glanced back at her. She doesn't know him, or understand what he is like I do. She will try to change him, while I will accept the changes that I brought about. In me, he will find both shelter and desire. What could the stupid little Bond girl offer when it came to that? Watching her, sensing her emotions, it made Avaryss hungrier to kill the little Paladina whelp. All it did was made her even more excited for the endgame when Merritt struck the little shudder down to defend the mother of his child. She looked up at Agony and Abominus. Her two creatures seemed to be watching the battle with a blend of emotions. Nessie was enjoying the distant bloodshed, while Agony seemed distracted. Avaryss could sense that she was troubled through the Force, but didn't really know why. It didn't matter, she supposed, not with the game they were playing about to come to fruition. She would be. The holo flashed red, and an alarm light blinked orange beneath the image. Avaryss sat up in surprise. What was? As she watched, her ships fleeing the Athon systems, all of them, began to wink out, one by one. Some vanished entirely, while others shattered, sending wreckage in all directions. The Dark Lord's jaw almost dropped. The minefield, it was operational. Avaryss whirled her throne around and put on her battle mask. It had a direct comlink to the distant fleet, and with the vocoder silenced, her guests would not hear what was being said. She had no desire to let them know what was really going on. Right, like they can't see the holotank. She ignored that realization, focused only on getting a report. She looked down as the many holos of Necros and Rink on the armrest of her throne returned. Boss, Rink called out. What are you doing? The minefield is being online. Necros cried. Turn IT off. I didn't turn it on, Avaryss said, turning slightly so that she could still see the main holotank. Our shields are holding, but we are getting hammered, Rink said, his image flickering. Avaryss knew that. Not all the mines were explosives. Some had missile batteries, some carried turbolasers, and they were designed to be as efficient as possible in killing an enemy force. Right now, her ships were that force. Get out, Avaryss ordered. Get out right now. She could not say if Rink or Necros could hear her. She could sense their panic from here. She looked up again and watched what was happening in the distant system. She watched as the Alliance ships scattered, falling back quickly, trying to get out of the killing zone. The mines would surely get them too, but... Avaryss' eyes narrowed. What the hell was going on? Even if the minefield had gone live, it shouldn't have been able to target her ships. Each and every one had a specially designed transponder box that identified the ship bearing it as friendly. The mine's droid brains should not have been able to target her ships. She could only watch in horror as her independent star fleet broke apart and died in a flash of fire. Agony said, "What is going?" The Dark Lord silenced the creature with a raised hand. She touched the comm button on her throne. The comm signal linked to the one inside her mask. "Patch me through to minefield control. Now." "As ordered, my lord," the voice on the other end replied. Avaryss shook her head. "No." As she watched the last of her raid shot thrust ships vanish from the holo, their armor not up to the task of shielding them, despite the weapons and shield upgrades they had undergone for this battle. Rink's mercenaries were trying to scatter, but the mines were everywhere, and the Alliance was between them and a safe exit vector. Necros' reanimated criminals didn't respond. They still tried to attack the Alliance fleet, and died permanently, their bodies destroyed, without taking a single movement of evasive action. It was then that the Dark Lord realized something. The Alliance fleet wasn't being attacked. They were banking this way, and that, but not a single capital ship had been destroyed. Only those loyal to Avaryss. Only. She stabbed the comm button on her throne. "Where is my connection to minefield control?" The voice on the other end sounded more panicked. Clearly, he could see on his own board what was happening. "We are still trying to reach them, my lord." She cursed under her breath as two more frigates vanished from the holo. She contacted Rink and Necros. The holo flickered. She could only get audio. "We're losing shields. Accelerate to full speed. We have to get out of here." "Rink," Avaryss growled, "disable the transponder. The minefield signal is reversed. The safe code is turning you into the target." "Rink." "Necros. One of you answer me." The static cleared, showing a bloody and terrified threatened Rink. The Dark Lord could not see Necros. "Boss, we are losing our shields. We're gonna jump in." There was a flash, and Rink was thrown out of the holo field. He vanished in a flare of static. Avaryss thought she heard a cry of despair that sounded like Necros, since the woman had never seemed to have had a fear of death, and seemed to welcome it. Inside the hollow tank before her, she watched as Rink's flagship vanished, its drive section jumping to hyperspace as it cracked midship, splitting it in two. The engine slammed into what was left of the rest of the ship, and it dissolved into nothingness. Avaryss sat there, unable to speak, her eyes wide with disbelief. The probe droid was still broadcasting, but one thing was clear. Her defenders were gone. An entire third of her forces wiped out. She didn't dare look at her guests. One triumphant look from any of them would have sent her into a killing rage. Her eyes narrowed. She held that rage in check, saving it, but she could not stop the fury that blossomed in her breast. Someone would pay for this, and they would pay dearly. Sabotage, she thought. Betrayal, she knew. She thought she had dealt with this problem with the deaths of Infamy and Ilaria. Now, Rink and Necros were. She shook her head. Red tinged her vision. She could not sense either of them. They were both likely dead, and if they were, she had lost two of her more useful allies. She was always careful around Necros. The woman she had trained had grown into a fine Sith. Rink had been with her almost as long as Holly. His loss was a sad one. She did her best to center herself before contacting the communications section again. When she spoke, her very tone was a death sentence. "Minefield control," she purred in a sweetly venomous voice. "Respond." Patching you through and out, my lord. I will kill that man, she thought. The technician, him and his whole Arcann family. Minefield control, came a strangely familiar voice over the comm. Avaryss blinked. Wait. She knew that voice? What the hell just happened in Tython? She demanded. Why were the mines armed? I think you can guess, Avaryss. Avaryss gripped the armrest of her throne. She knew that voice? Yes. She had hoped she was wrong, that her anger was leading her to paranoia, but no. She did know that voice, and she knew that condescending tone. So, much like her mother. Sin, she murmured. Sin fear. She heard the cold laugh, and sensed amusement. I'm so pleased that you remember, my lord. Avaryss took another cleansing breath. Sin fear, her late master's mundane-blooded daughter. The one he had cast aside, and Avaryss had used on Oriana as a bargaining chip. The one she herself had elevated in her game against Darth Fear. She had vanished shortly after that, before Avaryss had completed her transition to her new body. She had not known what had happened to her. Then, during Avaryss' exile, she had returned. She had been with her master's imposters. She had been there when Avaryss had learned of her master's trickery, and she had disappeared in the explosion that finally destroyed House Fear. She was supposed to be dead. Yet, now, here she was, her voice clear and mocking. You are behind this, she snarled. You have masterminded all the treachery around me. The woman laughed. Oh, only if I was. Sadly, I've never had the power to play the game at that level. My father knew that, which is why he left me to labor as a filing clerk. I did learn, though, both from him and you. I learned the value of finding a strong patron, and that patron has finally maneuvered me into a place where I could hurt you. I'm most grateful for that. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. You will not escape the Bantoon control station alive, the Dark Lord promised. Oh, I'm no longer on the station. I had this call routed to my personal link. As for your loyal supporters aboard the minefield control stations, you will hear from them soon, not that it will matter. They will find themselves locked out of the system. Those mines are offline until the Alliance finishes with you, as my master wanted. Avaryss' head spun. Was it possible? Had Asinus forces tainted someone around her? Had that person played the waiting game, either to seize what Avaryss possessed, or destroy her? It was possible, but the Dark Lord remained undaunted. She had not lost yet. You have only delayed me, woman. I can still win. Maybe, but I've stuck a blade in your side, and bled you, and do you know what? It felt good. I may not have liked my parents very much after what they did, but they were still my parents. I still loved them, and you killed them. You stole everything that should have been mine. I hate you for that. You deserve to be punished, and I needed to prove myself to the Empire and my master. I've just done that, and now I am off to do more. I do know about your plan. The master shared that with me. You don't have the time you need to get all the preparations you wanted done or ready, and if you are rushing around and trying to complete them, you certainly don't have the time to hunt me. The Dark Lord said nothing. In her heart, she knew the fool girl was right. She looked at the hollow tank. The Alliance forces were reforming and advancing. They were ignoring the minefield control station completely. They were not trying to secure it. Likely they had heard from Sin's fellows and knew they didn't need to. That part of the plan had fallen apart. She could not deny that. She took another deep breath and tried to focus. I will be seeing you when all this is over, Sin, she murmured into the communicator. I will find you. We will see. Goodbye, Darth Avaryss. My family has been avenged. The signal broke, and Avaryss was left staring at the advancing Alliance fleet on the holo. She removed her mask and looked into the holo tank and the gathering of enemies. Distantly, she could almost hear Darth Fear laughing at her. She could image Bill's cruel smirk and Sinestra's condescending smile. I will destroy the girl, she promised herself. House Fear's last heir will die. She thought of Holly and of HK Sigma 3. He had not been rebuilt after he had downloaded his memory core back here. She had not even watched his final report, too annoyed by his failure. Well, she could correct that mistake. Avaryss would have Holly restore him so that he could hunt the fear shut it down. He would enjoy that. He did so love hunting down meatbags. Or maybe she would set her hunters loose. They enjoyed the taste of her enemy's flesh. The thought of the girl's final screams made her feel a little better. Yet, she had no time for pleasant fantasies. That vengeance, it was for another day. Right now, she had bigger problems. The Alliance fleet was passing through the once again deactivated minefield. They moved through the debris that had been her independent fleet, and were now the tombs of Thranton Rink and Darth Avaryss. 2 more of her inner circle gone. Her heart pounding. Not good, she knew. Not good at all. I still have the keys, she thought to herself, trying to find the sense of victory that had been lost. I still have Rain, and the rest of my fleet, and my mass drivers. The Bond planetary shield will keep the enemy out. At least until I'm done here. I'm not defenseless. She took another deep breath. I can still win. Your lines seem to have broken, Avi, Mary said with a smirk. Internal problems, perhaps. She didn't even answer him. She was too angry. Damn you, she thought. Damn every single one of you. She would need to contact Kennedy and Rain. They would need to rework the defense of the planet. She was no longer sure how many of the Alliance ships she could make her own, and needed to inform the Admiral that they had more of a fight coming than she suspected. She also needed to send assault shuttles to the minefield control station over Bantoon. She needed to make sure it would be hers again, before the battle really kicked off. But could those people be trusted, she wondered. Sin had managed to breach her security and cause major damage. Of course, Avaryss had not been looking for her either. It had been a blind spot that had cost her much today. The Dark Lord scowled. She was unwilling to lose anything else. The still unified Alliance fleet had broken through the Tython system, and would be here in under 2 hours if they pushed their hyperdrives. She needed to be ready when they arrived. She watched as they vanished into hyperspace on an attack vector for Bantoon itself. She looked at the Queen and her daughter. They said nothing, but she could feel the sense of triumph radiating off them. Spoiled rich Murglax, born with a silver spoon, not capable of understanding how much she had sacrificed to make it where she was. She would show them. She would show them all. The image of the minefield was replaced with the countdown clock, time until the arrival of the Alliance fleet. The clock showed just under 2 hours. Not enough time, the Dark Lord realized. No chance to evacuate her forces to safe locations before triggering the mass drivers. Many of her soldiers and allies were going to die. As that thought came to her, so came another, one that made it all okay. She grinned. So what? There were loyal troopers, techs, and bureaucrats out there, sure, but there were also the traitors that caused the defeat in the Battle of Tython. Maybe even Sin's mysterious patron was out there somewhere. Avaryss would not let her concern for her men stop her from doing what was needed. They would burn. They had sworn to live and die at her command, and now, they would. Their sacrifice would make her final victory possible. She could do it, and why not? There were always more servants and sycophants. Avaryss, she heard a ominous snarl. She looked up at the red-haired monster. Yes. The creature showed its teeth. What do we do now? We wait, she purred, looking at her guests again. She gave them a wicked smile. I always intended your precious liberators to reach orbit, and now, they are on their way. The Dark Lord leaned back in her throne. One battle does not win a war, but it will end soon. Sooner than you all might think. She looked again on the yellow button on her throne. Soon enough, she thought. Avi, Agony said. It is fine, Lord Agony, she said with a smirk. Everything is fine. The creature looked at their guests and remained silent. Good. At least she remembers her place. Avaryss' expression remained indifferent. She had her shields, her ships, the keys, and the Grand Temple itself, and soon, the galaxy. She was not worried. She accepted that sacrifices needed to be made, and she was prepared to make them. It is not over yet, she knew. Let the enemy come. Let them walk right into the Nexus den, and into my loving arms. Let them come, she thought with a wicked, slightly off giggle. her right eye twitching. Let them come. Chapter 70. The beginning. The battle had begun. Shireville could sense it. It was like the smell of prey on the air, the taste of blood in her mouth. The Jedi took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to find her inner peace. Trying to be the Jedi that Master Vey had believed that she could be. The transport she was riding in bumped its way along the city road. The vehicle, a heavy-wheeled model, carried herself with troopers, enforcers, and a dozen Paladina knights, including Kit Shalia, the Paladina Grand Master. Underlord Go's contacts had provided them with the last element they needed for their attack on the city's shield generator station. So, now, with the fleet on its way, it was time to put the plan into action. The Sith would say nothing of these transports. They were known on the streets. Typically, they were filled deliveries from the wharves, cargo unloaded from seagoing vessels, or even fish and other harvests from Bantoon's rich seas. Normally, these transports were a part of life for the city. Perhaps they still were, but upon arrival, they would bring death to Avaryss Sith minions at the generator station. Shira was not sure what to make of that. It was necessary, but as a Jedi, attack was not something she was supposed to relish or enjoy. She broke her meditations briefly and looked up at her fellows. It was a strange gathering of the allies that Go and the Paladina had brought together. Master Kit had contacted several trusted nobles that were unhappy with the way that Avaryss rule here had affected them. They were not necessarily loyal to Queen Vesseria, but they did have a stake in the survival of the Paladina and were looking out for their own interests. Plus, Go had spoken with the Combined Automata, the Droid Criminal Syndicate, and they had come through with the computer spike that the Underlord claimed would aid the Alliance greatly in their victory over the Witch and her force here. Is everything okay, Master? Shira opened her eyes and looked up at the seat across from her. Dunk Joyce, the Bond Commando, was checking her blaster, as she did before every mission, as far as Shira knew. She could sense the woman's eagerness, her willingness to finally do something to save her home world. She, like many of the Bond around her, had long awaited this day. A chance to truly strike back against their Sith oppressors and the tyrant that had held their world these last few years. Shira could not deny such eagerness herself. Despite her Jedi training, her instincts were that of a skilled hunter, born of the dark side. She was eager for combat too. She had wrestled with that eagerness her whole life. A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. That is what the Jedi Order taught, but they had been at war with the Sith for almost half a century, and now the Zakuul. In war, sometimes, attack was part of protecting others. By stopping an enemy before they could hit innocents, lives could be saved. By helping the oppressed liberate their worlds, steps towards a lasting peace could be taken. It was all about how and why the war was being fought. It was necessary to fight to defend worlds, or defend their people. Sometimes, she realized, a good offense was the best defense. The thought made her shake her head. The Force in these times was most confusing indeed. She looked at Dunk again. The woman slid her blaster back into his holster. How do you think the battle is going? Do you think the fleet will make it through? Shira's eyes narrowed as she reached out with the Force, but it offered little comfort. She snorted. Go seemed pretty confident. Our mysterious Sith ally seems to have convinced him that what is going on is no trap being set by Avaryss. If it is so, we shall likely do well this day. Dunk nodded. I still find it hard to believe that Avaryss' own people would turn on her so easily. The soldier's words amused the Jedi. The Sith betray each other, Dunk. It is their nature, and it is their one major weakness, a flaw that has cost them victory time and time again. It is one of the few advantages that the light has over the servants of the dark side. Shira showed her teeth. Their ambition is not just their strength, it is their destruction, and it has happened time and time again. Shira shook her head. The only thing the Jedi and the servants of the light should fear is what would happen if the Sith ever found a way to break the cycle of infighting, if the Sith should ever truly unify against the galaxy, and somehow found a way to yoke their competition in a more cohesive way. If they did, the Jedi and the rest of the galaxy would be in trouble. She hoped, That day never came. Gather your strength, my friends, Kit Shalia called out. Shira and Dunk looked forward. The Paladina Master had risen from her seat. We approached the last checkpoint. Actual Sith will be guarding this one. Reinforce your wills and hold the shield. Hide us from their attention. Once we are through, the real work shall begin. The various Paladina nodded, or voiced their acknowledgement. Shira leaned back and waited. In this, she could not aid their allies. Master Kit had tried to teach her the shielding ritual the Paladina used, but she had no talent for it. It could be her origins, or that she was simply not born of the bond. Either way, she counted on her allies to shield her as much as they shielded themselves. Shira could only sit and wait and hope. The transport rumbled to a stop. Even now she could imagine the Sith soldiers emerging from behind their checkpoints to inspect the vehicle. Sith acolytes would be here as well, protecting the station from Paladina sabotage. Sabotage that had not come in the last 3 years. The Sith would likely be bored of this duty, and would hopefully not probe too deeply into the transport. If so, they would do well. Of course, if the battle had begun in the Athon system, they might be more careful. She tried to keep her presence in the Force small, and trust in the abilities of her allies. Shira could almost feel the fingers of darkness reaching out from the Sith acolytes, searching, probing. Don't see us, she thought. You will not find us. Silence had fallen over the transport. Some troopers gripped their weapons. Paladina remained still, their eyes closed, focused on protecting the gathering of people around them. Shira was impressed. She could feel the light wrapping around them, forming a bubble of the nothingness that was not them, making it seem that that was all it was. And the Jedi Council didn't wish their aid against the Sith. They looked upon the Paladina as dangerous, and backward cousins. A foolish mistake, she realized. The Council should have trusted these people. Their attachment to their home and families be damned. It didn't weaken the Paladina, it strengthened them. Jedi fear of other Force disciplines had taken away a weapon that would have been useful to the entire galaxy. If we survive this, if the Paladina and Republic survive, she was determined to bring this to what was left of the Jedi Council. If Master Sato still lived, she would plead the band's case to the Grand Master. The Paladina were no mistake, they were a resource. A resource that should have been used long ago. Beneath them the transport rumbled back to life, the heavy wheels rolled on. Shira let out a breath she had not realized that she was holding. They had done it. They were through. She heard sighs of relief from the other soldiers. She looked up to see Dunk grinning at her. The commando gave her a thumbs up. Shira smiled. They were now entering the heart of the witch's rule on this world. One of the stations that protected Avaryss' interests from her enemies. Shira's eyes narrowed. It now fell to them to bring that station low. Troops were needed on the ground, and fighters in the air. Avaryss ships and troops would need to be either pushed off this world, or destroyed. Once the attack began here, those people would send word to the other old city-states, prompting a full-scale uprising. She found herself thinking about the others fighting in the city. Choir and Ambassador Velzoris. They were to cause chaos in the city, draw the Sith's attention. Once that distraction was in full effect, Master Kit would make her move on the shield generator. But it had to be timed perfectly. The shields had to be dropping shortly after the fleet entered the system. Without the reinforcements from the Alliance, the uprising on Bantoon would fail. And many Bond would die. Of course, win or lose, many Bond would die anyway. The witch would not leave this world willingly. She had to be pushed off with the blood of those defending their homes. Heroes all. Thinking about that darkened her mood. She expected to face death for others. She had been trained for that, taught of how high a calling it was. Of course, a mere battle was not enough, not as long as the Sith Temple still remained. They would need Alliance power to destroy the place, bombers to blast it down to the foundation, and all this needed to be done before. Shira shivered. She felt a gathering darkness. The light was rising to oppose it, but the battle's outcome was far from certain. Avaryss was as dangerous as ever, perhaps even more dangerous. If she unleashed her full power, it would be bad for all, not just here on Bantoon, but the entire galaxy. We have to stop her here. She knew that in her bones. If the witch wins here, we all lose. In that moment, the Force whispered in her ear, and she felt a sense of what could be, what might yet be. She imagined Jedi fleeing for their lives, hunted by Republic troopers. Men in black body suits and white armor hunting down all that called themselves the Jedi Knights. The sight made her shudder. Was this what was to come, or what might come? The Force was complicated, and the future was always in motion. This vision may have been a warning what was to happen if they failed. If so, she knew that she couldn't afford to fail, not this time. Shira pulled her lightsaber from her belt, felt the familiar grip, the smooth surface that was like an extension of her arm in battle. She was ready to call on it again, and her world blurred. She saw in her mind's eye a beach at sunrise, she and the witch facing off for the last time. No soldiers around, no guards to interrupt them, just them. She felt a sense of tiredness, but it didn't stop her from dropping into a fighting stance. She could feel the hate radiating off the witch, the fury at being denied and opposed. In that moment, red and green blaze came together. One last time, a low growl escaped her lips. She found herself thinking of their first meeting years ago, aboard the station known as the Wreck. They had both been very young then, only a year or two from leaving their teen years behind, barely grown, only a few years separated from the younglings they had been. That fight had ended as their other fights had, with someone getting in the way. Jaz Darbin had been the first to interrupt them. Avaryss had convinced him that she was merely serving her people. Shira often thought of that moment. She had been stronger than the witch in those days. Even Avaryss had acknowledged that. She sometimes wondered what would have happened if she had been faster, if she had killed the witch before Master Jaz had stopped her. Would this battle be happening today? Would Master Jaz have still been alive and Bantoon free if the witch had died all those years ago? It was tempting to say, yes, but dangerous to do so. Avaryss had been necessary in stopping the threat of Darth Tarek. She and Shira had fought side by side for the first time during that battle. If the witch hadn't been there. As with so many things, she could not say for certain. The Force was complicated, and remained so. Shira had gone to face Tarek, her creator, and might have died on that station if not for Avaryss and Finn. It seemed that the Force had had a plan that day, and on the day of her and Avaryss' first meeting. Perhaps what had happened had needed to happen. If so, then this place and time was the best possible outcome. Regardless, it didn't matter. They were all here now, and it fell to Shira to do her part. She would help with the liberation of Bantoon and the freeing of her people. She felt the transport shift underneath her again. She heard and felt the vehicle come to a stop. She felt the vibration cease as they reached their destination, a side street not far from the generator station. And now, she thought to herself, we wait. Those people had rigged the vehicle to appear to have engine problems, should any curious come to check. Of course, the Paladina were again reaching out with the Force, the native bond cloaking the vehicle from curiosity and concern. Shira closed her eyes and meditated, readied herself for the coming battle. As she found her center and a place of peace, she felt the gentle hum of the Force. Yet, this was not the hum of tranquility. It was like a countdown clock on an explosive, a moment of silence before the explosion went off. She could sense the heaviness of the dark side. Its grip was strong on this place. Years of Sith control had defined the Bond destiny for almost 4 years now, maybe longer, considering how the Sith had risen to take this place so quickly. Yet, the light was no longer static. It was finally bubbling up, ready to tear away the veil of the dark side and bring this world back into the light again. In this one moment, she could sense the approaching fleet. It seemed that they had made it through, but the darkness had not been beaten yet. It was still lethal, and ready to fight to maintain its hold. So many possible futures played out in her head, sometimes Sith victories, in others the Alliance was successful, and there were even a few where both sides lost, destroyed in the final act of Sith madness. It was during this spinning cacophony of possible futures that she felt merit in Bayla's presences. She felt the flash of battle and the rage of Avaryss. She felt, my friends, Kit Chalet's words drew her out of the force. Her eyes opened, and she looked forward. She felt a sense of lost time. Things seemed different somehow. The Paladina drew her blaster and blade. "It is time," she called out. As one, the group rose to their feet. Weapons were drawn, and fears were faced as soldiers and knights prepared to meet their destinies. Shira was on her feet, with Dunk Joyce at her side. She guessed that choir and the ambassador had made their moves. So now, she thought with a lick of her lips, so do we. Trust in those next to you, and in the Force, Master Kit called out. Once again, my friends, we fight for our homes, our families, for the gods, and the Force. Are you ready? A ripple of affirmatives went through the assembled fighters. I said, are you ready? The Paladina Master repeated. Yes, all answered in unison. The Master nodded. Then for Bantoon, and the future of our people. A red light flashed overhead, and the door to the transport opened. A city street appeared before them. Lights were on, heralding the arriving night. Distantly, she could hear sirens, air raid warnings. The Alliance was overhead, and now. It was time. The Jedi took a deep breath and let it out, letting her fear flow with it. Her lips pulled back in a growl. This is it, Shira thought. Here we go. Master Kit gave the order. Attack! The group emerged as one. Silver-white blaze of the Paladina sprang to life, while Shira's own green blade came up. To their left, blaster bolts and force lightning awaited their approach. A young Paladina knight next to her, no older than 18, was the first to die. She parried a blaster shot only to take two more, one in the face, the other in the chest. She was flung back. Dunk Joyce nearly tripped over the dying warrior, but managed to keep her feet. The commando fired a grenade launcher. To their left, explosions lit up the night. The group wheeled to the left, the entrance to the shield control station now straight in front of them. The two Sith troopers at the entrance were down. A Sith marauder, a warrior in full armor and hooded robe, engaged two Paladina knights. A Sith acolyte was behind him, lightsaber in hand. Barely a man, a boy really, the acolyte's face twisted with rage as he blasted out with force lightning. Shira lunged forward, catching the blast on her blade, and with an animalistic howl, she leapt and came down inside the boy's guard. Her blade flashed out, and the boy fell, the top of his head taken off by her weapon. Shira howled, giving herself fully to the battle, and the beast she normally held in check. It was not completely out of control, but it had slipped its leash. That part of her lived for battle, lived for it, and found it good. Darth Avaryss would have been proud. His creation finally set loose, living up to his potential. All around her, the group of Bond defenders surged forward, eager to reclaim their world. Shouts of battle rang out around her. For the Paladina. For the gods. For the Queen. For Bantoon. Shira's voice joined them, her cry the one that she hoped unified them all. For freedom. The doors to the station hissed open, more Sith defenders emerged. Blasters fired and lightsabers flashed. Red clashed with white and emerald green. Blue-violet lightning tried to bar the band's way. Shira snarled a challenge. The time for talk was done. The battle had been joined. The battle for Bantoon had begun. Light versus dark. Avaryss versus Alliance. So be it, Shira thought. Let the dice fly high. The future, and the Force, held its breath. Win or lose, the future would be decided. It had finally begun. Chapter 71. Rain. This can't be happening. Rain could only watch the holo in horror. She watched as the minefield, that should have protected them, decimated their fleet of mercenaries and pirates. She watched in disbelief as the Alliance fleet, their enemies, began to form up and move through the field without fear. She could do nothing as the enemy executed the jump into hyperspace. The apprentice frowned. Executed. Yes, there was an interesting word. She was currently aboard her meditation sphere. They had just disengaged from the Emperor's wisdom and was taking up her assigned position above the planet. She had access to her master's probe droid, so she had decided to use it, observe the distant battle, and revel as the first stage of her master's plan play out successfully. That had not happened, and now the enemy was coming. She looked at the countdown on the side of the holo. Too soon, she thought to herself. Far too early. In less than 2 hours the enemy would be here. Not a lot of time, by her reckoning. Her master had thought the minefield would delay the alliance, give them at least another 4 to 5 hours to move all their pieces into position, but that would not be possible, and now. She frowned. Now the plan needed to be reevaluated. She looked around the meditation ship, small by modern standards, barely bigger than the slave hovel she had lived in as a small child. The upper section of the sphere contained the droid brain that piloted the ship at her command. The other systems, the cloak, weapons, and backup piloting controls were all routed through a single terminal, a terminal now manned by Gull, while Tron stood guard by the entry hatch. Rain frowned slightly. She had thought of bringing Lick aboard, but what had happened to her lover? She was no longer sure her old ally could be trusted, not when Rain's role was so important to the final plan. Better safe than sorry. She had left the girl to look after her father, and see to the transport of Avaryss' many dark side items in the event that things came unstuck here. Unstuck, meaning failure, she thought. Her master was just being careful. That is why she had accepted the decision to move a few people and items off Bantoon, but now. Her frown deepened. Now, she wasn't so sure. Why didn't my master foresee the event with the minefield? She asked herself. Why had she not taken steps to prevent it? The question haunted her as she prepared to enter a meditative trance. When the Alliance fleet arrived, she needed to be ready, to delay them, and make sure they didn't interfere, not until the Ascension Protocol was completed and the final ritual cast. Then, all the losses they had suffered would not matter. Avaryss would seize the enemy fleet and reach out with the Force and destroy the Eternal Empire. It is what they had spent so many years working towards. It was the culmination of the plan. She realized then that she was being watched. Go had turned away from his console and was looking at her. The Twi'lek's expression was not one of confidence. "What now, my fair one?" he asked. She gave him an arch look. "We complete the plan," she replied, trying to reassure him. "We have a little less time than we expected, but it will not matter, not in the long run." She did her best to smile confidently. "Everything will work out fine. My master has foreseen it." Her lover didn't look convinced. She didn't foresee the deaths of our allies. She didn't foresee the loss of Lord Necros and Commander Rink. "We cannot know that for certain," Rain answered, finding a certain spin for what had happened. "Perhaps my master thought it better to sacrifice our allies, to further sell the Alliance on their belief in victory. Whether she knew or didn't know, doesn't matter. Go. The enemy is coming, and will soon fall into my master's web. Soon, they will be our allies too." Rain rose and walked up to him. She placed her hands on his broad shoulders, kissing the tip of his nose. "Everything is well. Focus on the mission, and don't get distracted." He nodded and turned back to his station, but she still sensed hesitation, concern. She did her best to ignore it. "We still have a role to play, and I have a job to do." She returned to the meditation pad in the center of the sphere. It would be her throne for the duration of the coming mission. She could not deny a sense of nervous excitement. This would be true test of her abilities. This would be the largest engagement she had ever tried to influence. Her battle meditation was strong, and with the sphere's aid, it would be even stronger. "I just have to delay them, just until the mass drivers do their work, and Avaryss completes the ritual, and by then, everything will be well." A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. Everything will be my master's, and one day, mine. That last fact excited her more than anything else. She, Reign of the Sith, one day, Darth Reign, future Dark Lord of the Sith, and Empress. If only her mother could see her now. If only she had the ambition and courage to see how glorious it would be. Reign would be Empress, and she would train young Ender as her apprentice. If she had a daughter, he would one day marry the girl, and Reign's blood would mix with her master's, creating a whole new royal line. The thought excited her and made her even more eager to see the plan to its completion. She pressed a button on the side of the meditation platform, contacting the droid pilot. Open the comm channel to the Grand Temple. I wish to speak with my master. There was a brief pause while the droid carried out her order. Its response didn't please her. Long-range communications are offline. She frowned. Open channel to the palace. Planetary communications are offline. Reason for the loss of communications. Unknown at this time. Rain's frown deepened. Contact Admiral Kennedy. The hypercom unit at her feet flared to life, and soon an image of the Imperial officer in charge of her master's fleet appeared. Yes, Lord Rain. Can you contact my master? My communications with the surface are offline. It is the same over here, my lord. Planetary communications are being jammed. Her brow furrowed. Jammed. I have sent a shuttle down to the surface to inform Darth Avaryss that we are already here, and to investigate the jamming. The officer stood at attention. Is it possible this is Lord Avaryss doing? Perhaps she wishes to keep the bond ignorant to the final plan. Rain considered that. It was possible, but still. Send word when contact with the surface has been restored. As you say, Lord Rain. The holo faded, but Rain's concerns multiplied. First the destruction of their allied fleet, and now, a communication disruption. Jamming. She didn't like that, no. She didn't like that at all. She closed her eyes, and drew on the dark side. Her mind, now trained in the Sith way, worked overtime, considering the various angles of what was happening, trying to piece together how everything was playing out. More importantly, it was also trying to see how best to take what was happening and turn it to her advantage. The events of the last year rushed past, and in examining them, with both her mind and the Force, she tried to come up with an informed decision. The sabotage of the temple, the assassination attempt of Lord Avaryss, the murder of Master Adaz. Her master had thought she had dealt with the problem with the removal of counselors Ilaria and Infamy, but what if those deaths had not served? What if another was still causing problems? So, a communication blackout, Gull said, drawing her attention. What do you make of that, my fair one? It is nothing, she replied. The plan remains intact. He nodded, but again, she sensed his lack of certainty, and much to her surprise, she shared it. Anything could be happening down on the surface, and we have no way of knowing. The whole planet might have risen up against Avaryss. The Grand Temple itself might now be under Palladino attack. If that was so, then perhaps the plan needed to be reconsidered. Perhaps new action was needed. Maybe it is time. Rain heard the phrase in her head, whispered by a strange voice. It sounded like her own, but older, and somehow slyer. A shiver ran down her spine as the voice spoke again. You know what must be done. If Avaryss has lost control, then it is because of her own stupidity, her weakness. If that is the case, then the destiny of our house falls to you. You can salvage the plan and turn it to your advantage. You have the power. All of that was true. Rain knew it for certain. Under her master, she had studied the art of Sith battle meditation and knew his powers intimately. She had also sought out her own knowledge separate from her master's teachings. I could take control of the fleet, she thought. I could use my powers to bend Kennedy's mind and that of the other officers. The planetary shields are not up, not yet. I could convince the fleet to carry out an orbital bombardment. I could strike at the Grand Temple, myself. The thought made her feel strangely giddy. If the plan is lost, why should I not take up the mantle of power? By the time the Alliance arrives, I could be Dark Lord of Bantoon. If Avaryss was dead, then I could negotiate with the Alliance commander. The fleet of the hero of Tython could arrive, and rather than find a fight waiting, would find open gates, and a Sith Lord offering herself to the cause. It would mean going to Empress Asuna, but if Avaryss' plan has failed, why should I not look out for my best interests? Why should I not see to my own future and the future of my house? The thought both shocked and excited her. In that moment, she would be the head of the house, she, Darth Rain, a lord of the Sith. She would likely have to abandon Bantoon, but she could reach out to Varon. he would aid her, she believed. By stopping Avaryss, she would be welcomed into the Empire. Her battle meditation would be useful to the coming war against Arcann and his allies. I would be welcomed into the Empire. They would prize my power and my ability to read the situation, and who knew that might be enough to put me closer to the throne. Through victory, my chains would be broken. As my power gained me more and more victories over our enemies, those in power might see value in putting me on the throne. I could use my successes too. You would fail. The statement stopped her daydreams in their tracks. The voice sounded like her master, cold and hard. She could almost see Darth Avaryss' disapproving gaze, and that cowed her. Her master wasn't here, but she didn't need to be. Rain could feel her eyes on her, and that gave her pause. The image of her master continued, and with her words, her dreams of future power went with them. Bringing Arcann at my head would not matter, apprentice, and you overestimate your relationship with Lord Varon. They are of the same Sith old guard that look down their noses at me, and would do the same to you. Oh, they would sing your praises, but you would never be a part of their world. They would flatter and deceive, and all the while see you nothing as a weapon, a lesser being that could be used for their ambitions. They would see you as a lowborn thug, an upjump lesser, an upstart, just as they saw me. Rain frowned at the thought. Yes, she could see that happening. She would never be able to outgrow the old guard's sense of entitlement. She would never truly stand among them. She didn't have the breeding. She would remain Avaryss' serving girl, her slave that had been elevated beyond her station. They would put her at risk, but never offer her a chance to achieve the reward she deserved. And one day, Arcann would send her into a battle that was unwinnable, even with her battle meditation. And that would be the sad end of the life of Darth Rain. She would be shuffled off into the muck of war, and end in a silent betrayal, and the old-blooded masters would laugh at her naivete. She would die never finding the power she sought and desired. The thought of that fired her anger and filled her with rage. I cannot abandon my master, she realized. The thought infuriated her. It was only through Avaryss that she could find what she wanted and what she deserved. If she wanted true power, then she had to stay the course. Only Avaryss saw her true value, and would not sabotage her climb, or rather, no more than any master seeking to prepare her apprentice for the day that she challenged her. In that moment, Rain understood. She understood her master's vision and realized that she shared it. Those of the old blood, those whose name had been linked to power for generations, no longer understood. It wasn't about breeding or blood. It was about power and desire. She found herself thinking about one of her master's first lessons, told to her while they were hunting out on the plains of the unnamed world that had housed Survivor Base. But why must I try to kill you one day, master? Why must we eventually become enemies? Not enemies, apprentice, rivals. On that day, I will have nothing left to teach you, and my power, my position, it will no longer serve your needs, or the needs of the Empire. I will be standing in your way, just as Darth Fear once stood in mine. If you have grown stronger than me, then it is your duty to replace me. The fight between us will be the final test of your strength and of mine. If you win, then I have done my part to advance the Sith. If I win, then the cycle will continue. I'll prove that I'm still the strongest, and a new apprentice will need to be chosen. Avaryss' expression had turned serious then. More than serious, it had made Rain's 14-year-old self shiver. A true Sith fears nothing, not even death. Death is not failure, not when it comes to the succession of a master and apprentice. A master's death is proof that he or she did her job right. The apprentice is ready to become the master. Of course, you must understand, Zay. You must accept that one day, you will need to fall. You can't afford to train a faulty apprentice. You cannot sabotage the apprentice's training. You must teach them everything and be prepared for the consequences. You must make sure that your apprentice has all the tools they need to not only kill you, but rule when you are gone, and they must both accept and understand the cycle. They must accept that in your death, they must accept that their own is now a certainty, for the good of the Sith and the future of our empire, the cycle must continue. Rain nodded. At the time she had still been confused by that lesson, what was being asked of her. She was no longer confused, not anymore. Finally, she understood. Old Guard Sith did everything to hold onto their power. They trained multiple apprentices to fight among themselves. They assigned guards and assassins to watch them, block them from taking the final step. Oh, they might claim it is all part of the training, but it wasn't. It was fear, cowardice. Rain's eyes narrowed. Maybe that is why Darth Vitiate had chosen to abandon the Sith. Maybe he had seen that the Empire was losing its way, or maybe he had supported that failure, knowing that it shielded his own position. If so, then the time had come to correct the mistake. Her time would come. Rain looked out the viewport of the meditation sphere. She could see the planet below, and the distant Sith fleet. In that moment, she understood her place. She was the Sith apprentice, the shadow hand, the one that would move the Empire forward. Avaryss had to win. It was the only way she could find her destiny. We will crush the Alliance, she thought. We will kill Bantoon, and with its blood, destroy the Zakuul. Darth Vitiate, wherever the monster was, would be cast aside. Avaryss must sit the Sith throne for the good of the Empire, and I will follow her. For that reason, Bantoon needs to die today. Rain pursed her lips and thought, we are about to kill a world, billions of people. We are about to commit genocide, become mass murderers. The thought should have horrified her. Maybe it did, but the thought was so big that she still couldn't grasp it, not yet. She thought of the ghosts she had made, those that stared at her from across the veil. She thought of the Seltru family, Chris Capistan, and Kalen. Those ghosts still haunted her, and now, billions more would soon join them. How could she live with that? How? Seeing those faces, those accusing gazes would nearly crush her. She would despise herself even more. And in that hate, she would find even greater power. The realization made her shiver, but smile. My guilt and hatred will never be greater, and if I'm strong enough to survive, then I am truly ready to take my master's place. In that moment, I will be Darth Rain, truly, and no enemy will stand in my way. The thought excited her. What is the fate of one world, when it means that you can seize hundreds more, and ensure that they can exist in a state of order? You can improve the lives of countless trillions with the death of a few billion. Was that not worth fighting for? Was that not worth killing for? Rain took another deep breath and drew on the dark side, trying to focus her will and power for the coming battle. Kennedy's shuttle would return soon, and they would have an update of what was happening on the surface. Until then, she needed to prepare. She tilted her head slightly in that moment. She felt it, she knew it. She smiled. Timid. She felt his presence. He was coming. He was a part of the enemy fleet, the fleet about to fall into their trap. He was even bringing his little plaything with him, the blonde mechanic, the man stealing strumpet. I'll make him kill her, she thought, when Avaryss has cowed him, along with the rest of the Alliance fleet. I will claim him as my own person trophy. Why not? I have the power. Why should I not take what should be rightfully mine? Her heart beat faster, the excitement of the coming storm, the battle blood in her veins pumping through her darkened heart. Reign of the Sith? Darth Rain smirked. I'm ready, she thought, ready to pay the galaxy back for my childhood, my pain. Now they will know the heaviness of the collar and feel the lash, and this time, I shall be holding it. The whip will be mine to wield. I will not back away. I will not run from my destiny. Soon I will be the one that enslaves those that thought themselves my betters. They will know how it feels. Soon, I will be the master. She looked at the counter, the time until the enemy fleet arrived. Not much longer. She almost laughed. Almost time. She settled into a meditative trance. She lost track of time, and then they were here. The Alliance fleet exited hyperspace. She was ready. Enemy in the system, Lord Rain. She heard the Admiral say over the communicator, we are engaging now. She felt it, the fighters launching. She could even sense timid among the enemies. He would be the hardest to push to her will, but she was up to the challenge. She was up to anything. She was Sith. Engaging cloak, she heard Gull say distantly, Around them, the meditation sphere vanished into darkness, hidden from enemy eyes. But the enemy, they were not hidden from the dark side, and not from Darth Avaryss. She reached out with her battle meditation. She weakened the resolve of the attackers and strengthened her allies. She made those allies hold the line. They had still not heard from Darth Avaryss or Kennedy's shuttle pilot, but it didn't matter. She did her best to fill the enemy with fear and uncertainty. They could not break the lines. Avaryss' forces were too powerful. They could fight, but they could not break through her master's lines, and they never would. Rain giggled as she began to sweat with exertion. It was time to kill a world and seize a galaxy. She pushed harder, keeping the enemy off balance. It was time. Time to reign. Chapter 72, No Choice. The throne room had been filled with an uncomfortable silence. Bayla stood close to her mother, trying to shield her from what she feared might come. The situation had changed since her arrival. The Sith Master no longer wore her dreamy smile. Her expression had hardened and become more dangerous. The Dark Lord peered into the holo, the images of the battle replaced with graphs and numbers that Bayla didn't understand, and under it all, a countdown clock, time until the Alliance fleet arrived in the Bantoon system. What the Sith would do then, she couldn't say. One thing was for certain, though: the destruction of Avaryss' forces in the minefield had not been planned by their host. If anything, it had come as a surprise to her, too. The princess almost shook her head. You didn't need the Force to see things had gone wrong. The Dark Lord's guards and pet monsters watched them closely as their master tended to her business. She kept rotating the throne away from them and placing a mask over her face. If Bayla had to guess, the mask probably had a built-in communicator, allowing the Dark One to converse with her servants without anyone in this room hearing, and from her expression when she turned around, Bayla could guess that what the Sith was hearing was not in her favor. She looked at Merritt. He had said nothing since they had watched the Alliance fleet jump to hyperspace on the holo. Her old friend and lover kept his eyes on the Sith Lord, and despite the sense of dark foreboding this temple gave off, she could sense much of the history between the two. Bayla wasn't surprised, given what Rit had told her, but that didn't make it easy to think about. She had become possessive of Merritt since their time together. Intimacy bred connection between Force wielders, and she and Merritt had been as close as two people could be. She was not part of the bond that he shared with the Sith, but she could sense it now. Sense it, and could truly see how strong it was. Knowing what had happened between him and the Sith, their history, and how she had heard him when it had ended. Well? The princess' eyes narrowed. Darth Avaryss was quickly becoming more than just the Sith that had enslaved her home. Bayla had other reasons to seek the woman's destruction, far more personal ones. She tried not to dwell on them, and remember her training. It was not an easy thing to focus on. Do not underestimate the power of Darth Avaryss. Your Uncle Sai did, and he didn't survive that mistake. The warning whispered through the Force, her father's voice echoing through it. That warning didn't fall on deaf ears. Bayla pursed her lips. She had never been close to her Uncle Sai. He had always looked down on her father for choosing to wed and have a family, but that didn't mean that he was above trying to profit from his brother's union. The several times he had visited Bantoon, he had tried to convince her parents to let him take one of their children, to be trained in the Jedi way, even offering to serve as their Jedi Master. Mother had said no, of course. Merrick was her heir, and Bayla had been more interested in serving her people directly, either as a paladina or a soldier. Had Go been stronger in the Force, he might have accepted. Her brother had always been curious about the Jedi way, but Uncle Sai had no interest in him, his Force potential far beneath the time of a self-proclaimed great Jedi Master such as himself, and that was even before her uncle had taken it upon himself to try to sabotage the Sith Empire. That campaign, that conspiracy, had cost her uncle his life, and so many others. Again, she only knew what her father had told her, and what she had felt through the Force. Sidarban had not ended well. Considering what had happened with him and his Padawan, Bayla guessed that she and Miri had dodged a blaster bolt. If they had served her uncle as an apprentice, would they have shared his fate? Rit had told her about Zen Lure, the girl that had trained with her uncle. That girl was now here, serving Darth Avaryss, and had aided her in the Dark One's destruction of Survivor Squad. The princess looked at the Sith, noticing her eyes focused on Merritt. She could not see his eyes, those being hidden behind the crimson lenses he wore, but she could feel what he was feeling, the conflict. Bayla frowned. After everything, all the suffering and abandonment, there was still a part of Merritt Fallen Star that wanted to save her. He still had some small glimmer of hope that the Sith could be redeemed. Bayla didn't like that. It was a lever the Sith could pull to use against Rit and the rest of them. Again, she felt that surge of possessiveness and realized how close it came to morphing into jealousy, a dangerous emotion for one in touch with the Force. Possession can lead to jealousy, and there was the shadow of greed, and greed. It was something that a Sith named Avaryss would understand very well. Bayla did her best to resist it, to deny those feelings truly taking root. To her knowledge, no Paladina had ever fallen to the dark side. She had no desire to be the first. Her attention once again fell on the Sith Lord, and her lightsaber sitting on the arm of the throne, that in the blinking yellow light, the button that the Dark One kept moving her finger to, her every gesture suggesting a great anticipation, a desire to press that button and set off whatever it controlled. Avaryss gestured to one of her guards. The man approached, and she whispered in his ear. He swept across the throne room to the turbolift, and when it opened, he spoke to the guard inside. The armored figure nodded, and the lift closed again, causing the first one to return to his post. The Sith again looked at Bayla and her mother, a hint of mocking cruelty in her smile. Having communication problems, Avi? Merritt asked her. The Dark Lord chuckled. Nothing you need concern yourself with, my love. Technical difficulties only, and they will be sorted out before the real festivities can begin. A flash of anger in Bayla's eyes drew the Dark Lord's attention. My love, the woman had called him. The princess didn't like that, no, she didn't like that at all. Do you have something to say to me, my dear? Avaryss asked her, or perhaps you want something. Maybe you desire to take some action to stop what is to come. The Dark Lord patted Bayla's lightsaber like it was a well-cared-for pet. If you really think that you can make a difference in what is about to occur, maybe you should. Maybe you should take that chance and see what comes to pass. Bayla didn't move. She knew when she was being baited. She wouldn't take that bait. Not here, not like this. Not when the Sith was surrounded by a room of loyal monsters and guards. If a fight did break out, her mother would be the first to die. Bayla didn't doubt that. She suspected that was why the Sith had wanted Queen Viseria here. The princess would not do that. She would not risk losing her mom. Not like this. The Sith leaned back in her throne, a cruel smirk on her face. You know, she began, if anything, you should be thanking me. I have given you a mighty gift, Princess Bayla. Your sister has been neutralized, and your brother was never in contention. The Dark Lord cackled. Thanks to me, you are one heartbeat away from the throne of your people. Another Sith would be grateful to the one that arranged such a thing. Bayla didn't answer, but she was grateful, not because of what the Sith had done, but because she didn't know. The Sith still didn't know about her little niece. The royal line was still intact, even if they all died here. The Aistello family would continue. And I have given you far more than that, the Sith continued. I have spent the last few years dealing with the other members of the Paladina. I have been that undeserving herd, and now, the knowledge you possess is even that more valuable, more open to your personal interpretation, and to be shaped the way you wish. Again, you're welcome. Bayla glared at her. Did the woman not understand the bonds that the Paladina shared? Did she not realize that the princess had felt every single Paladina death, every single one? Of course she does, she realized. Again she was trying to bait her, trying to draw out her anger. To what end, she had to wonder, was the Sith trying to convert her? If that was the case, she would be very disappointed. Bayla continued to resist, though she could not stop her hands curling into fists. The Sith noticed that, and was pleased. Leave my daughter alone. Her mother's words broke the Sith spell again. Bayla felt like she did when she was small, her mother trying to shield her. Once that had given her comfort, but now. The princess frowned. As the youngest of the Istilo children, she had always been doted on by her parents. Her coming had been something of a surprise. Her mother had thought she was done having children after Go had been born. Bela's arrival had been during the last decade of the war, when father had been tied up with Survivor Squad, and with Miri being prepared to ascend to the throne, and Go being a boy. Her future had been more open. She was the long-awaited, yet not necessarily needed, spare. The line seemed secure. Merrick's was healthy and strong, which meant Bela had a bit more freedom with her life. She was the first girl of the family not needed to secure the future of their family. The freedom had meant that many had ideas of what form her future should take. Uncle Sai, the matriarch's generals, even Master Kit, they all believed they knew what she should become, and Bela had been pulled in a dozen different directions. Her mother had done what she could to shield her from those ambitions, but looking back, Bela realized that her mother's protection, that shield, had left her feeling that she couldn't defend herself. It made her feel inadequate, that she was somehow weaker than her sister. She had feared that she hadn't really mattered, that she was just a tool, and considering how good Merrick's had been at, well, everything. When she did do well, Bela questioned if her instructors and mentors were simply saying what they were saying because they wanted her to fill the role they believed she would. That she was be their trophy. As a result, she questioned that praise and wondered if she was ever going to be good enough. That is why I left the Paladina when Master Kit put me forward as her successor. I could not accept that I was good enough to take her place when the time came. I feared that I wasn't good enough, and that she was only putting me forward because of my name. Her time alone, in hiding, had taught her so much, and now, with Merritt and Uncle Co-op, she had finally realized her error. She was strong, and was far more than her name. She was Bela Istilo of the Paladina, and she would not be baited by the Sith. Bela looked into the Dark Lord's eyes, her expression calm and measured. "It is okay, Mother," she said with steel in her voice, and decided if the Sith was going to push, she would push back. She smiled confidently, remembering something Merritt had told her about her enemy. "I don't fear the words of this usurper, this low-born creature." Avaryss' eyes narrowed and glowed red. "Lowborn," she hissed. "Did I misspeak?" Bela asked. "You are lowborn, Sith. You have no history, and no name. You stole everything you possess, stolen from your betters. Even the body you now wear. It wasn't yours. You murdered True Halcyon, a good woman. And for what? So that you could continue to hurt people. You are unworthy of a crown, Darth Avaryss, or should I call you Kira Lilas?" Bela sneered. "You are nothing, you are. Enough." The Dark Lord's voice was a whip crack. She leapt to her feet, her guards tensed. Behind the throne, Char Valentine winced as she drew her weapon. The two winged monsters watched with a mixture of excitement and concern. The bat-winged one had smirked at Bela's words, while the bird-like one seemed troubled. For a tense moment, Avaryss stood before Bela, her eyes glowing with barely contained rage. Bela stood her ground. Both Merritt and her mother seemed to want to move between the two, but Bela didn't let them. She held the Sith's gaze, this butcher of her people. Avaryss glared, but then she did something surprising. She laughed and sat back down. "Oh, very good, princess. Very good indeed," she chuckled. "You nearly provoked me into doing something rash, when that could have been a problem." The Sith Lord looked down at her throne again, at the blinking yellow light. She smiled. "I must confess that I have come to respect your order. You Paladina are certainly tough, but toughness will not save you from the future, from my future." She ran her finger along the hilt of Bela's lightsaber. She looked at it as if it was already hers, a trophy of a victory that had not happened yet. The Sith sighed. "You call me lowborn and unworthy, you who were born with everything. You say I stole everything I have. Well, that is not entirely true. Yes, I took what I desired, but that is the truth of the galaxy. How else does a person rise without taking what is theirs by right? The Sith were meant to be a meritocracy, with the only limit being one's own power, and power cannot be given, it can only be taken." She turned her attention to Merritt. You heard the girl's rant. Do you truly feel that as well, my love? You know what I was, and what it cost me to gain all that I now possess. I do remember who you were, he answered, which is why I still hope you can find your way back. You can't turn away from this. You are strong enough to see the truth. Whatever you are up to, it will consume you in the end. It will consume our child. Avaryss waved her hand dismissively. Our child will be an emperor. His children's children will thank me one day. The Dark Lord's expression turned softer then. She looked at Merritt with sad eyes. I have longed to introduce you to our son. He deserves to know the man his father is, and should have a family to guide him as he takes his first steps towards greatness. You worry that my way will be the end of him, then do what you can to prevent it. Accept your place at my side, and at the side of our son. We can make the galaxy a better place. We can end the wars and bring true order to the galaxy. Bela looked between Merritt and the Sith, and again, she felt it, that connection. On some level he wanted this. He wanted to be a father to his son, and she understood, but she understood something else as well. The Sith was a manipulator. Merritt said they had never lied to each other, but she had deceived him and destroyed the survivors. No one had shielded Merritt from her then, and he had suffered. He had been alone with this monster. Well, he was not alone anymore. She would not let the Sith manipulate him. Before she could speak, Merritt beat her to it. He smiled coldly at the Sith woman. Again you tried to prey on my desires, and again, you have made an error. Merritt shook his head. I will not be baited by you again, Avi. Your promises of a future with my family are just another deception, and I won't fall for them. Avaryss scowled. If our future doesn't tempt you, then think about the futures of everyone else. Think about a galaxy at war. Think about what the Alliance's rise against the Eternal Throne truly means. She shook her head. War, my love, a war that will consume so many more lives. How many Jedi, Sith, and Madain will die trying to defeat Arcann? How many worlds will be ravaged? The Sith smiled. Those worlds don't need to be. Those that are going to die don't need to die. I can't stop it. I can't end the wars with a single ritual. The threat of the Eternal Throne will be neutralized, and a new era of order and security will begin for the entire galaxy. I take it this the same ritual that you conducted on Zraicha? He asked. The Dark Lord nodded. Think about what I did there. I turned a race of hateful isolationists into loyal servants of the New Order. Now, in this temple, I can do far more. I can reshape the entire galaxy with a single wave of my hand and the application of the dark side. In my era, war will be a thing of the past. There will always be conflict, but the galaxy will be unified for the first time, under one single, strong hand. Avaryss raised her metal arm. She smiled at the metal fingers, closing her fist slowly, like she already held the galaxy in her palm, and held it, gently. All will be mine, as it should be. And what will be left of the people in your world? Avaryss, Queen Viseria asked. What kind of life will they have? I've seen what your liberation has done to the Zraicha. They are not really alive anymore, not really. They speak only when spoken to. Their only desire is to serve you. Is that so bad? The Sith asked with a shrug. Bela's mother frowned. It isn't life. What is life without choice? What is life without the ability to choose to be more? If not for that choice, you wouldn't be here. The Dark Lord smirked. It was not simply choice that brought me to this place. It was destiny and pain. And now you would inflict pain on the rest of the galaxy. And for what? Viseria shook her head. Also that you can feed your own ambitions and put a crown on your head. You don't understand, old woman. Yes, I will rule, but why not? Why should I not be rewarded for finally bringing order to a troubled galaxy? But more than that. In my world, there will be pain, but it will be manageable. No one need to lose everything. No. Avaryss faltered, her eyes narrowed dangerously, glowing with rage. No little girl will have to watch her life torn away in front of her, watch everything she loved die in flame and shadow because the boredom of an enforcer and his master. No, in my world that will not happen again, I will make sure that it never happens again. Avaryss fell silent. She looked down on the button again. The force radiated out with her emotions, anger, disdain, and above all, a cold arrogance. She pinned the queen with a cruel look, and again, her mouth twisted into a smile. And your people are the key. I will end the curse of choice with their help. Their sacrifice will make everything better. Bela's eyes widened. Sacrifice. The Sith cackled. All I have to do is press this button, and it ends. The final act of vengeance for Darth Avaryss, the man you knew as Baron Hudlow, your majesty. Your world, and everyone on it will die, and with their deaths, I will free the galaxy, and make it mine, forever. Bela looked at her mother. She could see the shock in her eyes, the fear. Fear that Bela now shared. Merritt glared at the Sith. Avi, what have you done? I'm about to set in motion a plan that was decades in the making. Baron Hudlow, the one I knew as Darth Avaryss, had seen what this world truly was, what its people were. The Bond, children of genocidal crusaders, were drenched in the dark side from before they even fell to the surface of this world. Their continued existence has served as a seed that had continued to birth generations of dark acts. The murder of your mother, Queen Viseria, the betrayal of your nobles, that put me on your throne, it is all part of something greater, and now, with the death of the Bond people, that seed will sprout into something glorious, a new future for all, my future. She put her finger over the button. There are city-killing weapons orbiting this planet. All I have to do is push this button, and it is over. Each city will die in fire and pure impact, and with the blood of the Bond people, I will usher in a new era. Their lives will fuel the final ritual. I will crush the Eternal Throne and seize control of the approaching Alliance fleet. After that, my shadow will spread across this wretched galaxy. The Sith Emperor may try to stop me, but with the control of billions of sentients, he will find that he had no place to hide. He will finally be cast down, and I will finally take what is rightfully mine. His throne, this galaxy, and everyone in it. Bela gasped in horror. You're insane. No, princess, just prepare to do what must be done. Avi, Merritt growled, you can't do this. Of course I can. I have the power. Queen Viseria pushed her way past Bela. She tried to stop her mother, but she couldn't. The queen glared at the seated Sith. Doing this will not give you back what you lost, Sith. Your pain will remain, and you will be. Avaryss raised her hand. Queen Viseria stopped talking, her eyes widened. She gasped, and reached up to her throat. Bela felt what was happening. No. Take another step, and I break this old whore's neck. Avaryss roared. She grinned savagely. Oh, old woman, the Sith cackled. I have waited so very long to do this. Bela looked back and forth between her mother and the Sith. The Dark One said nothing more, but she didn't need to. Her expression said it all. You want to stop me, girl? Well, stop me. Avi, let her go, Merritt shouted. The Sith Lord smiled and tightened her grip. Queen Viseria Istillo was now up on her toes, choking. Time seemed to stop for Bela Istillo. She saw everything in crystal clarity. The Sith on her throne, the two monsters at her side. The 4 guards, now on alert, their weapons drawn. Char Valentine, her mother's sworn protector for decades standing behind the Sith's throne, a slave to the dark creature that was threatening her world. Bela felt Merritt's presence, his controlled anger blazing, but not enough to act. He didn't want to strike at the mother of child, the girl he had grown up with in his dreams, even though that girl was gone. Bela looked at her mother, gasping, trying not to claw at her throat, yet even now fighting to breathe. Fighting. Bela's eyes narrowed. She looked at the counter under the holo, the time until help came. There was still over an hour and 20 minutes until the Alliance fleet arrived. By that time, it would be too late. Bantoon would be dead. Her mother would be dead. Bela had no choice. Maybe she never had. Maybe this was what the Force had meant for her from the very beginning. Maybe this was destiny. She looked at Merritt Fallenstar, the man she loved, and realized that she had no choice. She had to act, and so she did. She raised her hand as the turbolift opened behind her. The fifth guard returning from wherever his Dark Lord had sent him. She pulled her lightsaber from the arm of the Sith throne, its silver-white blade blazing to life. She lunged at the throne, and the monster that sat there. The two monsters at the Sith Lord's side ignited their crimson blades. Behind Bela, Merritt lit his orange saber as the guards leapt to their master's defense. She heard him call out, telling her to stop. I'm sorry, she thought. I can't. Char Valentine, the woman that Bela called Aunt Val, drew her weapon, a bladed vibro pike that she raised over her head. Even standing behind the throne, she couldn't miss. She had a clear shot at her, and in that moment, the princess didn't care. I don't intend to win, she realized. I'm going to take this Sith shuttle with me. Darth Avaryss never even stood up from her throne. She was smiling wickedly as Bela approached, going to her death. Silver light bathed her pale skin, and the dried blood-colored red eyes. The princess didn't hesitate, even though she knew it was over. She was going to die. It doesn't matter, the princess thought. My niece is alive. The royal line will continue. She brought her blade down. For my people, she thought. For the galaxy. Chapter 73. Victory, you say? Oh, old woman, I have waited so very long to do this. Avaryss smirked as she tightened the invisible garrote on the queen's throat. The plan, up until now, had not gone as she had wanted. The destruction of Rank and his pirate fleet, and now, the communication disruption. The former was an annoyance. The latter was trouble she truly didn't need. She had lost all communications with the ships in orbit, and with her agents across Bantoon. She could not reach the Admiral, or Lord Rain, but worst of all, was that she couldn't signal the satellites. She had no means of ordering the mass drivers to execute the Bond cities. This is not coincidence, she thought to herself with a scowl. I don't believe in that type of coincidence. She had been talking with General Glask over her private channel. Comms within the temple were still working, at least. His people were working on the problem. It seemed like a simple communications issue, but even the Imperial admitted that sabotage was not impossible. Sabotage, the mere thought enraged the Dark Lord. So close to absolute victory, so very close, and now, this. She had tried not to let it get to her, and stall for time. Glask and her technicians would solve the communication problem. They still had almost 2 hours before the Alliance fleet arrived. In the meantime, though, she needed to see to her guest, or rather one guest in particular. She still needed Finn to make the proper choice, but so far, he was not playing the game as she wanted, and she was confused. That was the only way to describe it. When she had sent him away all those years ago, she had thought that the galaxy would do what she could not, that it would break him down, and that he would finally see the truth. The galaxy was a cruel and harsh place that needed direction and guidance. It needed a master with the strength to do what was needed. He should have returned to her and accepted that she was that master. He should have fully accepted the darkness within him, the darkness she had worked so hard to bring out, and drown him. He should have returned with the realization that she was the way, the only way forward. He should have accepted the darkness and taken his place at her side. None of that had happened. He was dark. She was pleased with that. His history as a bounty hunter had been brought to her by her research section. Merritt Fallister was feared. He had brought in some various dangerous people that should have reinforced the belief that the galaxy needed to be hers, but Finn, Merritt, whoever he thought he was, had not reached that conclusion. He had accepted his dark side, but he had not given into it, not completely. She could feel the light within him. It felt like she was looking at heavy dark clouds skirting past the sun on a hot summer day. The threat of a violent storm was there, but the light still shined through. Add into that the fact that she no longer felt the simmering desire for her that had once defined her love. He no longer burned with wanting, and that lack of passion surprised and shocked her. What had happened in the last few years? Why had he lost that passion? Could it be that he is angry about the torture you inflicted on him? A little voice in her head asked. I did what I needed to. You branded him like a piece of property. She had done that, true, but only because she thought he might seek out other Sith to try and take revenge on her. He wanted them all to know that it was not their place to help him, and that he was a part of her house. A part that didn't know his place, perhaps, but still a part. She had listened as he had denied what they had, and yet, still acted like he wanted to save her, despite the lack of passion between them. She found herself wondering if he was playing hard to get. Did he wish her to offer herself to him, to salve his ego after being away from his family for so long? Again, that didn't seem right. It didn't feel right. As she watched him, and Jaz Darbin's daughter, another realization came to her, one that only fueled her anger. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the girl shot glances at the father of her child, and, more disturbing, felt what feelings those glances brought through the connection she shared with him. He is fond of the woman, she realized, and more importantly than that, he felt desire for her, desire that had been sated, but was still hungry, still wanted more. Her eyes narrowed. She had had him, the Dark Lord realized. He had taken this one to bed, and wished to again. A sense of jealousy and betrayal blazed through the Dark Lord, and again, that little annoying voice decided to chime in. Like you have been completely loyal and celibate. Did you forget your nights with Rain's Twi'lek plaything? She scowled. No, she had not, but that was not the point. Finn was hers. He was hers. She didn't like the fact that he had taken another lover, especially not this lover. She thought about all the annoyances she had suffered over the last few years. How the Bond troublemakers had used Bela Istillo's name as a rallying cry against her reign. She had nothing to do with that, you know that to be true. That was true, but it didn't change the fact that she didn't like other girls playing with her toys. She had tolerated it when Agony had done so, but that was because Agony was her plaything too. No, Avaryss was not open to sharing, especially not with Jaz Darbin's spawn. It was Finn's coldness that finally made up her mind. Even if he did fulfill her desire and slew Jaz Darbin's daughter, she still felt he needed to have his loyalty reinforced. She had sent one of her guards to fetch Agony's mother. In her role as High Confessor, Lady Tasia would serve well in making sure that Finn finally understood his place. That is, of course, when the little princess dared to insult Avaryss. Lowborn. The Dark Lord had heard enough. She had already known that she was going to make the girls suffer, but now that suffering was about to be dialed up as high as she could take it. Lowborn, indeed? Yes, Avaryss had heard enough. She had once again tried to feather the nest that she and Finn would one day share. She played on his ego and his desire to be a hero, even as she revealed her full plan to her guests. She told them nothing about not being able to contact the mass drivers. They didn't need to know that. All that was needed that she had both the means and the desire to destroy the people that had dared to elevate Jaz Darbin so high, and to punish the woman who dared to breed with the Jedi who had caused her so much annoyance. It was at that moment that she had started choking Queen Viseria. It was at that moment she decided to push the plan forward. No! The princess cried. Avaryss shot her a look, a cruel smirk. If you want to stop me, girl, then go ahead and stop me. Avaryss' eyes moved back and forth between Finn and the princess, even as she straggled the old Shutta. She savored this moment, but in some small corner of her mind, something recoiled. To execute a parent in front of their child, something inside her, it was disgusted by the act. Avaryss ignored that feeling. It was nothing, an echo of the past. The future is what mattered, her future. She glanced at the turbolift. What is taking so long, she wondered. She then looked at her former lover, and for the first time, she doubted. Would Finn really let the mother of his child be attacked? She didn't believe so. He would do what she needed him to do. She was sure of it. Things had to go down as she believed. She had foreseen this moment so many times, she could not have gotten it wrong. He would do it, she was sure of it. She smiled at Finn. He would kill the girl, and then he would be hers, just like everything else. The Force swirled around the chamber, so many glorious possibilities. Agony and Abominus glanced down at her and her guests. Her two creatures were ready. They could no doubt feel the violence in the air. Avaryss almost laughed. Now, where was Lady Tasia, she wondered. She knew that Taya's mother was never one to keep her lord waiting, and more importantly, she loved a bit of the violence. She would welcome the task that her master had for her. The queen was just starting to turn a little blue when the turbolift door opened, her royal guard returning, alone. Avaryss' smile faded slightly. Where was Lady Tasia? It was at that moment that everything went mad. The princess lightsaber flew from the arm of Avaryss' throne. The girl lit it and lunged at Avaryss. The guards raised their weapons, even as Finn drew his own lightsaber, the orange blade flaring like the loveliest of sunsets. One of the guards cut the princess off. He was not a match for the girl, but he didn't need to be. He had 4 other allies, 5 counting Valentine. She could not succeed, and that chance dwindled even more as Finn came up behind her. Avaryss not worried, not with her 2 monsters watching her back. Through the force she could see it now. Finn driving his blade into the back of the little princess, ending the Aistillo threat to her reign forever. Then, she would finish off the old queen, and she and Finn would have a proper reunion. They would. The dark side screamed a warning in her ear. It was so loud that she leaned forward, shifting her body in her throne, moving herself just a few centimeters to the left. It is all that saved her life. The crimson blade that would have nearly cut her head off missed by an eyelash, and even as it did, the razor-sharp vibro pike blade pierced the back of her throne and into her shoulder. Avaryss snarled in both pain and surprise. She looked up and saw Darth Agony looking down at her, her deep purple eyes blazing with loathing. If it was not for Abominus' lightsaber blocking the attack, Agony would have taken the Dark Lord's head, and she was not alone in her betrayal. Pain exploded in her shoulder as an angry voice cried out behind her. "Surprise, you Sith Shudder!" Nell Trooper Elite Char Valentine growled. Avaryss glared up and gasped in pain as the woman twisted the blade. This makes no sense, she thought. The Nell Trooper couldn't break her sworn protector programming. She was Avaryss' slave and had been so for years. Bela, look out! The pike blade withdrew, causing blood to gush from the Dark Lord's wound. Avaryss stumbled and fell to her knees. Valentine leapt over her, ignoring her completely. Avaryss would have been insulted if she had not been hurting so much. The Sith Lord shook her head and looked around. What she saw made no sense. What is this? Agony and Abominus were locked in combat. Abominus had pushed Agony back, but now the former Taya had pulled a second lightsaber and was fighting with one in each hand. 5 of Avaryss' royal guards moved to attack the princess, but she was not alone. Both Finn and Char Valentine had joined her. The 3 moved so fast it was hard for her eyes to track, and Avaryss' royal guards, all sworn protectors, were matching them in speed. The queen had collapsed to the ground coughing and groaning, having been freed when Avaryss had been stabbed in the back. Stabbed and betrayed. Betrayed. Valentine, that betrayal should not have been possible. Yet, somehow the old slave had found a way to break her master's grip. Unacceptable. Agony. Avaryss looked up as she watched her former lover, her creation, hers. She was now fighting Abominus, and she snarled as she sidestepped Nessie. She did a pirouette and lashed out with her blade. Avaryss rolled over, almost catching the blade across the back. The Dark Lord gasped. She is trying to kill me. Agony, my agony, is trying to kill me. She. HH. The force bellow exploded from her throat. It shattered the windows of the high tower. The pure concussive force actually pushed one of her guards out the window and sent him falling to his death. Everyone else went sliding across the smooth floor. The Dark Lord realized she didn't have much time. She had to get out of here. The echo rang in her ears as her throat, left raw from the scream, hurt as she drew in gulps of air. Avaryss did the only thing she could. She crawled. This couldn't be happening, she thought. This is not how it is supposed to be. She scrambled across the floor to where one of the floor panels stood out more than the others. Agony snarled. She flapped her wings and lunged. Avaryss didn't stick around to meet her attack. She used the force to reach out to a switch beneath the panel. The floor panel she was on opened up, and she pulled herself inside. No! Agony's cry was cut off as the panel closed, and an emergency blast panel slid into place to prevent anyone following her down her bolt hole. An emergency escape route, just in case. In case of moments such as this. Avaryss slid down the chute, leaving a bloody smear in her wake. Above her, the battle was still being waged. Her guards and Abominus against Finn, the princess, and their allies. Agony and Valentine among them. Avaryss, she didn't understand. What the hell had happened? Agony would never betray her. You turned her into a monster. You took her child from her, remember? But she couldn't remember that, I made sure. Not sure enough. Avaryss snarled every Sith curse and profanity she knew. This was not right. She was the one that controlled everything. She was the Dark Lord of the Sith. She was the true heir to the Emperor. She reached the end of the shaft and tumbled down into a small entryway. 4 Sith troopers were waiting for her. "My lord," one said, "you're hurt." "Never mind," she hissed as she stumbled to her feet and pushed past her guards. "I need to get to central control." "Sound the alarm. We have intruders in the tower. All guards must converge." Again the 4 screamed out. A warning. She spun. The 4 Sith troopers were raising their weapons, their fingers already on the firing studs, the weapons all pointed at her back. She didn't hesitate. The death field exploded out of her as it had when she had been a young girl, the same type of field that had saved a young Kira Lilas from another group of Sith troopers. The blast consumed the 4. They wilted like flowers under a flamethrower. The energy coursed through her, closing the wound in her shoulder. The flesh burned shut by the raw power of the dark side. Her bones fused whole in seconds. She gasped in a mix of agony and ecstasy. She looked around, her vision tinged with red. What the hell? Do I have no allies left? Master of us all. She whirled, drawing her lightsaber. Its blade flared blood red and lava. The 6 hunters that appeared before her slid to a stop. Master. Wait. Wait, my lord. We are yours. Avaryss gasped, only just holding back her rage. Hunters, she realized. Mine, she thought, breathing heavily. All mine. Tig and Ziza, she recognized 2 of her original Tuku hunters, their eyes wide with fear. Even as they bowed, they feared her rage. She lowered her weapon. Master, Tig asked, what is going on? Avaryss growled. Your general has betrayed us, she hissed, after all that I gave her. The 2 beasts looked at each other, surprised by the realization, but their programmed loyalty brought them to where they needed to be. She will pay, Tig promised. Ungrateful, Ziza said. Unworthy. Avaryss silenced her with a glare. It doesn't matter her reason, she will answer for her treachery. They all will. Avaryss looked around. She had hoped that one of the 4 guards that had attacked her were still alive. She had questions. Yet, now only dust and armor remained. Who put them up to this? The same one that sabotaged the communications and the minefield. It seemed that she still had a rat problem in her house. She would need to deal with that. Any one of these guards could have given her a name, but they were beyond that now. Fool, she thought, chiding herself. I need to be more careful. She again turned to her hunters, their animalistic faces a mix of fear and adorations. Sycophants all, she knew, but loyal sycophants. Ziza, sound the alarm. We have intruders in the temple. Seal off the tower turbolifts and put all sections on alert. Not one leaves the central tower. No one. Yes, master. Shall we order the guards and attack droids to shoot to kill? Avaryss thought about Finn, the father of her child, the one she had been connected to since birth, and in a moment of acceptance nodded. Some things need to be sacrificed when power was involved. Yes, she said, death to all traitors and their allies. The hunter smiled eagerly. It was the kind of order her creatures enjoyed. Tig, I need 2 of your people to escort me to General Glaskin's central control. We have traitors in our midst, and they are making their move. You will be safe, master of all us, the muscular hunter promised. Others will join you en route. She nodded. Good. She looked at the now sealed bolt hole. She could not return to the throne room, but she didn't need to. She could set off the final ritual from central control, contact the mass drivers, and when they all fired, use the keys as she intended. The plan was not finished, she thought. I can still make it work, provided that Glask isn't among the traitors. The thought made her pause, but only for a moment. She snarled like an angry Tukada. I've come too far, far too far. I will not be stopped now. She looked at Tig again. Find me Lady Tasia, and bring her to central control. I need to speak with her. I need to tell her that her daughter is a traitor, that she will need to die. It was something that the mother would understand, she believed, and why not? She had Ange as a spare. Tig nodded. As you command, master of us all. She looked around at her hunters. They were all standing there, staring at her. She rolled her eyes. Move, damn you. The hunters scattered with their familiar bleeding giggle. They all went off to carry out her orders. 2 followed in Avaryss' wake, but they were soon joined by 6 more. They surrounded her in a protective circle. Avaryss caught her reflection in a mirror, her fine white robe stained with own blood, one of her shoulder plates marking her as a Darth had been lost. She sneered. So much for an easy victory, she thought, but then again, when something was worth having, was it not worth shedding a little blood for? Yes, she thought. She tried to remember how much time she had before the Alliance fleet arrived. Still an hour at least, more than enough time to mop up the princess and her friends and restore order to the temple. She would seize control of the Alliance fleet when it arrived, and she would destroy the Zakuul. Once that was done, she would be going rat hunting. She would find the traitors among her house and peel the very flesh off their bones. The thought made her smile. She was looking forward to that, but business first. She nodded. She still had a world to kill and a galaxy to conquer. All other questions could be answered later. She thought of Finn, what they should have had, but then dismissed that thought. She began to cut herself off from those feelings. I don't need you anymore, love, she thought. You did what you needed and gave me a son, an heir. She smiled wickedly. The future will be his, and you will be nothing but a note in a history text, a very small note. She almost laughed. It was strangely liberating, letting go of Finn and agony. What use did she have for lovers anyway? The galaxy was about to be crushed beneath her heel. Compared to that, nothing else mattered. Nothing. Chapter 74, Taya. No. Taya could only watch helplessly as the bolt hole closed behind Avaryss, the armored plates making sure that no one could follow the Dark Lord down into the temple. Those plates were both a Beskar and Cortosis weave. No lightsaber would be cutting through anytime soon. She remembered when Avaryss had joked about having them installed. Now, that joke was no longer funny. You told me you saw no reason to ever use it, unless I, or Barrick, came for you. The irony of that statement was not lost, not now. She had never expected. Damn. Why, Avi, why? She remembered everything now, the poison chalice, Avaryss' words to her mother. The promise of Ange to seal the deal, to forever bind Taya to Avaryss, a bind the Dark Lord had not needed. I was already hers. There was no reason for her to change me, cage me. Her blood boiled, she wanted to follow, and take her old love's head. Yet, the way was blocked. She could not follow. Not that she could have followed if she wanted to, not at that moment. Abominus whirled her blade, trying to push her old ally back. Taya parried the blow, and struck back in rapid succession, her 2 blades only just missing finding their mark. She hoped either to open up the throat, or take one of her enemy's wings. Abominus was fast, but Taya's years of blade training took over. Her mother had prepared her well for battle, and with the enhancements given to her by Avi, she was faster still. Enhancements, she thought bitterly, more like chains meant to control me, and make me more useful, and keep me away from my child. My little Ange. Her eyes narrowed. Not again, she thought. Never again. All around them battle raged, the remaining guards trying to rein in the prisoners. Merritt and the princess fought valiantly, But even they were hard-pressed. Every one of these guards had been one of Bantoon's sworn protectors, and their genetic enhancements made them equals to most normal force wielders. Not that the two were alone. Nell Trooper Elite Valentine had somehow managed to slip her leash, and was now fighting beside them as well. The woman might have been old, but her experience and training were making up for that. As Taya risked a glance her way, the old protector opened up the throat of one of the guards and sent him flying back with a thrust kick. Another down, but the fight was not over. Abominus took advantage of her brief distraction, and managed to slip inside Taya's guard. She used her wings to prevent a killing blow. The sharpened hook at the top of the wing joint slashed out and nearly took Nessie's eye. The thing born of Naz backpedaled again, but this time struck out with her forearm, the blow catching Taya in the temple, stunning her for a second, sending her staggering. Which was all the time Abominus needed. She used the force to leap back and out the window. She let herself fall for a second before opening her wings, and with one power flap, shot up into the sky, disappearing from view. Let her go for now, Taya thought. Nessie wouldn't flee, and would likely return with reinforcements, which meant she, Taya, and the rest of Avi's enemies had to be gone by the time that happened. Avi's enemies, she thought. I have become one of Avi's enemies. She thought back on all they had shared. She had stood with Avi back on Corbin, protected her, even after she tried to kill her. She had helped her find her way back to power, helped her bring down Survivor Squad, and conquer Bantoon. She had helped her love and Dark Lord build all of this. Now, they were enemies. Once upon a time, she had thought that would never happen. She had been loyal to Darth Avaryss, loved her, and owed her everything, but now. She grimaced. She had no choice. Avi had given her none. She had had no plan, merely waited for an opportunity. Avi was distracted with the princess and Merritt. Taya knew what the Dark Lord intended, to make their old lover kill the princess, and thereby bind himself to the darkness for all time, and to her. Taya had watched and waited with a patience that had been drilled into her since childhood. She waited for just the right moment to strike, like her mother had taught her. Strike when the cut will be the deepest, her mother had said. Only then can you achieve true victory. So Taya had watched and waited. Then Avaryss had done something unexpected. She called to one of her guards and asked that Lady Tasia be brought to her to help with Merritt's transition. In that moment, Taya had been out of time. She knew what the guard would find when they went to Lady Tasia's quarters, and she knew how Avaryss would react. She could react no other way. Again, they had given her no choice. Avi and her mother had given her no choice. Avi had been expecting her in the tower, but she wanted to speak to her parents before they left, before the ritual began. Taya had gone to confront them. She knew the truth, and wanted only one thing from her parents now, her daughter. That meeting had not gone as planned. In hindsight, it had been stupid of her to go to them. Stupid to expect her mother, who had always been so critical of her performance and choices, to accept that what she desired was not what was best. Taya had hoped her father would stand with her, but that had not happened. Taya confronted her mother, angry at her betrayal, and demanded that Ange be returned to her. Again, Lady Tasia had tried to put her child in her place, saying what she desired didn't matter and that she was no longer fit to raise a child of their house. Taya turned to her father, hoping for his support at least, but he had stood with her mother, making only the weakest attempts to play mediator between the two. Taya's rage had been upon her. Even now she could not remember everything that was said. Her heart hammering in her chest, her vision tinged with crimson. Look at you, child, her mother said. Do you really think you can offer our grandchild anything now? She is mine, mother, my blood. How could you do this to me? I think you both need to calm down, her father had said. No, love, her mother had answered. This has been a long time coming. Our house must be protected, Agony. Your brother is gone, and you have a new role to play. Ange must be prepared for her future, and I'm going to do it right this time. I will not let her go. On some level, Taya understood, but she was still angry. After Aya, she could not simply give up. Taya had then demanded to see her just one more time. Her mother said that was impossible. Ange was already on their shuttle. They were preparing to leave before the battle began. We don't want to confuse the child, her father had said. She would not understand what you have become. She would not be able to acknowledge you anyway, her mother had added. We have given her something to let her sleep. She has no need to experience what is about to happen to this world. They had drugged her, Taya thought angrily, and they are not even going to explain what is about to happen to Bantoon, a place that Anne sees as a home. This was the only world the girl had ever known. She saw herself as Bond. Taya had known that, and accepted it. She had not realized that Avaryss intended to kill the entire world for her ritual. Even as she thought that, she realized that she had been lying to herself. She had been lying to herself for a very long time. The thought made her shudder. I was blind to what was going to happen, and who I truly served. Avi has changed so much since her rise. Taya accepted that. Avi had changed. She barely recognized her now. She had made one last appeal to her father. He had always stood by her in the past, protected her, though the changes she had went through frightened him. She was still his daughter. She felt the shift in the Force. She felt her mother's anger, her desire to protect what she thought was hers. And is mine, beast. The double-bladed saber came up. Taya was ready. She had acted entirely on instinct. She had not replaced her weapon yet, but she had picked up a second saber in the armory. Eventually she would restore her double-bladed weapon, but now. She caught her mother's blade, caught it, and struck back. In her youth, Lady Tasia had been one of the most feared marauders in the last war. She had murdered her Jedi master when she switched sides and joined the Sith, but Taya was fighting for more than just what she desired. She was fighting with love. A mother's love. A love that was oftentimes never shown by the woman before her. She reserved her passions for battle and her husband, nothing more. When they had sparred in the past, Tasia always got the better of her daughter, but that was because Taya had never wanted to risk harming her. She loved her, but now, she was fighting to get back what was hers, and to protect little Ange from her fate. She knew the double blade intimately, and knew its limitations. She caught her mother's blade with the weapon in her right hand, and with the left, she lashed out, before her mother could bring the second blade up and around. Taya sliced through his emitter, killing it, and at the same time, sliced through her mother's belly, and up through her shoulder. Lady Tasia fell, a look of surprise on her haughty features. A gurgle escaped her throat. "No!" Her father's scream echoed through the chamber. A small holdout blaster in his sleeve came up, the one he used for protection when he traveled outside the Empire. Again, Taya acted on instinct. She parried the blast, using the dark side. The single bolt bounced back, hitting her father in the head. His body flew back and came down hard on his desk, and it partially tipped over. It and the body fell in a heavy heap. Silence fell over the chamber. The murders had only taken a few seconds. Seconds. Murder. Taya stood in the middle of the carnage. No one had heard. The private rooms here in the temple were soundproof, and her father had not tried to sound the alarm. No one outside had heard. Taya looked around horrified. No. No. I didn't want this. I just wanted my daughter. She had almost sobbed as she looked at the bodies. Anger, guilt, rage, they all flowed through her unchecked. She had loved her family. She had done everything for them. Now, it was over. Her house was finished. Her father laying in the ruins of his desk. Patricide. Her mother laying on the floor before her, staring up with empty eyes, a strange expression on her face. Matricide. Taya whimpered. Her mother, she almost looked proud. She had never wanted to train her daughter in the ways of the dark side. She had not wished to bring the master and apprentice relationship into their family dynamic, but she had always been disappointed that her daughter didn't show the proper killer instinct. But now. Taya shuddered. You finally got what you wanted, mother. Do you like what you see? Am I proper killer now? She looked at the entrance to private dock, the one connected to these quarters. Ange was still asleep aboard the shuttle. Good, she thought. She should not see this. It was in that moment that she realized what she had done, and knew how Avi would react. Uh-oh, Emperor save me. What have I done? She had not just killed for what was hers, she had killed two of Avi's more valuable servants. The Baron handled all of Avi's finances, and his wife was on the Dark Council. She was her arbiter of justice. Taking two such lives would not be forgiven, not even for someone as close to the Dark Lord as she was, especially when Avi heard the reason. When she realized her manipulation of Taya had failed. You know what you must do, the dark side whispered. You must defend yourself. She nodded. Yes? She knew. She had left her parents' chamber, sealing it behind her, and made her way to the tower. Avi was expecting her. Taya licked her lips, trying to bury the guilt and focus on what needed to be done next. For herself, and for Ange. She shivered. If they were to escape, to survive, Avi couldn't. Her hands curled into fists, her talons digging into her palms. I'm sorry, Avi, she thought, but the plan must fail, and now. You must die. I. She had struck when the guard returned. No doubt he would have used his passcode to enter her parents' chambers. They found the bodies, and the carnage. When Avi heard about the deaths, she would react. That is okay, Taya thought. I'm ready. When the princess moved to attack her, she had drawn her weapon. All eyes were on the Bond girl, and Merritt. She was ready. She struck, but in that moment the dark side warned its chosen champion. Avi moved. And now, I was lost. Now, Taya had to fight, and fight she did. For Ange and their future. She fought. I. The three remaining guards were now fighting one-on-one against each enemy. The princess stayed close to her mother, still on the ground, moaning weakly. The Paladina now fought back-to-back with Trooper Valentine. They shifted positions, protecting the unconscious queen. Merritt dueled with the largest of the guards, this one built like a bodybuilder. Even his armor could not hide his physique. He stayed inside the jetty-turned-bounty hunter's guard, not giving him the chance to strike out and end the battle quickly. Part of her wanted to help the father of her child, but her trained eye could tell that he didn't need her aid, not right now. He was feeding on the violence around him. He still brushed his fingers over the power of the dark side, despite the calm with which he fought. What Avi had done to him years ago had left its mark, but it didn't seem to be hindering him. His orange blade flashed back and forth. The guard he fought lost his pike, and now was fighting with two short curved swords. He was trying to bully Merritt, get him too close to maneuver, or get him into a spot where he could be sent out one of the broken windows. The former Jedi didn't seem worried. He continued to anticipate and block those attacks. The Force was with him, and the guardsman was not enjoying the advantage of his enhancements. The winds blew strong from outside the temple, whipping cloaks and robes as the distant storms swirled around the building. He doesn't need my help, but the others might. She turned and went to aid Trooper Valentine. The old woman yelped as a blade sliced into her. Taya snarled and whirled to her aid. Her wing distracted the guard just enough that it spun to block, leaving him open for her lightsaber. Taya took the man's head. She and the Valentine woman locked eyes. Taya could see the hatred there, and she didn't blame her. I've been a part of Avi's scheme to destroy this world from the very beginning. She had not realized the extent that her old love had intended to go, but that was no excuse. I'm not your enemy, she said to the old warrior. Valentine must have bought it, because she spun around and aided the princess in her attack on the guard that she was engaging. 2-on-1, the fight was over quickly. A sworn protector might be a match for a Jedi in combat, but they could be overwhelmed with power and experience. Both of the Bond women had both. There was a yellow flash to their right. Taya's eyes widened as she saw Merritt blast his opponent with light-side lightning. Taya sensed the bounty hunter's surprise. He had not been able to use that attack in a long time. The dark side shift that Avi had forced on him had cut him off from that ability. It looked like he had rediscovered how to use it. Good for him, not so for his opponent. The guard lay on the ground, whimpering, forced judgment, or light-side lightning was not something to be taken lightly. Regular force lightning damaged the body. The golden form damaged the spirit, making his victim confront their own fears and weaknesses, burning the mind and spirit. She could see why the Jedi chose not use it. It could be a vicious form of torture if used unchecked. Merritt stood before the others, panting. He looked at the Queen and her daughter, at Trooper Valentine, and Taya. "Is everyone okay?" he asked. "Vess!" Trooper Valentine cried out, and went down on her knees before the wounded Queen, who was still unconscious. The old guard held the Queen in her arms, running her fingers gently over her face. The princess joined her. Mom. Taya said nothing. She could feel the love between the three in that moment, and it shamed her. This is how a family should act. She could feel the affection in that moment between the old guard and her Queen Valentine, the way she touched the Queen's face. Taya had done something similar to her daughter. It was the action of a mother worried about her child, or one she saw as her child. For the first time, Taya felt a stab of guilt for what she had helped bring about on this world. She knew the Queen's history, and that of the guard that had been her sworn protector. She and Avi had studied them carefully before moving on this world. She now understood what was truly between the two. She looked down, and though she couldn't say the words, she thought them. "I'm sorry." Mary came up beside her, his expression curious. He knew her loyalty to Avi. This must have seemed confusing to him, and she didn't blame him. She was still a bit confused herself. "Why?" he asked her. Taya looked at him with tears in her eyes. She wanted to sob and tell him everything, but there wasn't time. I have my reasons," she said. He didn't ask for any further explanation. He simply nodded. "Fair enough." They both turned their attention back to the Astilis. The old guard was still trying to rouse the Queen. "Come on, kid," Valentine said. Please open your eyes." Queen Viseria groaned. Her daughter looked down with hope. "Mother," she whispered. The Queen's eyes fluttered, and she looked up at those gathered around her. "Bela," she said, her eye finally finding the guardswoman. "Val." Tears ran down the protector's face. I'm back, kid," she said. "Finn, he did something. My mind is my own again." Oh gods, I'm so sorry, girl. I couldn't." The Queen whimpered and embraced her old protector, the woman that had been like a mother to her, if the reports were right. Again, Taya kept her distance, but realized she could not remain for long. They could not remain for long. Avi had escaped, and so had Abominus. It would not take long for reinforcements to arrive. They needed to get moving. They need to get out of this tower. Now. She turned and used her lightsaber on the turbolift control. She reached in with her talons and tore out some of the circuitry. "We can linger here no longer," she said. "Avi will find a way to get more people up here." Valentine rose to her feet, while Bela helped her mother up. "What is going on, Sith? Why are you helping us?" "I have my reasons." "Yeah, I'm sure you do." I. They were on the verge of getting sidetracked, and that couldn't happen. Merritt sighed. Time was not on their side. "This is not the time, Chief," Merritt said. He looked at the three women before him. "We need to find another way out of this chamber now. The turbolift will be too heavily guarded." Taya informed him an AV secret exit is sealed. Merritt frowned and looked around. Suddenly he had an idea. He walked over to one of the smashed windows and looked down. It was a very long drop, long but doable. He sighed. "No choice. Out the window then?" Chief Valentine looked at him like he had lost his mind. "Kid, even with my enhancements, I couldn't make that jump and live." "The Force will serve," he responded confidently. He looked at Bela. "You think you can make it back up?" She smiled at him. "Anything you can do, love, I can do." He nodded, though he did notice the look pass between the Queen and her guard. "Love." He almost chuckled. He did have some explaining to do to the Queen. "Bela and I can make the jump. The Force will slow our descent. From there, we will lower the Queen and Chief Valentine down. The two women didn't look so sure, but they did nod. Val stripped off the heavy armor and cloak of an Imperial royal guard. Queen Viseria looked at her with tears in her eyes. Merritt didn't blame her. The last few years must have been hard, having someone she had been so close to turned into a living droid in the service of her enemies. I'm just glad the code word worked, his mother's voice said in his mind. Jazz hoped it would, but Val never let him do it. She never wanted to risk hurting Viseria by breaking her programming. Merritt nodded. He understood, and was grateful. His master had originally meant Val's freedom as a gift, and now, it had helped save them, or at least, gave them a chance to be saved. I can help you get the Queen and her guard down. He turned to Agony, to Taya. She stood straighter and more commanding than she had in the past. She had turned a corner, he realized. He didn't know what that meant yet, but it was good to see. Val glared at her. You think that I'm going to let you anywhere near my Queen? Taya gave her a sad smile. I've burned every bridge in my life, this night, guardswoman. Not only that, but I have a shuttle standing by, an escape route for you and your royals. Taya shook her head. I ask only that you take my daughter with you. This world does not have much time. You should make the best of this opportunity. Viseria looked at her. The mass drivers, she gasped, we have to stop them. It's not the mass drivers, or any other Sith toy in this temple, Taya said. It's Avi. You want to save your world. She cannot be allowed to live. If she falls, the game ends, no final ritual, no destruction. Merritt looked at her. You really mean it, don't you, Tay? You really want to kill her? She shivered. It doesn't matter what I want, she said. It is what must happen. He sensed her certainty given her history with Avi. That certainty surprised him. Taya shook her head. She has given me no choice, given US no choice. Merritt nodded as he looked up at the sky, and the fleet that was even now on the way to attack Avaryss and liberate Bantoon. No choice, Taya had said. She was right. Avi had to be stopped. He knew then what he had to do. He had to get Bela and Mother to safety, and then he was going hunting. Taya would stand with him, he thought. Together they could make a difference. He would find the keys, destroy them if he could, and the controls to the mass drivers. That would help, but one thing was certain. He was going to make sure that Avi didn't get out of here. Things had gone too far too far. It was time to stop it, to stop her. The fall of the House of Avaryss was here, and he was going to help provide the push. Even if it cost him his life, he was prepared. He might not have been a Jedi anymore, but he knew what needed to be done. For once his mother was silent in his head, accepted his decision. One last hunt. One last time. Chapter 75. Paranoia and Progress. Lord Avaryss. You're here. Surprised to see me, General? Avaryss asked with a sly smile, a smile that didn't touch her eyes. She did her best to keep from attacking the man on sight. She had no proof that she needed to. She looked at the Imperial. He had served her well these past few years, but he was still the cousin of the late Lady Sinestra. Had he chosen this moment to seek his revenge? Was he one of the conspirators that was working against her? If so, he needed to be removed. Was he behind the attack on her? Had he been one of the people that set it up? She dared a quick glance around the command center of the Grand Temple, at all the techs and troopers on station here. Her brow furrowed. Are the traitors that tried to kill me outside my boat hole here? Are more of the people that set me up here? She reached out with the dark side, but couldn't sense any direct malice directed at her. No, someone was still playing games with her, and this was not the appropriate time, but it didn't matter. She still had a plan to complete, and a galaxy to enslave. No one would be leaving this floor. She had made sure of that. The hunters were now stationed at every access point. Meanwhile, Ada and the others were scouring the temple, looking for anyone who might be where they were not supposed to be. They were to be taken into custody and be questioned later. If they resisted, then they would not be around to answer any questions. She was taking no chances at this point. She would not let the ambitions of a few fools stop her from achieving her goals, And once those goals were completed, then, and only then, would she go on the hunt. They can't stop me, she thought. I've come too far to stop now. My lord, Lyrhan Dustin said, approaching from his place near the back of the control room. She had almost forgotten the little man was here, and that she asked that he be brought here to await the completion of her work. Him being here could complicate things, she thought, but dismissed her own concerns. Soon he and the rest of this wretched world would not be a problem. My lord, Prime Minister, he added, what is going on? Minor issues only, your lordship, she informed him. My people will be dealing with them soon. Starting with the traitors in the throne room, she thought. Her eyes narrowed, their reddish glow brightening. How could you do this to me? Agony. Finn, how could you this, after everything I've done for you? And what have you done? That annoying little voice in her head asked. You tortured them, betrayed their trust, threw them away to face the troubled galaxy alone, or altered them with Sith alchemy. What exactly do they have to be grateful for? I was merely trying to help them see, to both understand, that their petty desires and personal wants meant nothing. I am the way, and I needed to be sure that they accepted that. They are mine. Why is it so hard for people to accept that truth? Everything is mine. Lord Avaryss, Lyrhan said. She turned to him, her cold smile still in place. I will explain everything in a moment, your lordship, she promised. For now, I need to see to some important matters of state. She turned to General Glask. She was still not sure he could be trusted, but she would remove him if needed. For now, she needed to see if his removal was required now, or if she could still use him for a few more moments anyway. Report, General, she snapped. What is our status? He stood at attention. She still sensed fear, but that was normal enough for Glask, and seeing her in the state she was in, she could understand why he might be a bit uncertain. Her white robes were bloodied. She had lost one of her shoulder plates in the descent down from the throne room. Her hair had come undone, and she could feel a slight twitch in her right eye. I must look a mess, she realized, far from the regal Sith he is used to, no matter. She would get things back on track. The communication systems are still down, my lord. Repair crew are working to discover the problem. Have we access to the satellite network yet? Not yet, my lord. We are still trying to discover the problem. She hissed in irritation. So they couldn't contact the fleet, the rest of the planet, or activate the mass drivers, and the enemy fleet would soon be here. She looked at the holotank in the center of the room. The estimated time of the arrival of the Alliance fleet was listed there. She could also see a holo of the ship deployment around the planet. Her Sith fleet were formed up and ready to meet the invaders. She could not see Rain's meditation sphere on the holo, but with his cloaking system, she wouldn't be able to anyway. Kennedy was doing his job at least. That pleased her, and Rain should have been on station, awaiting the arrival of the enemy fleet, soon to be a part of her new fleet. The thought relaxed her somewhat. Despite the issues down here, they were ready to do what needed to be done. Now they just needed to make sure that they could kill the planet when the enemy arrived. She turned back to Glask. Make satellite communication a priority, General. We need to be able to contact the satellites. The whole Ascension protocol depends on it. Yes, my lord, it will be done. Ascension protocol, Lyrhan said with a slight frown. What is that? She smirked. He would see soon enough. A mere matter of seeing to the approaching enemy, Lyrhan, pay it no mind. The man fell silent, but she sensed his curiosity and suspicion. Well, let him be suspicious, she thought. He was not brave enough to act. If he was, he would not have been such a useful pawn. She turned to the officer man in the comm station. Have we determined the cause of the jamming yet? We are working on it, my lord. We still have comms within the temple, and, one moment. The man put his hand to the earpiece he was wearing when he heard what was being said. He turned to her. We have just received a report from Lord Abominus. She has touched down at one of the landing bays and is gathering a pursuit force to secure the throne room. She nodded. Nessie was on point then. Good, and Ada would inform her of the Dark Lord's orders. The turbolifts from the throne room were locked down, and hunters were even now moving to every access point at the Grand Temple. Unlike her other troopers and sycophants, the hunters were bound to her, and were incapable of betrayal. Finn and the others were trapped up in the throne room, with nowhere to go. She would send a sizable force of hunters and royal guard to take them back into custody. But you gave the hunters orders to kill everyone on sight, the voice in her head reminded her. She paused. Has she done that? Well, yes, she supposed she did. It had been an order issued in a moment of high emotion. She had been angry, but the more she thought about, the more right that decision felt. She frowned. The Aestilis needed to die. She didn't doubt that. Agony's betrayal had to be answered, despite their history and feelings. She could not afford to hesitate now, and Finn, well, she might still have wanted him, but his actions proved that he was untrustworthy at the most. Besides, he had already done what she needed him to do. He had given her the heir she wanted and needed. She would have preferred that he gave her one or two more. She had enjoyed those moments of possible creation, but sometimes such things aren't possible. She nodded grimly. Yes? She would not rescind the kill order. She had Ander, and that was enough. The time was come to trim the fat in her organization. She would miss Finn's talents, but she would find others who could fulfill those needs later. An empress of a galaxy-wide empire would have her pick of such toys. She would leave the intruders to Abominus and the hunters. She had a plan to complete and a world to kill. For the empire, for the future of her family, she needed to stay focused on that goal. She looked up at the counter again. They had less than an hour, not much time. She began to pace. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and still no word. How could this be happening, she wondered. How could someone have gotten so close to her to pull this off? She looked at Glask, approached him and spoke silently so only he could hear her. What do you know about this? She murmured. We have rodents in our house, General. Did you know anything about this? I assumed that you had dealt with the problem with the purging of the Dark Council, my lord. The death of Elaria and infamy, we have had no problems since they were silenced. Until now, she thought, and again she wondered if this man was a better liar than she gave him credit for. Perhaps he was part of a conspiracy against her after all. Perhaps he was lying to her even now. She turned back to the comm officer. Status report. Do we know anything else? We are receiving reports throughout the temple, my lord. So far, our communication systems seem to be functioning normally. She gave him an acidic smile. Then, why can we not call out? We need communications back up. I need to be able to talk to my satellites. We will solve the problem, my lord. The man promised. Comms will be up soon. She hissed and turned away, frustrated. Maybe I should kill a few of these spineless drones, she thought. It might motivate the others. My lord. She turned to another of the comm techs. The man looked at her sheepishly. Report, she said. If communication with the satellites is what you require, you don't have to wait until the comm system is up. Glass turned to the man. See to your own work, technician. We have. No, Glass, Avaryss said with a raised hand. I will hear what this man has to say. Please continue, technician. The man nodded, emboldened by her request. Well, my lord, our communication system is not the only way we have to speak with an object in orbit. The landing beams at the temple are used to guide in ships from space. Those beams connect with ships in orbit and aid them in their descent. She nodded. I see. Go on. Well, my lord, if we could reconfigure the landing beams, use it to connect to one of the satellites in orbit. We could use the rest of the satellite network around the planet to send the signal to the rest. They are designed to talk to each other. The Ascension Protocol satellites began as weather trackers and were designed to talk to each other. One receives a signal. Avaryss smiled. Then it can pass that signal along to the others. The man nodded. Yes, my lord. It would not be the same as a direct line, but the order would still get out. There would be a few moments of delay between each satellite completing its mission, but I think it is possible. Avaryss' smile turned cruel and wicked. She almost laughed. She had to admit it was a simple idea, and that is why it likely would work. She turned to the technician. How long would it take to complete the modification of one or more of the landing beams? An hour, maybe less, my lord. See to it then, and make it fast, under an hour if you please. You may take whomever you need to complete the work. You will have an escort of guards and hunters to see to the safety of your team. We do have enemies within the temple. They are contained for the moment, but I'm taking no chances. Your safety is now a top priority. Send word when the work is done, and we are ready to send the signal. The young man saluted. He seemed galvanized by her command. Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. No, thank you, she replied. Do this for me, technician, and I will see to it personally that you will want for nothing the rest of your life. My lord, he said, an eager smile come into his young features. She frowned slightly. So why are you still here, and wasting time talking to me? Off with you, man, and don't fail me. Yes, my lord. The man gestured to several of his fellows, even the lead tech that was glaring at him for coming up with the solution. That amused Avaryss. You hesitate, you lose, she thought. The young man had a bright future if he succeeded in the next 60 minutes. Kennedy and Rain could hold off the Alliance for that long, at least. Now, she would be able to activate the mass drivers and complete her work. Now, she would be ready to seize the galaxy. She turned again to Glask and Lyrian. The former seemed a bit more relaxed, knowing that she was happy. The latter remained confused and guarded. Both would be brought up to speed soon enough. She sided up to Glask. Who is that man, General? Technician second class, Dervey, my lord. A good man. Indeed he is. I think he is up for a promotion. You have chosen your people well, General. Sycophants are useful, but men with drive and talent are more valuable. We live to serve you, my lord, the general said. Avaryss nodded. As it should be, General, as it should be. She still sensed no betrayal in Glask, no desire to stop the technician from completing his work. Perhaps he was not behind the attack on her after her escape from the throne room. Perhaps he was up for a promotion too. Hin and Glask idolized Grand Moff Vacan, the ancient warrior, who had helped reforge the Sith military after Naga Sadow's defeat. Perhaps the general would soon be risen up the same station as his idol, and Empress did need the proper people in their proper place. She smiled, her first true smile since agony and Finn's betrayal. Things were not perfect. They never were, but they were proceeding. Her mission was back on track. The technicians would either restore communications, or Dervey would give her a line back to her satellites. Either way, the plan was progressing. She looked at the counter again. Less than 40 minutes to the arrival of the Alliance fleet. 40 minutes until she seized control of the galaxy. A shiver of excitement went down her spine. She was eager to set it all off, but for the moment, she needed patience. Soon enough, she promised herself. Soon. Chapter 76. The First Wave. They're here. Rain could not see outside the meditation sphere. The cloak was engaged, and they were in station. Nevertheless, she knew. She could feel it. The enemy had arrived. In her mind's eye, she could see the Alliance fleet emerging from hyperspace. They were a ragtag collection of Republic, Imperial, and even French combat vessels. As they emerged from the Tython entry point, they began to spread out, forming into a battle array. The Avaryss fleet was deployed before the shipyards that orbited Bantoon proper. 14 Imperial vessels strong, a collection of Harrower dreadnoughts and Terminus destroyers. Among those were 6 wolf packs of 12 Bond heavy escorts and smaller attack craft. That and over 100 fighter craft of various design, both Bond and Sith. Not to mention over 50 orbital platforms fitted with missile launchers and heavy blaster cannons. They would need those platforms. The Alliance fleet was larger than they had expected. Rain frowned slightly. The fight was almost even, given the forces deployed here. The loss of Rank and his outlaws had cost Avaryss a major advantage in this fight. Of course, victory in combat was not what they were here for. No, they were only meant to delay and pin the Alliance forces down. The ritual would begin soon. And then, enemies would become allies, but first they needed to be tested. Rain took a deep and shuddering breath, letting her eyes roll back into her head. It was time. Time to begin this little play her master had set up, in the game she had set in motion almost 4 years ago now. The time had come for the forces of Darth Avaryss to shine. When do you believe the enemy will arrive, fair Rain? She opened her eyes, annoyed that her concentration had been interrupted. They are already here, though, she informed her Twi'lek lover, at his side, near the entrance hatch. Trunk grunted and shifted position. The Gamorrean understood that they were now in harm's way. She looked at the two, her allies and protectors, should boarders make it to the sphere. Not that that was likely to happen. The Alliance would have other things to worry about, and they would find their resolve tested. It was a test that they would fail, thanks to her. I'm beginning now, she informed the two, once again closing her eyes. Now I shall bring the power of the dark side to bear on our enemies. Gold gave her a fierce and toothy grin. Give them something to remember, love. Let them wallow in fear and doubt. She smirked, even as she slipped deeper into the trance. That is what I'm here for, she thought. That is why my master chose me. And why, one day, I will surpass her, and take the throne. It was unavoidable, she could feel it in her bones. One day, she would sit on a throne of her own. One day, everything would be hers, and the galaxy would bow to her, a former slave from the moons of Bacton. She welcomed the coming of that day. She awaited it with bated breath. She reached deeper into the shadows, letting them fill her up. She could feel it so clearly now, what her master called the heart of darkness, the pulsing power of the pure dark side. Drawing upon that, she cast her will out beyond the sphere. She felt it touch her mind, increasing the range of her power, and making it easier to direct her desires. In her mind's eye, the galaxy were threads, all possible futures woven around the spirits of those around her. Now, in this sphere, she could touch those threads, direct them in ways she had never had the power to do before. She touched her allies' threads first, pouring both confidence and the desire to destroy down into their frail forms, offering strength to her allies, but at the same time pulling the threats of doubt and fear at her enemies. She pulled those threads tighter, harder, until they became like nooses around the necks of those that opposed her master. She breathed out, and in, out and in slowly, gathering more dark power within her, gathering it and redirecting it outward. Beyond the walls of the sphere, the battle began. Fighters zoomed from their capital ships, and into the swarm of enemy ships, Alliance fighters responded in kind, drawing the fire away from the larger vessels. Inside, Rain felt the subtle dance, the first echoes of panic in the enemy. She could have pushed those echoes, but chose not to. We don't want them to run away or fall into such disarray that they are easily destroyed. Her master had been clear. We are here to gain ships, Lord Rain, not lose them. Rain took that order to heart. It had been hours since they had last heard from her master, or anyone else on Bantoon. Before she had raised the cloak for the final time, Admiral Kennedy had assured her that they would stick to the plan. This was the final day of the planet Bantoon, and the rise of a new empire, a new galactic empire, under Darth Avaryss. It would come to pass. She would see it come to pass. Rain smiled as the Alliance advanced slowed, their confidence overridden by Sith numbers and the power of her battle meditation. The apprentice of Darth Avaryss almost laughed. Too easy, she thought. Far too easy. I. Cut to the left, Gold Leader. I will try to get him off. Timon nodded and complied. The two Sith starfighters, flying for Avaryss, followed suit, only to come under the guns of Sham Dixon. He fired a quick pulse, killing the first. The second tried to break off, but it was caught by Wolf 2 and joined his buddy in destruction. Nice shot, Wolf Leader, Timon exclaimed, setting a course for a pair of bombers moving in on the Resolute. The ship's shields might be able to handle it, but they were taking no chances. Timon shook his head. So far, this battle was not going well. Avaryss people had been ready, and more to the point, committed. The fighters stopped the Alliance push even as it was just beginning, slamming into the Alliance fleet like a wall. While at the head of the assault, the various defensive platforms struck, damaging several hammerheads before they could get into position and start pounding the defenders. Those ships were now limping back to the main body of the fleet, while the Bantoon defensive line reformed. The comm buzzed in Timon's ear. "This is Admiral Honesty. All Alliance ships regroup in Sector 001. We will reform and attempt entry from there." Timon didn't comply just yet. There were still the bombers moving and on the Resolute. Yet, his attack run on the enemy ended prematurely, as a squadron of Sith fighters from Asina's forces cut them off and sent them running back to their side of the battle. Timon checked the scanners. It seemed that those bombers were not the only ones choosing not to push their advantage. "The enemy is pulling back," Sahar said, confirming what he already knew. The boy looked up at Timon. "Why wouldn't they press their advantage?" "An excellent question, young man," Nar said from his place in the command chair. The old pure blood had the fleet positions pulled up on a small holo on his command chair. His eyes narrowed with thought. "Interesting," he purred softly to himself. "Very interesting." Rufo barked from the co-pilot seat. The Wookiee was saying something about how poorly they were doing. Timon couldn't help but agree. "We pushed through fine at Afon, but now, the fleet had stalled, and it wasn't just the planetary defenses holding them back." He shook his head. Avaryss' fleet moved like was of one mind. The heavy capital ships seemed to turn exactly where they needed to be to repulse the Alliance advance. The Bond escort vessel supporting them struck out like a stiletto, slashing away at any attempt to break Avaryss' lines, and when a weak spot did show, the orbital defense platforms cut them off before they could take advantage. Nar hissed under his breath. "We are fighting like green cadets," he snarled. "The force is being twisted against us." Before Timon could respond to what his grandsire meant, a transmission came in over the comm board. Rufo patched it through. "Welcome to Bantoon, Tim." He recognized the voice or Ro Wilkes, the Sith infiltrator who was working against Avaryss on the surface. "Avaryss forces are better than we thought, Ro. We are reforming for a second attack now." "Well, whatever you are going to do, you better do it fast. I just heard from the Master. If you don't break through in the next hour, there won't be a reason to, not for the people on the planet." Timon's eyes narrowed, and his grandsire leaned forward listening closer. "What do you mean, Ro? What is going on?" The Imperial explained it to them, about Avaryss' plans and the satellites in orbit. Timon's blood ran cold. In this, Ro was right. They were running out of time. Timon contacted Admiral Honesty. They needed to try something new if they didn't, or if they failed. He frowned. The people of Bantoon would be lost before they had the chance to be liberated. "We have to do this," he thought to him. "We have to. Before it is too late." I. They had secured the generator station. Shira Veal looked around at the damage around her, for Paladina had died taking this place, but now that they were in, they could start making a difference. One of Gold Slicer's had gotten to work on the station controls. He had introduced the spike created by the droid combined automata. The droid syndicate had created it to stop Avaryss forces from rerouting the shield system away from a single captured station. Shira watched the screen above her, showing the shield was still in place around the planet. She could also see the ships in orbit. They had once again formed up across from each other, not engaging. Her eyes narrowed. She wished she knew what was going on up there. If something had gone wrong, they could be in trouble down here. Her comlink buzzed, a signal from Colonel Locke. "Yes. You got enemy forces incoming, Master Shira," the old sniper informed her. Shira nodded. Enemy reinforcements were not unexpected. "Sith? Local security forces only. I'm only seeing Bond uniforms, but that doesn't mean we don't have Sith troopers dressed up. The boys and I are going to try and slow them down. How are things on your end?" "The spike is in Colonel. If it does what the droids promise, the fleet should see the results shortly." "We?" A scream of static cut off the transmission. Shira yelped as she pulled the Kamenk away. She growled low. The witch's forces were aware of their presence now. She suspected that the station would be drawing a lot of attention soon, but that wouldn't matter, provided the droid program did what it was supposed to. Written by the Combine's best slicing programs, the spike contained a virus that should spread to the entire planetary shield network. The program was spread from station to station, using the shield itself to reach each station, one after the other. Those stations would soon find their power systems turned up too high, causing each station to overload. Security measures installed in each control program would cut the power to the shields before the systems fried completely, giving the Alliance fleet a 10 to 20 minute window to get people here on the ground to help secure the planet. Not a lot of time, but it should be what was needed. The pride of both Asina's empire and the Alliance commander's forces were up there right now. If anyone could break through and make a difference, it was them. They. The sound of explosions outside drew her attention. She went to one of the windows and looked outside, carefully, not offering a shot for a possible sniper. The troop transport rumbled up the side street. This one bearing Sith markings. Troopers in dark gray armor began to deploy, while a cold and cruel voice rang out over the loudspeaker. Attention rebel forces, this War Master bleeds of the House of Avaryss. You will throw down your weapons and surrender this station to our forces. You will do so in 5 minutes, or we will respond with lethal force. This is your first and only warning. Shira growled. Surrender? No, not bloody likely. She looked at Master Kit and the surviving Paladina. Their faces were cold and resigned. These men and women had come here to end the reign of a tyrant. They had not surrendered after 3 years. They certainly wouldn't surrender now. She turned to the slicer. How much time? How long until the program is fully in the system? 10 minutes, Master Jedi. 10 minutes and those Sithies could tear this place apart. And it won't make a whit of difference. The shields will fail. Shira considered that. 10 minutes, they just had to hold off the witch's goons for 5 minutes. She growled. As a veteran of many engagements, she knew that 5-minute fights could seem like an eternity. Regardless, they would not surrender, and they would not hesitate. Today, Darth Avaryss fell from her place of power. Today, the witch paid for all the pain and death she caused. Stay here, she told Dunk, and headed down to the entrance. She stayed in the shadows the most of the way. 2 Paladina joined her while Master Kit stayed to protect the slicer. The 3 stood in the shadows of the shattered doors. The bodies of the dead lay before them. The Sith force was relatively small, a single transport with about 20 soldiers. She didn't see any Sith acolytes with them, a mistake considering who they were engaging. The troops could have been a problem, but they didn't have access to their heavy armor, not in this part of the city. The capital streets were narrow in some places, no room for the Sith walkers to make their way down and engage the enemy. A small favor, that was, but still, she had expected more of the witch. Surely, she must know that the survivors were here, and that the Paladina were finally rising up. Yet, the Sith response was so minimal. What was going on? Shira growled. What did the witch's forces know that she didn't? A Sith officer stood next to the transport. He spoke through his mounted loudspeaker. Paladina scum, he called out, throw down your weapons. Shira ignited her blade, as did the 2 Paladina behind her, their silver weapons flaring to life. Hey, Sith, she shouted back, you want them? Come and take them. A turret atop the transport swiveled to target them. Shira called on the force and leapt forward. Her 2 Paladina allies went to the left and right, firing their blasters. Bolts bounced off the reflective discs the knights had put up when they first took the station. Sith troopers fell as Shira and the 2 engaged them. She leapt up and took out the turret, even as the 2 Paladina circled around it and disabled its repulsor lifts. The vehicle fell heavily, blocking the road for any further Sith reinforcement. One of the knights, overwhelmed by the fire of 6 Sith troopers, went down, but his ally, and Shira avenged him by leaping into the middle of their forces. The Jedi howled as the beast within came out. She was a storm of teeth, claws, and lightsaber. Yet, in the back of her mind, her self-control remained, and heard the rumble of another transport coming up the street. Reinforcements, here already. She centered herself in the Force, called on its strength and wisdom. 5 minutes, she thought. We just have to hold for another 5 minutes or so. She stood at the ready as Master Kit joined her out on the street, flanked by 2 more of her knights. The one survivor who first came out with Shira joined his master. The four faced this new threat. Shira stood at the ready, her weapon raised, and ready to meet the next wave of enemies. We need to hold, she thought. We can hold. Weapons fire erupted around them, grenades launched from the new transport. She bared her teeth and blocked the first blaster bolts that came her way. We can't do this, she knew. A Sith marauder emerged from the stopped transport. Shira didn't wait for her allies to join her. She ran to meet him, her green blade flashing brightly as it met the Sith's red one. We can't do this, she thought. We will hold.